We are racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 1.3 seconds and it does get a mighty run outside of the final corner. Danny Sufi loses it into the first corner. We are underway and racing in the GT Winter Series, but already welcome to MotorLand Aragón. It is the penultimate round of all of our Winter Series categories for 2026. Gloomy skies overhead, mixed conditions, I would suggest, overhead as well, as we prepare for this, the fifth event and fourth round of the Formulas, the GTs, the GT4s, and the first round of the Prototype Winter Series as well. So MotorLand Aragón is our destination for today. It's a circuit that provides us a lot of thrills and spills every time we are on the track. The formulas are starting us off, so we have an entertaining start to the proceedings today. Of course, the GTs, the GT4s, and the prototypes to come. Myself, Adam Weller, along with Andy McEwen. And Andy, the Formula's always a good place to start, especially here at Aragon. It feels like this place really suits these cars.
Yes, certainly we've seen that in previous years, haven't we? That this track particularly lends itself to good racing, and we expect here this weekend. It's a wide open circuit, long straights and big braking zones, particularly, of course, that run down the backstretch between the chicane at turns 14 and 15 and then the hairpin at turn 16. Prime overtaking opportunity here at MotorLand Aragón, and in formulas we've seen quite a bit of calamity at that part of the circuit as well in the past. Thankfully, the strong winds which have plagued Formula Winter Series events here in the past, not present today. It's a damp but drying track. Well, that's been a running theme all season long so far, and reasonably mild conditions still that greet the drivers. So yeah, hoping for some good races from them, and indeed across the board over the next day and a half.
Yeah, absolutely right. It is going to be mixed conditions, that much is for certain, looking at the forecast, but we'll have to see how it evolves. Of course, we saw some brilliant wet-dry racing last year in the Formula Winter Series. Lots of entertaining scrapping going on, and of course Finn McLaughlin had a fabulous run in the mixed conditions to pull back what at one time looked like a lost race to ultimately win by quite a significant margin and lap everyone beyond the top dozen. One of the most impressive outings of the season from him, and we are looking forward now to seeing what comes next in this Formula Wind Series season that Dries van Langendonck has realistically dominated in the Formula Winter Series so far. Of course, Rodin Motorsport back in the series for the first time since 2024 in the 2026 season, and this circuit, MotorLand Aragón, was the one circuit that they claimed a win at in their 2024 season. It's been a much more dominant 2026 campaign for the Rodin team. I think they can come away with a lot of positives already, and coming into this race, Andy, there's a good chance that we are already going to have one of the FWS championships decided. The rookie standings looking very likely to fall the way of Dries van Langendonck by the time the checkered flag waves on this one.
Yes, indeed. So Dries has been utterly dominant, really, hasn't he, all season? Not only looking strong in the overall rankings, but within the rookies as well, as you said. And, you know, we've had a strong rookie contingent this year. There have been plenty of times where the rookies have locked out the overall podium. So it's not like he's had no competition in that class, but he has just been the class of the field. And it doesn't seem to matter what conditions are thrown at him. We've had quite a few qualifying sessions that have been weather affected, and he's perhaps had to start slightly further back than he'd like. but never seems to prevent him from scoring good points, and he'll certainly be hoping for a repeat of that here. He'll be lining up third on the grid for this first race. Thomas Behrman and Ari Bansel, the front row of the grid. Ari Bansel, who's made a big step forward in performance this year, it seems, and then Dries van Langendonck, the top rookie, sharing that second row with fellow rookie Samuel Ifrid. I noticed that Dries, the last driver to leave the pit lane to head to the grid, so he's not yet on the grid, but Izzy Browning most definitely is, and she's down there now and ready to catch up with some drivers.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome down to the grid here at MotorLand Aragón for the very first time this weekend. As is our tradition, we will give you the look down to Turn 1, but we are going to get swiftly into chatting to some drivers on this Formula Winter Series grid. And it's a grid that, I'm going to be honest, I don't think is going to be dry for long, because I've already felt a couple of spots of rain on my head, and I think that rain is going to get heavier. But we do have a new person on pole, and that is going to be the number 87 of Thomas Behrman. Well, Thomas, great job in qualifying. You're on the front row, you're on pole position, you've had a P3, you've had a P2. It's time to go and get that win now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I got the best view on the grid, and it looks quite dry on my side, so looking forward to that. And then yeah, just see what the weather throws at us, and yeah, we'll manage it as best as we can.
Yeah, I felt a couple of spots of rain, going to be honest with you, whilst we're standing here on the grid. How tricky is that going to be to manage when that comes down?
Right now, easy. It's just a 30-minute race, so a lot of time for the conditions to change. But yeah, I do my bit, and the weather's its own entity.
Absolutely, best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us. Right, we will continue back. I should say it is possible for Dries van Langendonck to win the championship this weekend, but someone that can deny him from doing that is this man here, the number 46 on P2 of Ari Bansel. We'll jump in with him. Well, Ari, you've been very consistent so far in the Formula Winter Series, but it's been P5s and P6s mostly. I know that's not where you want to end up. You've got a really good chance to get another win here, haven't you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, starting on the front row, anything can happen also in these big conditions. So, yeah, let's see what we can do.
Do you think about the championship? You've obviously got championship leader behind you. You can stop him from winning it this weekend. Is it on your mind, or are you just head down, focus on your own race?
He's already got a huge lead. I'm not really worried about him. I just want to do the best I can. Whatever happens, happens.
Absolutely good mindset to have. Have fun out there. I mean, the rain is coming down, but it's not coming down significantly at the moment. Here is championship leader, though, the number 15 of Dries van Langendonck. Now, we have spoken to him quite a lot over the course of the season because he has taken a fair few wins, so we will leave him be for now, but with the chance to wrap up the championship this weekend, as I say, so a big weekend for McLaren Junior Dries van Langendonck, and a big weekend, a great qualifying session for the number 28 of Samuel Ifrid. I think I've maybe got enough time to just jump in one quick question. Well, a great qualifying session. It looks like you've been getting more and more confident each week. A real chance to get your first podium here, isn't it?
It is. We actually are pretty lucky because we had a lot of rain practices even in the other races, so it's quite good that we had this much practice for the race now.
Absolutely. Thanks for speaking to us. Best of luck out there. Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see what he can do because, as I say, he really has been building every single weekend in the Formula Winter Series, and he's been one of the standout rookies as well. I know Dries van Langendonck also with the chance to win the rookie standings. Not that that will be his main focus this weekend, but a word on some of our other rookies like Samuel Ifrid, and we'll see what he can do with the race coming up now.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
So then, the question mark over our heads is the clouds in the sky. What will the weather do over the course of this Formula Winter Series race? What comes next? Anybody's guess, but we do know that at the front of the field it is going to be Thomas Behrmann starting this one from pole position in the 87 car. Spoke to Thomas earlier on. The goal is very much just get a win at this point. Wanted to try and fight for the championship this season. That's now mathematically quite a long stretch, so he is going to try and fight for the pole position. Ari Bansel in second position, the number 46 car, looking to try and get some wins to try and keep it just about possible to take the championship to Barcelona. Dries van Langendonck from third on the grid, the runaway championship leader, 4 victories on his scoreboard so far, the only driver with multiple wins this season. Samuel Ifrid, as we just heard on the grid there, a great opportunity for him to build on a potential first podium. We'll see if he can make that happen. Row 3 of the grid is Alexander Savinkov. He is alongside Noah Killian. Alexander Ruta, 7th position. He's alongside newcomer in the number 97. That is Platon Kostin joining the grid for the first time. We welcome him into the Formula Winter Series, so we'll keep an eye on Kostin. George Proudford Nalder, another newcomer, starting from 9th. He's alongside Levian in the number 21. Pedro Lima in 11th place alongside Chiara Batig. Batig, who is the first of the female trophy competitors, she starts in 12th position. Alfie Slater, 13th. Emilio Del Grosso in 14th. Andre Rodriguez in 15th position, and he is joined by Max Kammerlander on row 8. Then it's Marcus Silkunas in the number 26 in 17th. Alexander Chartier in 18th. Alexandra Lauser and Ethan Lennon all the way back in 20th for Ethan Lennon. He had some issues with lap time deletions, I think, in qualifying. Alicia Palmovsky 21st alongside Matilda Patz. Then another newcomer on row 12 to our series at least, and that is Megan Bruce, who of course will be with the likes of Alicia Palmovsky and Matilda Patz going to Shanghai right after this weekend. Some of the F1 Academy stars joining us for this one. So Megan Bruce 23rd along with Vittoria Orsini. Then Ginevra Panzeri and Victor Paulson on the 13th row of the grid. Nicholas Cortez, Ludovico Busso, Arjen Kraling, who of course won his first Formula 4 race last time at Valencia. He's got work to do from 29th on the grid. Theo Borenstein and Rahim Alibai taking the rest of the order through down to 31st place. And of those, Cortez, Busso, Kraling, Borenstein and Alibai all failed to set a valid lap time. There were some discussions over track limits in the couple of days leading into this first race of the weekend, Andy. There have been some liberal approaches at some points in testing to track limits, and I think the hammer has been struck down by race control in some areas of the track at least, that they need to stay within those lines.
Yes, we'll see how well they manage that, of course, especially if it gets a bit slippery out there. On slick tyres, we believe the whole field are starting on slick tyres, but if it does start a little bit slippery, then yeah, staying within those white lines could become even more of a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's going to be slippery out there. Everybody is on slick tyres then out there on the track. Will that be the decision to make in retrospect 30 minutes plus 1 lap from now? Well, it's going to be an if and buts, candy and nuts situation, isn't it? Thomas Behrmann, Ari Bansel on the front row of the grid. The drag race should be between them on the short run down to the first corner here at MotorLand Aragón. They're underway, they are racing, and it's a very good start from Thomas Behrmann. A brilliant launch for the Van Amersfoort driver. It's Us Racing's Ari Bansel in second, Rodin's Dries van Langendonck in third place. The top 3 teams in the standings in the top 3 positions, just 11 points between them in the team's championship, incidentally. So that is critical stuff. Side by side, meanwhile, for 4th place is Samuel Ifrid. Strays way out wide there, trying to hold on to Alexander Savinkov, and then in 6th position there, I think that's Alexander Ruta. Yes, it is. And very compact and hairy there through the first few corners. They all compressed together, Andy, through the first turns.
Yeah, Savinkov launched up the inside of Ifrid into turn number 5. I'm not convinced he got the car stopped, look, though, because he's lost a couple of positions now. And that was one of many drivers struggling under brakes. A couple slipping wide there out of 7 as well. But quite a few snap brakes into turn 1 at the front of the field. Meanwhile, Behrman can't get away. Contact further back. Around goes Samuel Ifrid. And is he collected by anybody else? So far, so good. They're bearing down on him. There is a bit of a schmozzle further back. The number 12 car there sustaining a bit of damage. That was Alexandra Lauser, who unfortunately will have to most likely head for the pit lane for repairs, but that could have been an awful lot worse.
An awful lot worse, yes. That was Alexander Savinkov who tacked Ifrid into a spin there. As you can see, the rain lights on the back of these cars as well. The race has been declared wet. I think it is still a little bit treacherous out there on the circuit, and they haven't had terribly much dry running so far in this race, in this weekend, I should say, in the days leading up to race day. So it may be a little bit of trying to figure out what the car's doing underneath you now on a dry setup. It's Behrman that leads the way from Bansel, from Van Langendonck. The top 3 looked like they were getting away, but Alexander Ruta has now joined that conversation. Noah Killian looking to the inside there of the 97 car, and that was Sil Kunas. Did he get some help there?
No, I think that was a solo spin. Again, struggling under braking. That was a locked rear axle as opposed to a locked front brake, which we've seen from a lot of drivers on that opening lap. Really struggling, a few of them, to get the temperature into the brakes, seemingly. And, of course, if it is a little bit drizzly out there, that will be changing by the corner. So I don't think that will be the last driver that we see potentially pointing the wrong way. End of lap 1 then, Behrman led by only half a second over Bansel and Van Langendonck, and Alexander Ruta, as you quite rightly said, from 7th on the grid to 4th. He really benefited from Savinkov's moment here at turn 5, from Ifrid's spin down at turn number 9, and he looks particularly pacey in the early exchanges of this opening race of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely right. Some side-by-side action, I think, among the Campos drivers further back. Batig and Palmovsky fighting out for the female trophy lead. Palmovsky quite a way up the field from her 21st position starting place. So she's made some good headway in the early going there. You see that battle we're just talking about. Palmovsky is past Chiara Batig. So Palmovsky had a tough qualifying. Clearly, that is the 12 car still off the circuit from a lap ago. And yes, that's out of the firing line, but it's certainly not ideal. As we see there, that's Ethan Lennon trying to get past Chiara Batig now. So Batig under a lot of fire here in the early stages. Looks like maybe she's struggled with this transition to a dry setup at this juncture, because she has dropped down now to quite a way down the order.
Yes, and Emilio Del Grosso comes up to challenge as well as they head through the downhill chicane at 14 and 15. Crucial to get a good exit from this corner, because it leads you on to by far the longest straight on the track, and into probably the best overtaking opportunity, where the leaders arrive almost side by side. Harry Bansel right round the outside, doesn't find the grip there though, and Dries Van Langendonck briefly draws level with him. Ruta continues to close on them with an outright fastest first sector, but this is telling, isn't it, that Thomas Behrman just can't get away at the front of the field. Only 3.5 tenths of a second is lead back to Bansel now, and I do suspect that's just a little bit to do with the conditions. As the race leader in changeable conditions like these, that's by far the hardest position to be in, and I think Behrman perhaps struggling with that. Bansel seemingly struggling for traction out of turn 1. Dries Van Langendonck, I think, was trying to get alongside him. Not sure whether he was able to do anything about that. We'll check in with them momentarily. No, he wasn't, and in fact he's now, yes he is, sorry, he's ahead of Harry Bansel. So Dries Van Langendonck did go into second place. That was a poor exit for Bansel out of turn 1, that loses him second place and gains, finally, Thomas Behrman a little bit of breathing room.
Yes, it does. So that is going to be useful for Thomas Behrman, but with a 1.2 kilometre back straight to contend with, if there's even a little bit of hole being pumped through the air, Van Langendonck will probably close up at least a tiny bit. As non-aero-dependent as Formula 4 cars are in actuality, it's still a factor of some description, although I think Van Langendonck is going to have to worry a lot more about Bansel in the rear-view mirrors once they come through this enlarged bus stop section section of the circuit, past the famous stone wall, and now towards the 1.2 kilometre main straight that we've been talking about. Of course, that hairpin at the end of the corner, an infamous zone of trouble. Turn 16 has a reputation, certainly as it pertains to the Formula One Series drivers from years gone by. Behrman then with a good 3 or 4 car lengths over Van Langendonck. You see there, I think Palmowski has continued to move up. Hashi, no, that is just Ethan Lennon behind, so she remains in what I make to be 12th position. Defensive driving here from the AKM driver George Proudfoot-Nalder. Pedro Lima to his outside line as they go towards turn 16, and both of them very late on the brakes. And Proudfoot-Nalder there with a big snap of oversteer, that car over-rotating a bit for him, but he just about held on to it, albeit he's lost out there on the position. He's now got the 13 of Noah Killian on his gearbox as well.
Yeah, Killian's got a good run here towards turn 1, and I suspect might well have a go on the way into the braking zone. The leaders head round the first couple of corners, and the gap was just under a second between Behrman and Langendonck. Dries van Langendonck set an outright fastest middle sector, but Behrman really responded in sector 3 and was able to pull the gap back out slightly to the Rodin driver. So VAR from Rodin from us racing the top 3, and then another VAR driver, Alexander Ruta, tagging along at the back of this group. So VAR bookending the leading quartet. First sector, Van Langendonck 2/10 quicker than Thomas Behrman, so he does look to have an edge here over Thomas. I don't think Thomas Behrman's time of defending the race lead is quite over yet.
No, I think he's going to have to work hard for this one now that Van Langendonck is up into second position. I think if Alexander Ruta can find his way past Ari Bansel, his pace has come on a long way. I think at Valencia, it felt like something of a corner was turned with the performance of the car and how it works underneath him. Of course, we saw him on the podium 3 times, including his first victory in the Formula One Series, also his first victory in Formula 4 competition, point blank. So Ruta will be very keen indeed to try and move up to third position if he possibly can and net himself the opportunity to continue forward. Pedro Lima, of course, he was in podium contention at various points in Valencia as well. A lot of those VAR drivers are coming on strong, of course, including Thomas Behrman, who leads the race for Van Amersfoort Racing at the moment. But Van Langendonck was a second back at the start of the lap. He's not a second back now, but he will be after that error, locking the front axle, and he's going to be under pressure now from Ari Bansel. Bansel's not going to get through before the start-finish stripe. Will he be close enough for a move into turn 1?
Well, he's certainly going to be close enough to think about it. Look, less than a car length in it. Dries van Langendonck has to defend the inside line, and Ari Bansel sees that as an opportunity to go to the outside and maybe try and execute the switchback coming out of the turn. This is how Van Langendonck ultimately got past him a couple of laps ago. Bansel not quite able to repeat the manoeuvre. Characteristic mistake there then for the championship leader, having spent the entire lap, as you quite rightly said, bridging that gap very effectively to Thomas Behrman. Just snatching the break into turn number 16 has undone all of that hard work. But I do think, again, it's the changeable conditions just causing the odd little mistake out there, and ultimately preventing any one of these drivers really from seizing full control of the race. Even though Van Langendonck has dropped away now from Behrman, that gap I suspect will come back down quite quickly because Thomas has no one in front of him to use as a reference. I did notice the rain was getting noticeably heavier last time by for Behrman. That is not good news.
No, absolutely not. It's troubling news indeed, although the top, well, second, third and fourth seem to have backed down just a little bit from Behrman for now, but we'll see what happens in the final half of the lap. Just to pick up on some of the other battles further down the order, Alfie Slater and George Proudfoot-Nalder are fairly close together out there on the circuit. They're fighting for second in the rookie standings. Alicia Palmowski is now well clear in the female trophy. She's got 2 drivers between herself and Campos teammate Chiara Batig on that front. And Ian Kraling still down there in 26th position. Theo Borenstein down there as well. Quite a few drivers we wouldn't expect to be outside the top 20. Looks like there's rain falling on that camera as well, so that could be another twist in the tail. Meanwhile, finding twists and turns down a straight is Alexander Savinkov as he tries to make life difficult for Pedro Lima and the offensive Noah Killian. They're looking to the inside line. Pedro Lima has the inside of the 17. A bit of a hit check between them. They should both survive undamaged. but a tail whip there from the number 53.
That's one way of overtaking, isn't it? That was fantastic. And yeah, Savinkov not having a great race. Remember, he had the moment at turn 5 on the first lap, then had contact with Samuel Liefried, for which he's been given a 5-second penalty, and now he is behind both of these drivers. Look at this, right round the outside. Fantastic stuff from Noah Killian. It didn't quite work in the end, but Noah Killian is really starting to pick his way through this group of cars as well, taking full advantage of Alexander Savinkov's race, rather unravelling a bit. Savinkov now under threat from Alfie Slater, who has got George Proudfoot-Nalder behind him. That, by the way, is the battle for second in the rookie category. George Proudfoot-Nalder on for a debut podium in the class. Here comes Alfie Slater around the outside. Did that work? No. Savinkov manages to keep him at bay. But that little white car behind, George Proudfoot-Nalder, really running well in his debut race. Now, for the race lead, Thomas Behrman is once again under severe threat from Dries van Langendonck. Can Dries this time execute the move without making a mistake? He heads towards the bus stop section, turns 12, 13, 14 and 15. You can overtake here, but it's far more likely to be a pass at the end of the back straight, which of course is where we saw DVL have that little deviation a lap ago, or 2 laps ago, when he snatched the left front brake. It really does feel though, doesn't it, Adam, like any one of these leading group could snatch the win here.
Yeah, it really does feel like a bit of a tombola right now. We'll see what number gets pulled out of the hat. Is that tombola? Maybe. The precipitation continues to be visible there on that static camera going on to the back straight. So that is very interesting. Dries van Langendonck now pulling alongside Thomas Behrman to the unfavoured outside. Let's see, it's going to be 3 wide even, because here comes Arie Bansel. I wouldn't want to be Van Langendonck right now. Behrman squeezes them both as far as he can. I'm convinced there must have been at least an iota of contact there between Behrman and Dries van Langendonck, but with muscle and with determination, Thomas Behrman just about holds on to that. I'm surprised they're in the same order. Alexander Ruta now wants a piece of the podium as they come across the line. We've got 17 more minutes of this, ladies and gentlemen, and anybody else watching. Bansel to the inside of Dries van Langendonck. Crazy racing from all parties here, and somehow, some way, they still remain in the same order, but I get the feeling there's a powder keg developing.
MotorLand Aragón is a circuit quite famous for its motorcycle racing history. I've seen 125cc motorbike races here with less side-by-side action than this one. It's a proper slipstreamer, and it is mightily entertaining to watch. Somehow, Thomas Behrman still leads. He actually played that very, very cleverly, I thought, by boxing Van Langendonck out, and I'm sure he was aware that Arie Bansel was also to the outside. That did, as you alluded to, put Dries van Langendonck in an awkward position, and Thomas Behrman was able to use that to full effect. They're all slithering around on an increasingly damp and greasy circuit, but Thomas Behrman for now holds the lead, or does he? That's Van Langendonck to the inside as we head through the flat-out turn number 11. Is he still there when we get to turn 12? Answer, no. Thomas Behrman manages to close the door, but he is clinging on by his fingernails.
Yeah, by the skin of his teeth at the moment as they turn through turn 12 of the lap. A bit of a snaky sideways moment there for, well, I think Bansel in particular, but you can see the balance on some of these cars does definitely look a little bit askew to my eye. The top 4, though, have it better than anybody else for sure. Pedro Lima, incidentally, through into 5th place now, and just a few car lengths clear of Noah Killian. I wonder if that may get a little more interesting. Can he potentially tow everybody else towards? Let's have a look. For now, though, focus on the front, because Dries van Langendonck again looking to the outside of Behrman. He hasn't got Bansel to his right on this occasion. Can he make it work around the outside? Behrman too deep into the corner. Van Langendonck is through. Thomas Behrman with the first slip up of the race, and naturally Dries van Langendonck makes him pay for it. Now Bansel to the inside of Behrman, but just holding on is the driver of the 87. Alexander Ruta is not far behind either. Bansel trying to find a way to the inside, but Behrman covers him off, although he's now going to have the inside Arie Bansel for turn number 2. They're still side by side. They've been side by side for about a quarter of a lap at this juncture, and it's going to be still the case as they turn into turn 4. Behrman has to get back on the road. He does so. He squeezes Bansel as far as he dare, and a little bit further than he possibly should dare, but Behrman holds on to second position, and this is all great for Dries van Langendonck. He has 4 or 5 car lengths already.
Yeah, that's massively costly, isn't it, for Behrman, for Bansel and for Ruta? Is Van Langendonck out of slipstreaming range? That's the big question. We'll find out in a third of a lap or so when they get to the back straight. A quick note on Ruta, by the way, he's been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, which is a shame because that sort of reduces this now to a 3-way battle for victory in a way, even if Ruta were to get to the front of this group somehow. I think he would struggle potentially to pull a 5-second gap over the rest of them. He's not the only one either. 75, I think that was. Or was that 71, Palmovsky? I'll have to...
It was Palmovsky.
It was Palmovsky, yes. The female trophy leader, also with a time penalty.
Yes, Megan Bruce in the 75 has a warning, but Alicia Palmovsky does have a 5-second penalty at the moment. I think that would drop her just about behind Chiara Batty. Yes, it would, although she's trending in the right direction to overcome that 5-second penalty, but she can't push too hard to risk yet more penalties a little bit later on in the race. Dries van Langendonck not home free by any stretch of the imagination, but he'll be watching Thomas Behrman and Harry Bansel jockeying and thinking that this is going very much in his favour. Bansel to the outside. Behrman once again goes massively deep. Alexander Ruta, he has that penalty, yes, but he almost got a 2 for 1. He's past Harry Bansel, and it's now a VAR 2-3 out there on the circuit, at least on the road. But of course, if Ruta can get past Behrman and then start setting quali laps, who knows, he might be able to take second place in the final results as well. He gets the inside, big oversteer from Alexander Ruta. Behrman goes deep into the corner as well. It looks like they're all fighting car balance in some capacity. Harry Bansel takes his 3rd position back, but now he's got Alexander Ruta in front of him, Thomas Behrman behind him, and again Ruta now has the opportunity to try and build that 5 seconds, but he gets caught up there behind the 37 of Victor Paulsen, and that's going to be costly. He's now side by side with Bansel. Bansel on the outside line though for the following corner. Ruta holds on to second on the road. Can he find the pace he needs to make it second on the track? Whoa! No contact between Ruta and Bansel on the run down to the corkscrew. It felt like something was going to blow up eventually in that one. It looks like Bansel's car is relatively unscathed. Looked to me more like Ruta was the one doing the moving as they came over the crest there.
Yeah, often the way, isn't it? Difficult to judge sometimes, but you could sort of see that coming, the way that they were leaning on each other for the last, well, number of laps, quite frankly, and it is Ruta who comes out of that one the worst. Incidentally, if you're wondering why Victor Paulsen was going so slowly, he's on wet tyres, I noticed, so he has elected to start on the wets, hoping that the rain would come into his favour, but it hasn't really quite materialised enough to make the wet rubber the correct choice. So, Van Langendonck leads, it is Behrman second, it is Harry Bansel third, but that might not be the case for much longer. Here comes the 3rd place man, pulls alongside Thomas Behrman up the back straight, and Carnum 46 to the outside line has his nose ahead. He couldn't quite clear Behrman. We know Thomas has been struggling on the brakes up here, and again runs wide. This time though, Bansel pulls the switch back to perfection, exactly as Dries van Langendonck did a few laps ago. Harry Bansel able to move through and take that second position away. So Thomas Behrman, who led much of the first half of the race, now finds himself on the bottom step of the podium with 11 and a bit minutes of the race remaining.
Yeah, absolutely right. Just to touch base on the championship situation then with Dries van Langendonck in at the lead of the race. He is, of course, our points leader. We'll get back to that. Thomas Behrman having a look to the outside of Harry Bansel there going through turn 2 of the lap. But Bansel looks like he's covered it off for just a couple of apexes, hopefully. Van Langendonck this weekend, he needs to outscore Bansel by 21 points, therefore 84 or more clear of Bansel to win the championship. Of course, there are other contenders that could be a factor as well, but Bansel currently runs second, so we'll have to see how that unfolds, but it certainly looks as if Van Langendonck is trending in the right direction. He might not quite, if Bansel remains on the podium places, take the championship here in Aragon, but he's extending his points lead at the moment, and that can only be a good thing. The rookie standings, though, are a lot more distant. I actually don't quite think he's going to win the championship in this race because there is still over 130 points left to score going into race 2. So he's not going to win the championship officially yet in the rookie standings, but that one is actually quite likely to be decided here at MotorLand Aragón this weekend. But whenever you mention the rookie standings to the drivers, they say, well, we don't care about that one, so maybe we shouldn't even cover it. I am being facetious, but a lot of these drivers are focused solely on what's going on in the overall standings, including everyone in that huge battle pack coming down the back straight. Who's involved in that? Ethan Lennon, Alfie Slater, by the looks of it. That's Killian just ahead of the battle. We've got the 55 car, George Proud-Fernalda in this. This is the battle for 7th position. Savinkov has the nose ahead at the moment. Alexander Ruta is all the way down there now after the issues earlier on. Proud-Fernalda, Alfie Slater, both sliding. It looks to me like it's getting worse and worse from a grip perspective. I think there is a little bit of rain falling. In fact, you can see the haze of it in the camera shot there. I think the conditions have just gotten slightly worse out there on the track. Savinkov leads Lennon for 7th place at the moment. In fact, Savinkov in 6th place, sorry, and Lennon in 7th because Ruta, of course, has dropped down. Proud-Fernalda really wrestling with his steering wheel. There is the 97 going around the outside again. Platon Kostin putting on a good showing in his first FWS appearance, but as I say that, just losing the car on the apex. Levian tried to get the better of it, and for now, Levy moves up to 10th place in the Yenza machine, the first of the Yenzas on the road.
And in amongst this is the battle for 2nd and 3rd in the rookie class as well. I was about to mention that a lap ago, George Proud-Fernalda had got himself ahead of Ethan Lennon for 2nd in the class, but Ethan, as we just saw, got back ahead of him, heading up the back straight. So Ethan Lennon, the number 32 car, 2nd in class, George Proud-Fernalda 3rd, but Levian is also a rookie. The blue and orange machine of Levian, the Jens Motorsport car, another that we have to factor into that scrap. So there, Thomas Behrman heads up towards the bus stop section and tries to negotiate some slower drive back. No, that's for position, is it? Yes, that's Harry Bansel. Sorry, he just went right round the outside of Harry Bansel in traffic and reclaimed 2nd position. So out of seemingly nowhere, really. Thomas Behrman back into P2. Perhaps doesn't now have the time to chase down race leader Dries van Langendonck, but that is crucial points away from Harry Bansel, who, remember, is 2nd in the championship. So as long a shot as it is for him to beat Dries van Langendonck, that certainly hasn't helped his cause because that will cost him another couple of points.
Yeah, Nicholas Cortez also involved in that rough area, as is Ian Kreling. I think both of them might have been on the wets as well because they are lapped down at this stage. Nevra Panzeri desperately searching for wet areas of the track, as you can see they're running well off the circuit in the course of doing so. There's Alicia Palmovsky on the back of the Kostin-Levian battle. Kostin goes way straight on. It's definitely, I think, potentially the wettest point of the circuit down there at the biggest braking zone on the circuit, and lap on lap we're seeing a lot of struggles as a result. Behrman and Bansel still side by side for 2nd and 3rd positions, and it is Thomas Behrman just with a nose ahead, or is it? Because around the outside comes Bansel, and he does hold on. Great driving, world-class stuff there from Harry Bansel, but Behrman immediately fires back. These two have the measure of each other, and I really wouldn't want to guess who's going to end up on top of this at the end.
And they were about half a second quicker than Dries van Langendonck on the previous lap. If they'd only worked together, they might still have half a chance of catching the championship leader. That ain't going to happen, though. Even I'm not that naive. And it is Bansel who moves back into 2nd position. Can he now get his head down in conditions that he seems to be revelling in a little bit more than those around him and chase down the race leader? 6 minutes to go still, so there is time. Dries van Langendonck, again, as the race leader, it's always harder in these ever worsening conditions to figure out your braking points, figure out exactly how quickly you can go through the corners, where the grip is, and Harry Bansel might just be able to use that to his advantage.
Just to quickly cover the Bansel-Ruta incident from a few laps ago. No further inquiry necessary was the hand down from pit lane or from race control, so they've looked at that and said, well, the only driver that did anything wrong was also the one that didn't really benefit, so no harm and no foul. Still a warning flag on car 3, in addition to that 5-second penalty that he was dished out earlier on, wasn't he, Alexander Ruta? Yes, he was. So we do have to be cognizant of that as well. Rain still falling there all the way down the back straight.
Ari Bansel in the middle sector, 6/10 quicker than the race leader in the middle sector alone. So Ari Bansel is absolutely flying. He's gapped Thomas Behrman now quite healthily. So he doesn't really have to worry about defending his second position. He's got his sights set firmly on this man here, Dries van Langendonck, who wants another race win. He is 4 times a winner so far this year, Dries van Langendonck. He would love to make it 5. Ari Bansel, of course, won a race at Portimao earlier in the season. I'd like to get a second one here. Certainly like to help. Yes, it is scary. I think the drivers are painfully aware of that. What is the gap going to be? 1.1 seconds. A second faster was Bansel than van Langendonck. So by the end of this lap, Adam, it could be game on.
Yeah, Bansel has immense confidence, as we saw a lap ago, sweeping around the outside of Thomas Behrman, and that could well continue into a challenge for the lead. 1.1 seconds at the line. Second lap quicker. That could make things very interesting on the run down to the final hairpin next time by, but we saw Bansel there getting a little bit unsettled. I think it is steadily getting heavier and heavier there in that middle area of the circuit, with the amount of rising, falling, and the sheer surface area of the MotorLand Aragón site. I think there is some different conditions at different corners at the moment, but it looks like Bansel is the one with the confidence edge, with the speed edge here over Dries van Langendonck. And of course, if van Langendonck and Bansel start to battle, we cannot rule out the pole sitter Thomas Behrman for this one as well.
No, certainly not. We've seen how much time you lose by going side by side through certain parts of this circuit, and I think there's a good chance we will see some side-by-side racing between the leading two before all that much longer. There is Dries van Langendonck. He was slower again in the first sector than Ari Bansel, only fractionally, but crucially, Bansel will be within a second now, I would say. That puts him firmly within slipstreaming range when we get to that back straight, and you can see visibly how much more confident he is under brakes there into turn 12. He will be right on the gearbox of Dries van Langendonck by the time we reach the braking zone at 16, I reckon, and Dries will definitely have some defending to do. I also suspect we're going to be starting the last lap next time by as well, so Bansel's going to get there just in the nick of time, but how easy will it be to find a way past the dominant man of the season so far? Dries van Langendonck won't make this easy, that's for sure.
I think it'll just about be 2 to go next time by. So yes, I think we could well be onto something. We'll keep an eye on that. 2 minutes and 30 left on the clock at this point, and you see there the 29 car Ludovico Busso, but he is a lap down on Thomas Behrman. So again, Busso unfortunately out of contention. I think he made a pit stop potentially at some point, did he?
He's on wet.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
So he's now, as you can see, the wet tyres are the beneficial tyre, and of course the top 2 are now being approached by a driver on wet tyres. That could be a little bit of a factor. Ari Bansel will no doubt be told by Us Racing that his teammate Ludovico Busso isn't a threat for that position. Ditto the number 24 car Nicolas Cortez, who is on the run now in the Yenza machine. Of course, we saw him get lapped about 7-8 minutes ago, and now he's going past everybody again. Gap at the line between van Langendonck and Bansel was almost the same, just a 10th gain by Ari Bansel in that previous lap. It looks like maybe things haven't shifted in the other direction per se, but van Langendonck is now in tune with what's going on underneath him. 90 seconds left to go. It's going to be tight as to whether we do start the final lap this time by or next time by. We'll keep our eyes on the clock and indeed on the windows and the feed to see if we can just make sure that we have that one. Oh, goodness me, that was a very big slide from Nicolas Cortez, the Mexican racer there, with a very, very sideways moment. Van Langendonck really struggling going down the hill of the corkscrew. Ari Bansel taking a huge cut of the corner down there at the bottom of the hill. And yeah, crazy racing here. Of course, they're avoiding the paint more than they do in the dry conditions because they know just how slippery that is. Ari Bansel, though, is looking so looming, so large, so threatening in the mirrors now of Dries van Langendonck.
Yes, he is, and of course these two lap cars, in a way, don't want to get too involved in this, but they've got such a pace advantage right round the outside there. On the second place car they go, and I suspect they will dispatch Dries van Langendonck similarly efficiently within the next corner or so. That does, though, temporarily split the leading two, and that means that Bansel might not be able to attack on the run down the back straight. We've got 20 seconds to go. This is going to be the last lap. The pace has absolutely fallen off a cliff. They're 23 seconds a lap slower than they were in the dry earlier on, so this will be the final run down the back straight. There is a car currently between Dries van Langendonck and Ari Bansel, and that might just be enough for the championship leading road in motorsport driver to hang on. Here comes Bansel. To the outside goes the lapped car of Nicolas Cortez. Does Dries make the corner? Well, he sort of does, but he was tighter on line than Bansel was. It's going to be a really messy run to the flag, and has Ari Bansel still got a chance?
Plus one lap, of course, so we are going on to the final lap this time by, and it is Dries van Langendonck just about ahead. They will start their final lap of the circuit now with the traffic intervening in this scrap. I think Ludovico Busso may have received marching orders not to affect Ari Bansel's bid for the race victory, but Van Langendonck goes very deep into turn one, and that's the victory potentially gone. Unless he can find something now. The US Racing driver, Ari Bansel, might have a rear gunner here. They might tell Busso to stay behind. But Bansel has gotten past the 15. That could be the movement of the race.
Oh, but in these conditions, so easy to make a mistake. He's got to be really careful now, Ari Bansel, not to put a foot wrong. And that's far easier said than done. Busso really does want to get past him and try and chase after Nicolas Cortez. That is for position. It's not necessarily for points, but it is for an overall position. But at the moment, he is staying dutifully. No, he isn't staying behind his teammate. He has now gone through, I think. So Ludovico Busso finally waved by. He should now be able to sort of scamper off into the distance. So Cortez takes a very wide line. No, still Busso hasn't gone through. Takes a very wide line through the left-hander at turn 9, and then ducks to the inside of his teammate. This is, if nothing else, an unwanted distraction, really, for Ari Bansel, who just needs a nice, calm, drama-free final lap. He does now slot in behind his wet tyre-shod teammate, and just needs to try now and stay on the island, and he will claim his second win of the year.
It's easier said than done in these conditions, but it does look fairly straightforward now, although traction there coming out of turn 12 looked to be extremely limited. He has to nail this run through 14 and 15. If there's a slip up here, it's the whole 1.2 kilometres of back straight that Van Langendonck has to work with, going down towards the hairpin for the final time. But I think if anything, Bansel got the better run of the two as they now run down the straight for the final time. Ari Bansel is 2 corners away, 3 corners away from taking a second win of the season at a critical moment. He just had a snap of oversteer there on the straight even, and he just about held on to it. He's going to be careful. He's going to be disciplined here under braking. He has gone a little bit deep. Is it too deep? Thankfully not, and he has got the car straight for traction coming out of turn 16. This has been a wild and weary race for a lot of these drivers, tried to make it work on the slick tyres, but the one who has made it work the best is our race winner. Ari Bansel takes a step towards extending the title fight to the finale in Barcelona with a second win of the season. Dries van Langendonck second, Thomas Behrman will be in third place. Pedro Lima drew across the line in fourth. He lost some time there on the last lap by the looks of it, but he does take fourth place ahead of Noah Killian and Ethan Lennon. Lennon all the way up to sixth overall. Is he one of the litany of drivers with a penalty? It appears not, so his position should be safe, and in fact he will inherit a top 5 because Noah Killian does have a penalty. So Lennon from 20th to 5th, that is some going for the South African. Alexander Ruta across the line in 7th. He has a penalty, so does George Proudfoot-Nalder. So I don't think either of them will take that position. Ultimately, we've already had Alicia Palmovsky across the line to win in the female trophy, to take 11th overall, and she was running almost on her own island there towards the end of the race. And a word to Chiara Batig, just coming across the line there in 19th position. She'll take second in female trophy, and next across the line should be Matilda Pats, although Megan Bruce finished a lap down, I think. So, no, Megan Bruce has just come across the line now. Yes, she has, and Pats is already across the line. So third place in female trophy going to Matilda Pats of Matilda Racing, and Megan Bruce has just crossed the line to take 21st overall, as well as fourth in the female trophy standings. The rest of the field then coming across the line, but at the front of the train, Ari Bansel having an absolutely fabulous drive to take a win for the US Racing crew at what I think will be a critical point in the season. Bansel won the first race at Portimao, of course, and now he's got a second win in the books. Izzy spoke about it with Ari in the pre-race grid walk, that the last 5 results have been either 5th or 6th place for Ari Bansel, and while that consistency and metronomic point scoring is of course hugely impressive, as we see Ludovico Busso there coming across the line, of course having unlapped himself on the wet tyres, but in the case of Ari Bansel, that scoring was very good and very impressive, but he knew he needed to come into this weekend and get results, and at the first opportunity, results are what he has gotten himself. A race win there at a critical moment. No one in that top 2 battle had a penalty to speak of. There are a lot of penalties in the overall breadth of the field. I think probably about half the pack has a penalty of some description, but I don't believe that's going to affect the overall podium. Thomas Behrman then will lock in a third place that I think he'll be somewhat disappointed with, having started from pole position, but I think all 3 of those drivers from the sharp end of the pack, and indeed Alexander Ruta before he was spun away from the battle, I think all 4 of them can be very impressed with how they drove in that fight. And Bansel comes out on top of it all. As Izzy said down there on the grid, it was a great opportunity from the front row for him to take his second win of the season. And he'll go now to the weighbridge. And after that, we will hear from Ari after what has been a very treacherous race in the Formula Winter Series. The drivers have had a lot to contend with in that race. The top 10, at least on the provisional order before the penalties kick in. Ari Bansel from Dries van Langendonck, from Thomas Behrman, of course Van Langendonck winning the rookie standings, Pedro Lima 4th, Ethan Lennon from 20th on the grid to 5th position. And in fact, the penalties, I think, are being added to the race results as we speak. Yes, they are. So Lennon up to 5th ahead of Killian as a result of that penalty. I think Alexander Ruta has been able to keep hold of 7th place with his penalty. George Proudfoot-Nalder also had one, but he is 8th. Alfie Slater up to 9th, and Alexander Savinkov gets to the points in 10th position, but that's still, for Savinkov, not really what he needed. He's dropped down as far as 5th in the point standings, having been 2nd coming out of the first round of the season. Of course, it was a difficult weekend last time out at Valencia for Alexander Savinkov, and a weekend that really wrote the end of his story of fighting for the championship, although a top 3 is still very much a possibility if he can have a good race 2 and 3 on Sunday here at MotorLand Aragón. Outside the points, Levian in 11th place, Silkunas in 12th, and Rahim Alibai, actually, we should talk about him a little bit because he finished 13th place from the very rear of the field. The Matilda Racing driver coming in clutch there at the end of the race, and I just wonder whether he may have been on the wets rather than the slicks. In fact, looking at his lap times, I think not, actually, but he just put in a very good drive to, well, stay safe out there on the road and move up through the order. So a good showing from him on his first appearance here in the Formula Wind Series. Platon Costin, after running well within the top 10, down to 14th place. I think he had some penalties. Del Grosso in P15. Chiara Batig still behind Alicia Palmovsky in the female trophy after the penalties have been applied. So the top two in female trophy still Palmovsky from Batig, although Palmovsky fell to 17th overall after the track limits penalties were implemented. Track limits penalties have certainly had an effect on the proceedings already coming out of qualifying. The race 2 grid set by the second fastest times in quali. I think about a dozen drivers didn't actually set a second valid lap. So we'll talk a bit about that on Sunday morning, of course, but expect the race 2 grid to be a bit jumbled up. Even more so than how jumbled up that race proved to be, owing to the rain out there on the circuit. So the top 3 cars are parked under the podium here at MotorLand Aragón. They always savour an opportunity to get on the podium, but I think a couple of them would wish that umbrellas were past the protocol, given how the weather has turned over the course of this half hour plus 1 lap of racing. Once again, us racing Rodin and Van Amersfoort with a representative each on the podium, and that will change things a little bit in the overall points for the teams as well. But let's focus on the drivers for now. Let's focus on the winning driver, Ari Bansel with Izzy.
Well, I do have our winner alongside me, Ari. Well, we spoke on the grid and you said that it was a great opportunity for you to get another win, but that was quite the eventful race with things just falling in your favour a little bit at the end there.
Yeah, I think for sure in the end, funny story is the last session yesterday of practice, it was much drier than this, but we wanted to see where the crossover point was, so we went on the slick tire. So it was basically the same grip level as this. So as soon as it started raining a bit more, I got into it.
Yeah, so you kind of felt comfortable out there, obviously. I mean, towards the end, it did really look tricky for all of you still on the slicks. Just how wet is it around the track, and where is the worst part?
I mean, obviously the worst part would be like the high-speed stuff, because you're relying a lot on the grip of the tire, trying to lean on it as much as possible. But when you're following somebody, the worst bit is the braking, because you don't want to lock up and go into them. So you're trying to judge it also without losing time.
And I said to you on the grid as well, you know, are you thinking about championship? And you said to me, you know, he's so far ahead. But a win is a win, and to bag the points and keep it going, at least to the last round, is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. I think anything and everything we do will just help the championship situation. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. If he wins, he wins. If he doesn't win, he doesn't win. You know. And
you've won today, so congratulations. Go and enjoy the podium. A win for Ari Bansel.
And that win brings it to 54 points between Bansel and Van Langendonck, although did either of them claim the very fastest lap of the race, because that changes things? No, I don't think either party was responsible for that. We'll talk about that, though, a little bit later on, because for now, let's take a look at some highlights of race number 1 of the day and of the weekend for the Formula Wind Series. Race 1 of the weekend in the FWS, starting off with Thomas Behrman on pole position. A great start, a great run to the first corner for the British driver in near dry conditions. Pretty much everybody, at least at the sharp end, on slick tyres. A few brave souls starting on wets. Immediately disappointment for Samuel Ifrid, who started all the way up in 4th place, but he got tagged into a spin by Alexander Savinkov, and that ultimately would drop the driver from Cram all the way down the field to Clunas, having an issue there under braking going into turn 16. Also on the first lap, Ian Trailing was sent skyward as well further back. At the front of the field, though, it was a 4-horse race at the front of the field. Ari Bansel behind Behrman, Van Langendonck and Alexander Ruta looking to get involved as well. AKM driver George Proudfoot-Nalder on his first appearance in the series getting in amongst it well within the top 10. He would eventually finish in 8th position. Noah Killian, Alexander Savinkov and Pedro Lima having a great dice on the run down to turn 16, and a tail whip of an overtake from Pedro Lima to move up into what I think was 6th place at this point in the race. And a lot of position exchanges would be going on in that latter half of the top 10. Savinkov was kind of helter-skeltering up and down the top 10 over the course of the race. 3 wide for the lead, meanwhile. Van Langendonck playing piggy in the middle as Behrman tried to squeeze him out. Ari Bansel wanted to get involved as well. And further back, Megan Bruce there, watching as Vittorio Orsini ended up in a spin in the AKM number 88. Behrman too deep into turn 16 after several laps of flawless defending. He allowed Van Langendonck through into the lead, and shortly thereafter Ari Bansel would begin his hunt for 2nd place. He seemed to have the speed and the confidence underneath him as the circuit got progressively more and more wet, and Behrman was under pressure not just from Bansel but also his teammate Alexander Ruta, and you saw them there struggling with understeer, oversteer, rear locking, front locking. Everyone's cars seemed to be just slightly unbalanced, and then a big moment as Alexander Ruta there seemingly tried to turn and defend against Ari Bansel and ended up spinning himself out, but he would get to the checkered flag in spite of that moment. Bansel would continue on and move up into 2nd place. His next mission, of course, would be trying to chase down Dries Van Langendonck. However, Behrman would get back past him, so they would once again have to fight, and this time Bansel definitively around the outside at turn 2, got the traction out of the first corner, and while Behrman put up a good fight to try and hold on, Bansel was now on a mission, laser focused on Dries Van Langendonck. He was not being helped by the likes of Ludovico Busso and Nicolas Cortez on wet tyres as the circuit was getting noticeably damper. They were unlapping themselves against the lead battle, and it was causing 4-car carnage in a 2-way battle for the race lead. They came onto the final lap of the race with a lot of company. Van Langendonck in the race lead still, and that was a big moment there for Chiara Battig. Just about kept the car going, but on the final lap of the race it was Ari Bansel through into the lead around turn 1 because the 15 car went deep into the first corner going on to the last lap. And Ari Bansel, the Indian racer, with a 2nd win of the season in the Formula Winter Series. Congratulations from Van Langendonck to Bansel after a very promising drive from the number 46 competitor. Us Racing will be delighted to see their driver back on the top step. So Ari Bansel claiming the race win over Rodin's Dries Van Langendonck, the McLaren Driver Development Programme talent, just a 2nd back from Bansel at the end. Thomas Behrman taking 3rd place, Pedro Lima in 4th, and Ethan Lennon rounding out the overall top 5 from 20th on the grid, also taking runners-up in rookie behind Dries Van Langendonck as a result of that. Noah Killian taking 6th, Alexander Ruta in 7th, George Proudford-Nalder in 8th place, Alfie Slater in 9th, and Alexander Savinkov rounding out the overall top 10. Livian of the Yenza Motorsport team ahead of Marcus Silkunas. In 13th place, Rahim Alibai. Platon Kostin in 14th place. Emilio Del Grosso in 15th. Alexander Chartier in 16th position, the Canadian AS Motorsport on his single-seater debut. Alicia Palmowski wins female trophy from 17th, ahead of Chiara Battig. Samuel Ifrid in 19th. Matilda Patz in 20th. Megan Bruce in 21st, ahead of Arjen Kreling. Max Kammerlander in 22nd. Theo Borenstein 24th place, Kammerlander 23rd. Orsini in 25th. Andre Rodriguez 26th. Busso 27th. Cortez, Panzeri, Paulson and Alexandra Lauser rounding out a full field of finishers. And in a dry to wet race at MotorLand Aragón, I think if you'd asked me if we'd have everyone finishing and no safety cars, I would have said no to both counts. However, that is what the Formula Winter Series drivers achieved on this Saturday afternoon. A busy day of racing still to come here. The GT4s are up next, and I'm sure that a number of those drivers have been watching the skies and indeed watching the screens over the course of that Formula race and gone, really? More rain? But that is what looks to be the case for the weekend here. We are going to have some dry patches at certain points over the next couple of the days, but I think it will be wet conditions for quite a lot of this weekend. And as you can see, the conditions are going to be very slippery for that GT4 race. So to recap, the championship looking more likely now than before to go to Barcelona. It's still possible for Van Langendonck to win here at Aragon, the overall championship, but it's going to take some hardship to Arie Bansel on Sunday. The gap going down from 61 points to 54 points between Van Langendonck and Bansel. Fastest lap of the race, we were trying to figure that one out previously. I think actually Bansel got the fastest lap, didn't he? Because he had a 2:02.815. Yes, that was the fastest lap of the race. So Bansel gets an extra point for fastest lap. So that will actually mean 53 points between Van Langendonck and Bansel. So that is going to be a slightly reduced gap once again. Of course, a victory is worth 25 points, pole position is worth 2, fastest lap is worth 1. So there's still a lot of ground to make up for Arie Bansel, but with the second win of the season, that could be the start of the momentum that he needs to move forward. Alexander Reuter, after scoring 3 podiums in the Valencia round, he was third in the standings. I think Thomas Behrmann will be very close to him now in that battle for third in the championship. It may well now be a 2-horse race, not necessarily mathematically yet, but in reality, looking at the lay of the land, I think if anyone can beat Van Langendonck now, surely it would be Arie Bansel. But it's going to be a lot of work given the prodigious season that Dries Van Langendonck has put in so far. That number 15 McLaren has felt like the hot favourite, the Rodin-entered car, really since we left Portugal, and even potentially before that, where Van Langendonck was the only driver to score 2 podiums on that chaotic weekend at Estoril at the start of the season. He will be celebrating on the podium. Of course, so will race winner Arie Bansel, along with Thomas Behrmann. We will have class podiums to contend with as well. It's a big, fairly lengthy walk through the labyrinthian main building here at MotorLand Aragón to get to the podium, so I think there are some navigational challenges at play, which is why we've not quite had the podiums just yet, but we're hoping to see the drivers up there before too long. I can see that Andy McEwen has acquired an umbrella. Smart move, Mr. McEwen. He is, of course, as always, putting in the big shift of running between the commentary box and up there on the podium to talk to us and present the trophies to the drivers along with the GEDLICH Racing crew. GEDLICH Racing, of course, usually at this time of year will be wrapping up the winter series and looking ahead to the next winter series in 2027 already, and they very much are. Plans are afoot for 2027 already, but there is that additional bit of action to come with the GT Summer Series, which we look forward to telling you more about over the course of the next weekend. Some very interesting entries have come up in that space for the GTs, so for those of you who like your cars with roofs, keep an eye on the Summer Series social medias and website to find out about the entries as they come in, as they are approved for announcement. Of course, the Formula Winter Series will have 2 additional races on Sunday, back to half an hour plus 1 lap now. We were down to 20 minutes last time at Valencia because, of course, if you missed it, they were compacted down to 20 minutes. I'm just hearing that there are still some changes going on in terms of the order in certain points. I think potentially there's been a change for the female trophy win, I've heard, but I'm not really sure. Chiara Batig, I've just been informed, is going to take the female trophy win. Palmowski, I think, had as many as a dozen track limits infringements in that race, so that does make sense potentially that Palmovski would have more penalties than just those that appeared on the timing screen, and Chiara Batigue is set to inherit a female trophy win per the information we're receiving from, I think, Andy and the GEDLICH team down there on the podium. So we'll keep our eyes peeled on that developing situation as it comes. But of course we will have our presentations in just a few moments. They've just got to make sure that the trophies, to the best of their knowledge, go to the right people. But it's also been known that the trophies sometimes exchange hands after the podium ceremonies because things come down the pike later on from race control. The podium is now ready, so we can go to Andy.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, we finally got our drivers assembled for our first podium of the weekend. We'll start with our best female driver. A post-race change means that the Chiara Batigue. Congratulations, Chiara. Onto the top step of the podium she will go. Campos still celebrating the win, but not with Alicia Palmovski as was originally planned. And so it was Chiara Batigue who got the win. The trophy is ready to be presented. And we've got a handful of people here to hand the trophies out. And congratulations to Chiara Batigue then, who will now pose for the photos. We've got the teams down below doing their best to shelter from the rain. We're going to dive in a moment and have a chat with Chiara, see what she made of that. Really tricky conditions, a fully waterlogged track that we have now as well. Chiara, pop down, let's have a little chat. How was that? You very, very difficult with the conditions constantly changing.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult starting the race on slicks and then ending up in the rain. I've never driven in this condition, so it was really hard to adapt.
Was there one particularly difficult? It seems most people struggled.
Yeah, obviously the hairpin as you come with a lot of speed, but also T1 was quite tricky, as well as the fast left and right in Sector 1.
Excellent. Congratulations, Chiara Batigue, then the winner of the female trophy. Alicia Palmovski unfortunately handed a penalty at the end of the race, which saw change to the order. In a moment or two then, we'll get our rookie drivers out onto the podium as well. We're just having a change of flags behind the podium. Some really interesting stories on the rookie class podium, and of course a chance that the rookie class championship could be wrapped up before the end of the day, or the weekend anyway, in the favour of Dries van Langendonck, who we'll be seeing making the very in a moment or two. Flags, I think, nearly ready to go up on the back of the podium. And we welcome, of course, first of all, a new driver onto the rookie podium on debut into the Formula Winter Series. So just a few more moments and then we'll be able to get our rookie drivers out onto the Aragon podium. I think we are good to go. So we will get our third place rookie driver onto the podium on his debut in Formula Winter Series, George Proudfoot-Nalder. Congratulations, onto the podium he goes. The AKM Motorsports squad very happy with that. It's a 5th podium appearance in the rookie class. Ethan Lennon, 2nd place in the rookie category, and what a battle he had for that 2nd position with George. But it is a 6th rookie class victory for our rookie championship leader, Dries van Langendonck. Well done, a very familiar journey he takes now to the top of the podium, handshakes with his fellow rookie finishers, and the trophies can now be brought out. And yep, out they will go. So we've got Patrick from Pirelli, Miguel from GEDLICH, and Jorge Panades from MotorLand Aragón to do the honours of handing the trophies out. And Dries van Langendonck, as we now on the rookie class championship trophy. Job in 2026, and looking to try and continue that form, perhaps to clinching the overall championship before the weekend's over as well. He certainly has made a step in the right direction today, with more valuable points scored. Photos taken then, and the drivers then will pose for the teams down below. We've already heard from Dries van Langendonck down below. I want to hear from George if we can. George, congratulations on debut. I followed your last year in Ginetta Juniors. You really seem to make some big steps forward at the back end of the year, and you've taken to this Formula 4 thing quite quickly.
Yeah, thank you. It was awesome race, very tricky at the end, especially with the rain and everything. Yeah, just really good race, learning as much as I could. Yeah, obviously my first ever race in a single-seater, so really enjoyed it, and yeah, very happy.
What's been the hardest thing to learn then, making that move from sports cars into single-seaters?
I'd say working with the aero just gives you so much more grip. Also, in juniors, you're on a road tyre, not a slick and a wet, so warming up the slicks obviously been quite tricky, and then also you got a wet tyre as well, which makes it difficult in decisions like that race, so yeah.
Well, you're doing really well. Congratulations. George Proudfoot-Nalder then with a rookie podium. The win, though, of course, goes to Dries van Langendonck. And we'll be welcoming him back onto the podium again in a moment or two as we get our final set of podium drivers ready to go. The overall top three, which will feature, as I said, our rookie class winner. I think stuck into position behind the podium, and we will then, I think, be ready to go. Yes, let's get our drivers out then. So, third position overall in our Winter Series race, Thomas Behrman. Congratulations, Thomas, onto the podium. He will go a third podium of the season. Second position, rare for him not to be claiming a win, but it is second position for Dries van Langendonck. The championship leader then with a healthy margin heading into the remaining two races this weekend. It is, though, a second victory of the season for Arie Bansel. Us Racing's Arie Bansel, not Rodin. Rodin having settled for second in that race. And we have the team representative as well, Stefan from Us Racing here to join in the festivities on the podium. Gets a big cheer from the team down below. Now then, time for the national anthem of the winning driver. Bansel claims the win in the first Formula Winter Series race of the weekend. Trophies once again can be handed out, and we have got 3 trophies heading up on to the podium, and it is Arie Bansel with that second win, narrowly closing the margin to Dries van Langendonck in the overall championship battle, but Dries still very much in a commanding position with 2 races to go this weekend, and of course the finale still to come. So that concludes eventually our podium presentation here for the first race of the weekend. Already the GT4s, though, are out onto their green flag laps. Let's head back to the box for all of the build-up to our first GT racing of the day.
GT4s already out then on their first of, not surprisingly, 2 formation laps in these treacherous, very treacherous conditions that now befall us around the MotorLand Aragón circuit. Extremely wet, but the drivers had some experience with conditions like these on Thursday here at the circuit, so hopefully they're well suited, the cars in their current configurations and setups for the race ahead in the GT4 Winter Series. It will be a 30-minute sprint race for these cars, and it will be Tim Horrell on pole position for this race, the Pro-Am driver at the front of the field. We thought he might be going to Am, but he's actually now sharing the car. I'll tell you a bit more about that later on. Enrico Ferreira alongside him on the front row of the grid, looking for a 7th consecutive win of the season. The championship leaders, Ferreira and of course Joel Nesh's co-driver. Frederico Peters on row 2. He is alongside Charlie Robertson on the second row, and all Pro-Am row number 2. He is followed by Frederick Zebis on row 3 of the grid, the W&S Motorsport Cayman, alongside a teammate, a fellow W&S Motorsport Cayman, the AM class driver, Joachim Bulting. Team VRT's Alexander Bobrovs in 7th position. Tom Pappenberg is in 8th place for CV Motorsport and CV Performance by JP Motorsport. SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau in 9th position. And at the rear of the field, it is Stefan Mucker for BWT Mucker Motorsport. Stefan Mucker, former Aston Martin factory driver, of course, represented the British mark in LMP1, in GT1, in GT2, and even raced a few of the GT4 spec cars in period at the Nürburgring Nordschleife in the late 2000s, early 2010s. So familiar with this car, and we'll see how he performs in these wet conditions. The car didn't quite look fully up to the same potential that we've seen at times this year in qualifying, and in fact, just looking at the information on the timing screen, it looks like Thilo Goss is in the car rather than the scheduled driver on the grid sheet, and that was Stefan Mucker. Indeed, Cedric Fuchs is listed as 9th, and he's not the one in the car. So I think we're going to have to refer to the timing screen over the actual grid sheet on that one. So starting drivers will be, and in fact the starting drivers we need to clarify because they are not the same as they are on the grid sheet. Tim Horrell lining up on pole, as we said. Joel Mesh will indeed be starting second. Federico Peters is 3rd on the grid. Ravi Ramyid in 4th place. He's not been wildly keen about the BMW's footing in the wet conditions, so we'll see how sure he is of that in this race. Nicholas Guillaume for WNS Motorsport 5th. Joachim Bulting for WNS Motorsport 6th. So Guillaume is in the car rather than Zebis, so my apologies. Again, I was working from the grid sheet previously. Alexander Bobrov's in 7th place. In 8th position is Tom Pappenberg. Ville Kuhne and Thilo Goss are drivers for this race in the GT4 Winter Series. Tom Pappenberg only 8th on the grid strikes me as a bit of a surprise, Andy. I think we can see him work his way through the order. It's wet, therefore my mind goes to Joachim Bulting. 6th on the grid, what can he do? Whenever there's a splash of precipitation on the circuit, it seems as though the German racer hits his stride.
Yes, he does revel in these conditions, doesn't he? He's not the only one in fairness. We've seen a few drivers really up their game in the wet and in the odd wet race so far this season. And so drivers who have a little bit more mileage maybe in these conditions, looking immediately a little bit more comfortable, it seems, and Joachim Bulting definitely one of those. But we've seen good things from Tim Horrell in the wet over the course of the season so far, so don't count him out either. From pole position, Tim Horrell with Joel Mesh, championship leading car alongside. Not for the first time, though, we've seen the Pro-Am leaders mixing it with the Pro class, and Tim Horrell looking to do so again over the course of the next, I'm going to say 30 minutes, but the clock has already started ticking with that second green flag lap, so 26 and a half or so minutes of racing we will get in reality.
Yeah, that is going to be short and sharp action. It's going to be very treacherous out there. The drivers, or rather the members of the team that configure the differential, advise on the traction control settings, they're going to be ones that hopefully have earned their bucks in this race. It's going to be setup and traction dependent, I think, the outcome of this race. Some immensely talented drivers all through the field. Let's see what happens next then as we get ready for racing in the GT4 Winter Series. Mesh and Federer on the outside of the front row. Joel Mesh representing in this race. It could be a championship winning weekend for them. It's Tim Horrell in the early lead. Contact between the 31 and the 007. That was Nicholas Guillaume, a little bit brave. And look at Alexander Bobrovs. He's all the way up into second position, is he? Coming out of turn 2. Yes, he is. From 7th on the grid to P2. And Joachim Bulting is already up to 4th place. Oh, Bobrovs in a spin. 0-0 in the matter of 3 corners, the Team BRT Mercedes. He'll be looking for reverse. Joachim Bolting just making it look like the other WNS Porsche was standing still. Powers around the outside. He's up to second, and it's WNS 1, 2, 3. Tim Horrell is making hay, while the sun certainly does not shine in the race lead. Then it's Bolting from Guillaume, but Joel Mesh is not far behind.
Well, what a rollercoaster half a lap Joel Mesh has had. He had his nose ahead for the lead into turn 1, came out of it in 8th position, and he's back to 4th already. Such a topsy-turvy opening half a lap of racing, and he's now challenging for 3rd position again as they drop down through turns 8 and 9 and head towards turns 11 and 12. But what a dramatic start to the race. I really feel for Bob Dobbs. That was a very assured start to the race. It sadly didn't last all that long, but for a few corners at least he looked like the most comfortable in these fairly atrocious conditions. Huge amounts of standing water, the rain still coming down heavily, and aquaplaning will be a little bit of a concern in certain areas of the track. None of that, though, affecting Tim Horrell, who has marked off into the distance already. Joel Mesh now looks to the inside for 3rd, gets alongside Nicholas Guillaume. He's not going to get it done there, but a better exit from this corner should yield a podium place by the end of the back straight. We know, though, don't we, these Porsches are pretty handy in a straight line.
Yeah, the back half of the straight, the smaller front fascia of the Porsche really does cut through the air nicely, but the Merc looking menacing as they run down the straight towards turn 16 of the lap. We ride on board with the 007 of Federico Peters, but I fancy somewhere in the spray there may be an exchange going on for 3rd position. No, not yet. So, Peters going very deep into the corner, as a matter of fact. There you can see him wrestling with the steering wheel as he goes through the final section of the lap there. You've got Billy Kuder and Thilo Goss fighting it out at the rear in the pack as well. They found each other on the circuit. Everyone except for Tim Horrell has company. I think Tim Horrell will be okay with that.
5 seconds ahead of anybody else, Tim Horrell. What a dream start for the leading WNS Motorsport Porsche. It is, at the moment, a WNS lockout of the podium, and those top 3 cars all leading their respective classes, but not at all in the order you'd expect. It's the Pro-Am car of Horrell leading. Bolting, of course, is an Am in second, and the top Pro Drive, or Pro Entry car anyway, is Nicholas Guillaume in 3rd. They're all ganging up on Bolting, though, slightly, who's had a bit of a moment, I think, somewhere in the first part of the lap. Guillaume to the inside, to the outside, Joel Mesh, and that should yield him 3rd position. The grip in these conditions is always on the outside line, and the Mercedes is able to use that and get through into 3rd. Their attack, though, into the next corner. Look at this. Guillaume not going down without a fight, but again, I don't think he'll have the traction on the inside line. He doesn't, and slips back in behind the Mercedes. So Joachim Bolting now comes under threat from Joel Mesh, and the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelarm driver now looks to really be coming back into this. He didn't really do anything wrong at the start, was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, but he's fought back magnificently over the next lap and a half or so.
Really compelling situation there for 2nd place and back at the moment, and Joachim Bolting is going to feel like he's riding a wave in more ways than one. Joel Mesh to the inside line now as they approach the braking zone at turn 12. Easy to drift wide here if neither party gets it fully slammed on, but they both manage to get the apex, but Mesh gets there first. Joel Mesh back up to what is now 2nd position from 4th at the start of the lap. He really has had a roller coaster first couple of laps to your early point, Andy, and he's also well clear of Ravi Rambi, who I think still runs in 6th place. Yes, he does, and that's critical because Rambi and Robertson, if they want to try and challenge for the overall championship, even mathematically going into Barcelona, they need to outscore that Mercedes across the weekend. Right now, it's going the other way. Coming into Barcelona, there will be 75 points available in the championship. The gap, as of the start of this race, was 77.
So they've got work to do. Federico Peters, well, he was wide a lap ago down here at turn 16. I wager he was even wider that time, but he does look pretty pacey, Federico Peters, in that white Aston Martin, who had closed right in on Joachim Bolting there, but just couldn't quite get the 007 car stopped in the braking zone. He will now look to try and build a challenge over the next few corners and get that 3rd place away from Bolting, who is still comfortably leading in the AM class, of course, because Alexander Bobrovs, another AM driver, had that amazing start, but then had the spin. He's recovered, but some 20 seconds nearly off the back of the pack. The Araujo Competition Aston Martin goes around the outside line through turn 3. Not able to 2, I should say. This is 3 uphill, and then the left-hand kink at 4. Not able at the moment to challenge Jürgen Bolting as we ride on board with the 71 BMW of Ravi Ramid, who has at least got a little bit more visibility than Federico Peters did when we jumped on board with the Aston Martin a lap ago.
Yeah, you can see him fighting there coming out of the corner. And I know that pre-Evo, this G82 M4 was considered a little bit squirrely in the wet conditions there. And I think that was a retaking there, wasn't it, of 3rd place. I think Peters briefly got through, and now Jürgen Bolting is back to 3rd place. Yes, they are in that order. So Bolting back to 3rd position. Yeah, that BMW is known to be a bit squirrely. The traction control, I think, a little bit more rudimentary pre-Evo kit. I understand they've taken big strides in that direction, but in the wet weather, it's still a bit treacherous, that car, compared to some of its stable mates in this GT4 category.
Well, and as you started to make that point, you went off the road coming through turn 7. So, yeah, he is struggling. Federico Peters, again, hunting around for the grip. It looked a bit like he's making mistakes because he's shooting off into the corners faster than anybody else, running way wide, but he was looking for the grip, and sometimes he finds it, sometimes he doesn't, but at least he's experimenting, and does look a little bit quicker, doesn't he, than Jürgen Bolting ahead. Behind him, of course, is Nicholas Guillaume, and that is another pro driver. So Peters in the Aston Martin, Guillaume in the Porsche. They are 2nd and 3rd respectively in class. Who is going to have the legs down the straight? Bolting seems to get away slightly from Peters, and I don't think Guillaume is quite close enough to launch a challenge of his own, so they stay as they were in the braking zone. Porsche from Aston Martin from Porsche, and a slightly tighter line this time from Federico Peters as he tries to just keep one Porsche behind and get within striking range of the car ahead of him.
One of the top 4 fastest drivers out on the circuit is Alexander Bobrovs, and he'll be very disappointed with how his first lap ultimately unfolded. But the good news is, of course, we saw him stay out the barrier, and the car is still good to go. So he is lapping around the back of the field. We'll see if he can climb up the order as Jürgen Bolting, again, catching, I think, Federico Peters out slightly there. Peters ends up spraying very wide indeed. Yes, seeking grip. I think that was even wider than he anticipated going into turn number 1. Nicholas Guillaume, of course, we saw last time on his debut in the GT4 Winter Series and his debut in GT Racing Point Blank, having a brilliant defensive drive in Valencia. Clearly, his racecraft works both ways, because he's doing a great job here of keeping the 007 honest.
Yes, most definitely so. These 3 look reasonably evenly matched, and Jürgen Bolting, anything he's lacking in outright pace, he more than makes up for in racecraft, doesn't he? He is a hugely experienced AM driver, and certainly not one to back out of a fight, is he normally? So he will not be rolling over and letting either of these drivers through. Just a quick update on the situation at the front of the field, by the way. Tim Horrell 7.6 seconds clear of Joel Mesh, but that gap did come down by about 1/4 of a second on the last lap. Now, that's not a lot, but I do think Joel Mesh actually could go quicker than that, and indeed is going quicker than that in the first sector of this lap. So we'll keep one eye on that lead gap. Still 17, nearly 18 minutes to go, and Tim Horrell will have to be a bit mindful of the charging Mercedes coming from behind.
Yes, he is going to have to factor that in as Jürgen Bolting and Peters again at very close quarters. 7.6 seconds between the top 2, and only 0.3 gained on the previous lap by Mesh, but we'll see how the gap evolves. I'm sure Tim Horrell is going to be pushing forward at every opportunity. Bobrovs has gained a couple of places, so he's now passed Thilo Goss and Villacuna. Bear in mind, he was 10 seconds off both of them less than 2 laps ago. So for Bobrovs, I think it is something of a missed opportunity, because he looks just about as fast, if not faster. In fact, according to the timing screen, faster than Jürgen Bolting. What could have been in the AM class considerations if Bobrovs had been able to keep it clean on that first lap. We're riding on board with Thilo Goss, who, as you can tell by the steering inputs, is taking this very gently. He's just trying to be smooth. The pace will come later if it has to for Thilo Goss. This one really, especially since he's the only driver in the club class for out of homologation cars this weekend. This is really a race of survival for him, though I'm sure he'd like to finish ahead of Villacuna.
Most definitely he would, and he is still ahead of the SR Motorsport Mercedes 4 now, but This can't be an easy car to drive. It certainly won't have quite the same level of fancy electronics as some of the newer cars, and it will be a challenge to drive. Joachim Bolting with a huge moment through turn 3 and almost rear-ended by Federico Peters, who had lightning quick reactions, in fairness, to avoid the sliding Porsche. Joachim Bolting's car got sideways, and I think the traction control jumped in immediately, but of course, whilst that saves the car from spinning, it also prevents him from moving the car forwards, and it was like he'd thrown an anchor out in front of the Aston Martin, which did manage to go through. There is an argument perhaps to say that Federico Peters overtook off the track, but I don't really think he had much choice. It was that or merge the front of his Aston Martin with the rear of the Porsche.
No, exactly right. That was evasion first and overtaking a firm second, and I think he'd have lost out to Guillaume behind if he tried to stay behind Joachim Bolting, so I think that's no harm, no foul. Bolting then didn't look like he had the pace advantage over Peters over the last couple of laps. I wonder if that might be potentially an end to his run for third place here, but let's see how things unfurl and unfold. Nicolas Guillaume would certainly like to try and get himself past his AM-class teammates, and they might end up holding each other up, the WNS Motorsport pair, allowing Peters to just kind of ease away.
Indeed he is. Federico Peters then looking more comfortable in that third place, but again it's taken him so long to get through that Joel Mesh is now 7 seconds up the road from him, so not a huge amount of likelihood of that position changing either before the end of the race. The Porsches though could well end up swapping pretty quickly, because it does look like Nicolas Guillaume is the quicker of the two. He is the pro driver, remember. Joachim Bolting very late on the brakes into the hairpin. In fact, he's up the inside curb. How did he do that, Adam? I'm genuinely lost for words. That was an accident I thought that he was about to have. He was on a line that no one has ever been on before, at least not intentionally, and he came out the other side in third place.
I'm none the wiser, Andy. That was quite the special moment there from Joachim Bolting. I was convinced that was ploughing straight to downtown Alcañiz, and yet here we are with him back into third position, and not only that, but he's helped out his teammate Nicolas Guillaume is now up to fourth position, and Federico Peters must have been a little more gentle on the brakes than he needed to be in that situation, and Joachim Bolting got it right to almost the nth degree. That was mightily impressive. Here comes Peters now going back around the outside of Nicolas Guillaume as they head up the hill here, and will the Porsche still be there? No, so Peters is up to fourth position once again. And with the pace advantage it looks like he has, he's going to be very determined now to get past Joachim Bolting. And evidently, whatever gap he thought he needed to stay ahead of the German, he's going to need a little bit more than that.
I don't know whether Joachim Bolting was listening to you a lap or so ago when you said that his fight for a podium was over. Oh, really? Watch this, he said. And back into third he went. But can he now hang on again? He's got 13 minutes of the race to go. I said he wouldn't back out of the fight, and he's living up to that reputation most definitely. Despite all of this battling, Ravi Rami just not quite able to go with them, is he? So it's this three-way fight for third that at the moment attracts our attention. Behind Rami is Tom Hafenberg, that's an 11-second gap, then 13 seconds back to Alexander Bobrock, who will likely gain a few more positions before the flag. This is the most entertaining scrap though, and Joachim Bolting again makes a little bit of a mistake. On the inside goes Peters, there's contact! A little bit of paint traded between the two cars, but still Joachim Bolting hangs on. He's a wide again, right up the curb goes Federico Peters. This is fascinating stuff.
Federico Peters is growing asphalt and trading paints at the moment in this race. Peters, a multi-time karting champion, the Portuguese talent. Oh, and Thilo Goss has had a moment, and that car is firmly beached into the gravel trap. The rear end looked particularly low, but I think that was just the beaching effect rather than any damage to the car. Federico Peters, can he follow in the footsteps of Joachim Bolting and make a big dive? The answer is no, and he just about gets the car straight for running out of turn 16, getting the power down, but Nicolas Guillaume almost made contact. We've still got local yellows, and we're now past the safety car point, of course. Oh, and Bolting again, I think to your point, that traction control kicking in on corner exit, and Peters gets through.
Well, they were both sideways, but the Aston Martin kept on moving forward. The Porsche did not. Be prepared for full course yellow. We and the drivers are being told, and some drivers have had that message maybe earlier than others. They are now at full course yellow speed, but that led to an overtake, I think, didn't it? With Bolting perhaps getting back ahead of Nicholas Guillaume. We'll wait to see what race control make of that. But yeah, really interesting as they both came out of the final corner. Both cars were sideways. The Aston Martin, though, kept on moving forward. The Porsche seemed to stop dead again. So that does seem to me to be a difference in traction control preferences. And for the second time, it allows Federico Peters to move through.
Well, this has certainly been a ding-dong battle for third position. Incidentally, at the front of the field, Tim Horrell still leading the way. He is 7 seconds almost on the dot clear of Joel Mesh, 6.96 seconds between them. So while Mesh has ever so slightly shrunk the gap, it is by a matter of tenths over the course of the last 4 or 5 laps of racing. So it looks like Horrell is in a very strong position indeed. Peters third, Joachim Bolting fourth, and Nicholas Guillaume fifth at this stage. Now, Bolting was ahead at the line as well, so I think maybe he might be able to hold on to that place, but of course they'll look back at that the second and make sure that all is right. Ravi Rami P6, Tom Pappenberg P7, Bobrovs, Kuna and now stranded Thilo Goss in 10th place. I think Kuna will be a little bit disappointed to have lost his running buddy there in that battle for 9th overall, but Thilo Goss, he will be disappointed, but I think he'll be glad as we see a replay of what was quite a hairy moment under braking there for the corkscrew. I think he'll be glad more than anything the car is in one piece. Of course, in the hands of Matis Buchkel, there was a collision with Joachim Bolting last time at Valencia. The car was then driven back to base for BWT Mucker Motorsport in Germany, driven back to base by Thilo Goss, who drove his own truck back up there to get the car repaired. And then while he was there, he said, actually, can we make it red instead of black? So they rewrapped the car, put it back in the truck, and Thilo drove back down from Berlin to, well, about 3 hours west of Barcelona. And here he is back again. Of course, Thilo, if you're unaware, he runs a company, or did run a company that no longer is in his possession. He sold it on, called Black Box Music, and they used to do logistics for the metal band Rammstein. So he's more than familiar with HGVs, so he can drive just about anything, although in those conditions, once you are in a slide, you are a passenger, and Thilo found that one out.
Indeed so. Lucky not to make the barrier, though, so no further repair work is needed. And the thunderous Aston Martin will be back on track, I'm sure, tomorrow for race number 2 of the weekend. Full course yellow then hopefully won't be... in fact, we're going to go to a safety car, so the safety car has been scrambled, so pace now picks up, but that does not mean we are racing again. Of course, who does this really affect most negatively? Well, Tim Horrell, who had getting on for a 7-second lead over Joel Mesh, who has been perhaps slightly quicker than Tim so far in this race, but Tim had that enormous cushion in hand. Well, without that cushion, he could have some defending to do. Of course, this will eat into the remaining race time. We've got 8 minutes left in this first GT4 race of the weekend, but even so, this will be a few laps of defensive driving required, I think, for Tim to bring home a victory for WNS.
Absolutely. Another point of interest is that Alexander Bobrovs will be brought back into this as well.
Yes.
If Bolting gets shuffled down the order, if Bobrovs can move up, the AM-class battle might get interesting towards the end of this race as well. I'm curious to see what Federico Peters can do as well. That car, incidentally, now listed as a pro entry. It was, I think, initially meant to be a Pro-Am car, but sometimes things change, and I'm not quite up to speed on that. But yes, Federico Peters in a Pro Class entry, which means that Joel Mesh may not get the full haul of points within the Pro classification here. Speaking of the Pro Class, it is frankly all but wrapped up by this point, coming into this weekend in the GT4 Winter Series. Only Pappenberg can stop the Pro Class title win for Mesh and Federer, but he'd have to go on a mighty tear, and SR Motorsport would have to be on the side of the road, I think.
Yes, which is unlikely, but in these conditions you never do know, do you? If Tim Horrell decides he's going to develop particularly pointy elbows and really try and defend this lead, I'm not saying he would do anything untoward. He's not that kind of driver, but in these conditions, you doesn't have to be intentional, does it? We've seen quite a few drivers just having a snap of oversteer and nearly leading to calamity. So I'm sure that Jarmesh will be driving with that a little bit in the back of his mind. And to your point, I think that could benefit Federico Peters because he's got nothing to lose. He can be a lot more aggressive here than Jarmesh, who's got a championship lead to try and defend. And yeah, he might just have to be a bit circumspect in this battle when we do go racing once more.
I did actually get sent updated entry lists, so I apologise because Beatrice from Race Ready did send them to me and I simply missed them. So Gonzalo Araujo is in that car, or Araujo as I should say. Gonzalo Araujo is in that car, so it will be Pro this weekend for the 007 Aston Martin. Gonzalo, he knows how to drive, and so does Federico Peters. I think that Aston is going to be a factor up there towards the front all weekend long, so we'll keep an eye on that. Of course, we also alluded to the fact that Tim Horrell is in fact a Pro-Am car. I think on the initial entry list that we had for this weekend on the social media pages, he was listed as a solo Am driver, but he has been put into Pro-Am, and he's been joined by none other than Hendrik Still, who I think might be one of the very best drivers in the world when it comes to putting people into Caymans and watching them fly. So come the pit stop race, I think Tim is doing both sprints, and then Hendrik Still will only do the third race. That's going to be very fun to watch. Tim is very confident indeed that there could be a victory in the overall standings on the horizon in that race. But of course, he's currently in position to do it all by himself in this race.
I was about to say, he doesn't really seem to need the help of a pro driver to find the top step of the podium, does he?
No.
He is every bit quick enough. Had that race at Portimao, didn't he? Which he arguably should have won, only to have a mechanical failure when he was leading in the latter stages, and that was one that got away. He'll really be hoping that the safety car does not lead to this being a similar story. Of course, he is, as I said, more than capable of standing his ground, but it has made the job quite a bit harder than it was looking like it was going to be. He'd done all of the hard work in the first, really, 90 seconds of the race. He escaped all of the drama at turn one, set a strong pace, built the gap. By the time Jarmesh got into second position, didn't look that likely that the SR Motorsport driver was going to catch him. But now, safety car in this lap. Safety car lap has been just under 2.5 minutes, so we're realistically going to have one lap to go. That's not a lot of time for Jarmesh to get through, but it will feel like an age for Tim Horrell.
I'll tell you what, if the paddock was in a bar fight, you would look at Tim and go, he's very meek and mild. We know Tim. If you've ever spoken to Tim, or if you've ever seen one of his interviews with myself or Izzy, you know that he's so meek and mild, but he would then be the one to cause all of the ruckus. Every time he's in the car, he causes a ruckus. He's so fast, he's so great behind the wheel. And a big part of that, of course, given he is a paraplegic driver, he's got no use for his legs, it's all hand controls. And that is incredible just how much work W&S have done to make that car as good as it can be. And I know that it's been a particular passion project, really, for Daniel Shellhouse, who's developed quite a relationship with Tim Horrell, Daniel being the team boss of W&S Motorsport. And they have worked tirelessly over the last couple of years to get that car where Tim needs it, to control it in conditions just like this. And it was really at last year's GT4 Winter Series where it just started to line up and come together. The car finally felt exactly how Tim wanted it in terms of having those hand controls just set up right. And now we see the fruits of those labours time and time again this year in the GT4 Winter Series. And he has an incredible campaign coming up. And it won't be the only time this year that he's with Hendrik Still in a car, I'll say that much.
Yeah, mightily impressive. And you do forget that he is an Am driver. You forget that he is using hand controls because he is every bit as quick as everyone else. But particularly in these conditions, those hand controls, you need so much finesse on the throttle, the brake, the steering in these conditions. And a lot of drivers who I've spoken to who have experienced racing cars with hand controls said that it's the wet conditions where they struggle the most. But as you said, Tim Horrell clearly at one with that car now, and he will absolutely loves to deliver WNS Motorsport a race win here. Can he do it? He's going to have a lap to defend from Joel Mesh, who has one eye on the championship, knows that what they absolutely can't afford is a penalty or a non-finish damaged car. Is he really going to be on the attack, or will he maybe pull his punches slightly? And does that open the door for Federico Peters and Jürgen Bolton behind? Might only be one lap left, Adam, but it's going to be a fascinating lap.
It really is. I think we're going to have our eyes on stalks here as we get ready to go back to racing. Tim Orrell has the power, has the fate of the field in his hands, and I think he's already gone for it as they come towards turn 16. That looked like he was at full chat, and yes indeed, he has pulled the pin. We are back to racing conditions. You can see the car snaking there through turn 17 as he tries to get the power down on tyres that would have cooled down somewhat. He's got himself a car length or so over Joel Mesh, but Mesh got a great run there out of the final corner and is looming in the mirrors of Horrell as they turn into the first corner for what will be the final time in this race. Bolting there in 4th place, defending from Nicholas Guillaume. Tom Pappenberg there has Bobrovs to think about as the field streamed through the first corner. It looked like they spread pretty well through those last couple of corners. That's advantage everybody, quite frankly, at the sharp end of the order, particularly Tim Horrell. He looks now in quite a comfortable position over Mesh, but it changes corner by corner given the complete difference of car, just about as different philosophies as you can get in terms of these two cars, and of course just a matter of the grip changing, evolving ever more so.
Indeed so, but Tim Horrell finding all of the grip at the moment. Joel Mesh can't get within striking range. Federico Peters ultimately not able to go with him as either. The closest of the battles is between the two other WNS Motorsport Porsches, Jürgen Bolting and Nicolas Guillaume, for 4th position overall. The M-Class leader Bolting and Guillaume behind 3rd of the pros. The leaders though make their way through turn number 10. And around towards the 12, 13, 14, 15 chicane section. Barring a mistake here, Tim Horrell looks as though he's in a really good position. He's not having to defend, he's not having to mirror drive. Probably can't even see Joel Mesh's car through the spray being kicked up by the Porsche. Mesh did have a good run though through that left-hander, didn't he, at 12, so he's closing. Whether he can get close enough awaits to be seen, but Tim Horrell, so far, not putting a foot wrong.
Absolutely right, and in the case of Tim, it's also going to be, I think, his first solo win in the GT4 Winter Series. He did it with Frederik Zabis in the Portimao round of the series, in the endurance race, but in terms of winning on his own, he's about to do so for the first time, and up against talents like Joel Mesh, like Federico Peters, it's again another seal on that super bronze tag that we give him. He runs it deep into the 16th corner of the lap, as one would expect. He powers now out of turn 17, around turn 18, and it will be a 2nd overall win of the season for Tim Horrell as he continues to pursue Pro-Am glory and top results. He's a winner once again in the GT4 Winter Series, and this time he does so solo on the road. Joel Mesh in 2nd place, Federico Peters in 3rd position, and the number 88 car of Jürgen Bolting taking 4th overall and the AM-Class win ahead of Nicolas Guillaume. Ravi Ramid 6th. Bobrovs did get past Tom Pappenberg on the final lap eventually, so Bobrovs recovers to P7 but misses out on what could have been a shot at AM victory. And Thilo Goss, I understand, is actually out there on the circuit, so I think they pushed him back out onto the track in the red Aston Martin, and he is in fact making his way around the final corners now. So I think that we will get, as he crosses the line, yes, a full field crossing the line to finish the race, and that is good to see Thilo Goss back out there, so no damage on that car, which looked to be the case as we looked at that replay of the spin, but visual confirmation that that car is A-OK and will be back racing on Sunday. Of course, he brings 2 cars to these events just in case, but all the same, good to see the number 700 car cross the line to win the club class. But Tim Horrell, who of course missed out on the Valencia round, we didn't see him last time at the circuit Ricardo Tormo. He had other commitments, has come back over from the United States and has immediately showed us once again just how quick he is. A really impressive driver is Tim Horrell. Of course, he's not a driver that's come up through the conventional means of the karting system and then become a GT driver after a tenure in single-seaters. He jumped into this effectively because he was a car enthusiast. He liked the idea of going quickly, and a new avenue of his life began there. Of course, in the early times, it was finding the specific hand control setup that he needed to control the car to the degree that he wanted. And now that that's fully dialed in, thanks to the efforts of W&S Motorsports, I believe Paravan had a handle in that as well. That car looks really quite impressive in the hands of Tim Horrell, who has also shown his potential in the GT4 European Series in a cameo appearance last year. He was also a race winner in Porsche Sports Cup Deutschland as well. Of course, he was our Pro-Am champion last year in the GT4 Winter Series. The top three cars have been put into the wrong place. They're meant to go under the podium, but I think that memo may have been missed. The top three, unfortunately, have been directed into Parc Fermé, so we're going to have to wrangle the drivers down to the podium area. You can see there the rush of mechanics making sure they get to their drivers and indeed their cars. Unfortunately, the top three then out of position. But we will no doubt get them towards the podium as quickly as possible. And hopefully down to Izzy in the pit so we can hear from Tim Horrell, who had another really impressive victory. MotorLand Aragón always throws up surprises in our series, and perhaps not a surprise that Tim Horrell performed quite so well, but with that late safety car, it felt like maybe there could be a late twist in the tail. But Horrell, with an ideal safety car restart, managed it to perfection and claimed his second overall win of the season. A shame, really, that he missed out on the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, because he would more than likely be a fairly serious contender to Charlie Robertson and Ravi Ramyed for the Pro-Am title. It's still not out of the realms of possibility that he can close in, but it will take tricky races from Ramyed and Robertson. Horrell is on 58 points, while Ramyed and Robertson are on 126 prior to this race. Of course, that will have shifted around, but not significantly in the Pro-Am battle, given there's only a couple of cars out there on the circuit in that contention. I think that ultimately Ramyed and Robertson have very nearly clinched that title with 100 points available and a gap probably around 70 between them. There's not much potential to massively outscore within those classes when there are only 2-point intervals between the different results. 20 points for a win if you have a full class, then down to 18, then down to 16. But as it were, I think this weekend it will be, 14 for a win, will it be? I think that is correct. In fact, yes, it will be 14 points for a win. So only a 2-point gain in the championship from Horrell over Ramyed and Robertson. So Ramyed and Robertson are sitting fairly pretty at this point. It would take non-finishes and things of that ilk for that to change. But Tim Horrell focusing forward, of course, on the summer campaigns as well, but wants to finish the GT4 Winter Series on a high, and he's certainly gotten a head start in that regard for today's race. Top 3 cars now appear to be getting pushed to their intended destination underneath the podium, and so we will catch up with those drivers shortly thereafter. Next up out on the circuit, this is our first race of the season for the Prototype Winter Series. So the prototypes will be heading out onto the track for their first 50-minute race of the season. It will be a 50-minute pit stop race, of course, for them. And the pit stop handicaps vary based on the categorizations of the drivers. So all bronze lineups will have a much shorter pit stop than the Pro-Ams and the Pros, although there aren't formally different classes for the different grades of drivers. That's how it works out in reality. Looks like everyone's car is actually being pushed back to their garages, and you can see there Joachim Bulting and Tim Horrell and I think Ravi Ramyid making their way down to the podium. And again, Tim Horrell, as I'm sure we'll hear in this interview with Izzy, he's a very soft-spoken man, a very calm individual, but my word, he can get the elbows out on track and do the business behind the wheel of that Porsche. And on his day, he is very hard to beat in a GT4 car. Seriously impressive each and every time from Horrell. And so in a few moments' time, we will be able to head down to Izzy to catch up with Tim after his first win solo in the GT4 Winter Series. Of course, he won along with Frederick Zabis at Portimao, but it's his first time winning one of the sprint races on his own in the GT4 Winter Series, and going into his summer campaign, that will no doubt give him a lot of excitement for what is going to be his biggest year yet in racing. He's got big GT4 plans ahead, and we can't wait to see what he does from here in the GEDLICH paddock into some of the highest levels of GT4 competition in Europe. And I'm sure everyone at W&S Motorsports will be keen to get into that summer campaign. Of course, they won so many championships last year, titles in 6 international level series, including our GT4 Winter Series. But for now, Tim is with Izzy, so let's go down to chat to our winner.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he wasn't actually with us in Valencia, so what a way to come back with a win. I mean, that was mighty impressive. You must be pleased with that.
Yeah, no, definitely. My team gave me a great car all weekend. Have to thank them, and we're strong in the rain all weekend and have good pace all weekend, so couldn't be more happy with finishing off with a win.
Yeah, there were a couple drivers that actually said to me before the race that this car is strong in the wet. Just how comfortable did it feel?
I mean, I'm not gonna say it was easy, but it was easy because it's just so well balanced, and the team has a great rain setup. So
yeah, you certainly made it look easy out there. When the safety car came out towards the end, did your heart sink a little bit, thinking we're gonna get a one-lap dash, or did you know you had it underneath you?
I kind of know that I had it underneath me. If I just did the consistency I knew I could do and don't miss my braking points, I knew I could bring it home.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations. You did a great job. We'll let you get up to the podium and celebrate it. What a way to come back to the GT4 Winter Series with a win.
Exactly. We missed him in Valencia. Always an exciting driver to watch, and great to see Tim Horrell celebrating a win. Let's take a look back at how he did it in very slippery conditions here at Aragon. The 30-minute race one of the day here on a wet Saturday afternoon in the GT4 Winter Series. Tim Horrell on pole position. Tim Horrell into an early lead. Nicholas Guillaume and Federico Peters had a bit of a collision at the first corner on what was a wet, wild and rather scrappy first lap of the race. We saw there the Nicholas Guillaume on board, showing just how much of a pinball effect that was. And unfortunately, Federico Peters, Alexander Bobrovs, who went from 8th to 2nd, ended up in a spin at just turn 3 of the lap. Meanwhile, Joel Mesh basically did the opposite. He did up and down, but then ended up all the way back up in 3rd place behind Joachim Bolting, who was in 2nd position. And Mesh soon got past Joachim Bolting. Bolting would then find himself behind the 007 or ahead of the 007. But then they switched places as a slide for Joachim Bolting. It looked like the traction control kicked in and saved the slide for him. But then a great dive from Bolting on the 007 car. A bit of a tag between them as well, but certainly would have gone a little bit aggrieved, I'm sure, by both team managers. The 700 Aston Martin, Thilo Goss, lost control heading down to the corkscrew on the downhill braking zone. That triggered a safety car. Not before, though. Another switch of positions between the 007 and the number 88 car. Some really exciting racing between everyone there in that 3rd place cluster. But at the resumption of racing, going on to the final lap, all eyes were on Joel Mesh. Could he get to Tim Horrell? The answer was no. Horrell had the best of it, got a brilliant restart coming out of the safety car period, and sure enough, it was a first overall win on his own as a solo driver in a sprint race in the GT4 Winter Series, his 2nd win of the season after his earlier triumph with Frederick Zabis at Portimao. The first race then of the day for the GT4 Winter Series, and Tim Horrell on top in that one in 2nd position. It was Mesh, of course, for SR Motorsport. The graphics, or rather the live timing screen, has already wiped for me, but there it is on screen. Federico Peters in 3rd place, Joachim Bolting in 4th position, Nicholas Guillaume in 5th place, Ravi Ramyid in 6th, Alexander Bobrovs in 7th place, Tom Pappenberg in 8th, Villicuna 9th, and Thilo Goss winning the club class from 10th overall. Of course, Tim Horrell winning the Pro-Am order as well. Joel Mesh, the first pro driver home, and Joachim Bolting from 4th overall, taking the honours in the AM class as well. A slightly light entry list for the GT4 Winter Series this weekend, with only 10 cars out there on track. We're expecting a high point of the season for entries next time out at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, but proof as always, as we so often get here at Aragon, that you don't need a huge quota of cars to have a fabulous motor race, and that was certainly a very fun race to watch in the GT4 Winter Series. The podiums, of course, are dictated by the classes, but that overall fight always seems to be the point of interest. Very little between our best AMs and our pro talents, our youngsters looking to move up the GT racing ladder. And of course, it's a tricky time of year here for some of the drivers out there. They are looking for the next step. Not all of them know what that next step will be in the summertime. Which championships will they be competing in? And so they are not only racing here in the Winter Series, but discussions will be actively taking place to see where they go next in the summer. And of course, if you perform well here at the back end of the Winter Series season, that could be a good shop window effect as you talk to other teams potentially, or if you are looking at trying to get sponsorship to continue with your existing team into the summer. That is a great way to showcase that you should be in a seat over the course of the summertime. Of course, a lot of our teams will be in the paddock for the GT Summer Series. That will have GT4s and the cars of the GT Winter Series on one grid. So we're expecting a lot of variety and excitement. And of course, there are, beyond the GT3s, the GT4s and the Cup class, also GTX and TCX classes, where you can have some slightly more intriguing, out-of-the-box, perhaps homebrew cars out there on the circuit as well. We like to try and welcome something a little bit different here and there in the GEDLICH Racing paddocks, and potentially we could have some very exciting stuff looking out onto the grid for the GT Summer Series in 2026. Again, keep posted. We've got some very exciting entries to tell you about for the GT Summer Series in the coming weeks before the first round of that season from the 17th to the 19th of April at the Hockenheim Ring. I look forward to being there for that one. And of course, we do have another Winter Series event to come at Barcelona. And boy, let me tell you, there are some very exciting entries that we have to announce yet for that as well. And we can now go to Andy McEwen. He is on the podium with our drivers.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, our GT4 Winter Series first race podium ready to go, and we'll start, as we always do, with the AM category. Second place in AM, Alexander Zbobrowski. Well, what an eventful race he had. Onto the second step of the podium from a spin to, in the end, a pretty solid overall result. It is, though, another win in the wet for our AM class victor, Joachim Balting. Well done. Onto the top step, the Rainmeister back on top form again today. And he shakes the hand of his fellow AM podium finisher and heads to the top step of the podium. Trophies to be handed out by Stefan from GEDLICH and Sergio as well, with Oleg from Pirelli all sharing the podium duties. And Joachim Balting didn't know what to do with his hands then, but does get the race winner's trophy. They gather together on the top step of the podium. The rain mercifully has eased slightly now, and so the drivers a little bit happier to be out here on the podium. As our prototypes start making their way towards the grid, we'll dive in and have a very quick chat with Joachim. Congratulations, tricky conditions there, but you always go well in the wet, don't you? It did look as though you had your hands full on a few occasions, though.
It was a nice race. You have seen it in the middle of the race. It was a little bit too wet. We had a lot of aquaplaning, especially on the back straight. The car spun a little bit, but it works.
It was entertaining to watch. Congratulations, Joachim Balting, the AM class winner in our first GT4 Winter Series race of the weekend. We move on now then to Pro Am, and we start with our third place Pro Am finisher for SR Motorsports, Willi Kühne. Well done. On to the third step of the podium for the Mercedes driver. Second position for Rami Ramid. Well done, back on the podium again for the L'Espace Bienvenue BMW driver. It was, though, a Pro-Am victory for WNS Motorsports' Tim Horrell, who, as always, gets a huge round of applause from the teams down below. Not just the WNS team, it must be said, all of the GT4 teams joining in the podium celebrations. And he is there with a couple of the WNS Motorsport team members as well. What a performance from Tim Horrell. That was a dominant drive. He built up a 7.5 second lead at one point. The safety car robbed him of much of that advantage, but he held on for the final lap of the race and managed to claim not only, of course, the Pro-Am victory, but also the overall race win as well. Photos taken once again then on the MotorLand Aragón podium. We've already heard, of course, from our race winner, who holds the trophy aloft once more. Congratulations then to our Pro-Am podium finishers, and Tim Horrell celebrates the race victory with the WNS Motorsport team. Well done, guys. You can make your way off the podium. The rain's just starting again. Ravi is keen to get inside, and I can't say I blame him. We've got one more podium, of course, to go through, and that is our Pro top three. We'll get to that in just a moment or two, as Tim Horrell is assisted off the podium by the WNS squad, and I wonder what more we're going to see from Tim over the rest of the weekend. Congratulations on the race win. So, podium cleared. Our final set of drivers then to be introduced next, our Pro podium finishers. Third position, another WNS Motorsport Porsche, this one in the hands of Nicolas Guillaume. Congratulations, Nicolas, onto the podium. He eventually will come. I think he's busy chatting backstage. There we go, onto the third step for the WNS Motorsport driver. Second position, though, a driver who was in the thick of all of the action, Federico Peters. Federico pedalled that Aston Martin very well indeed to an overall podium and second place in the Pro class. It is a crucial win, though, in the Pro category for the championship leaders, SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau. Joel Mesh. Joel Mesh gets the race win and heads to the top step of the podium as well. Handshakes with Federico and Nicola, and he celebrates with the winner's trophy, which will be handed over by Sergio from GEDLICH. Stefan here as well with Oleg from Pirelli, handing the trophies out to our Pro top 3. They will gather together. I do want to try and have a really quick chat with Joel Mesh because that was an important class victory. Of course, didn't get the overall win, but in the Pro Championship, there were some valuable points scored by the SR Motorsport driver. So we'll see if we can jump in a second and have a chat with Joel. The rest of you can make your way backstage. Joel, pop down here. Congratulations on the class win. Do you think with a couple more laps you could have got the overall win?
It's quite difficult saying that because, as we know, Tim is a great driver. He's on a great car too, so it would have been very, very difficult.
Difficult situation as well because you've got the championship to think about, but when the opportunity to win a race is presented, you want to go for it, don't you? But how careful did you have to be in that one?
As you've seen in the first corner, very careful. But after in the safety car restart, I was just a bit too far away, so nothing to do for me.
Well, congratulations anyway. A Pro class victory for SR Motorsport. Joel Mesh gets the win, and that concludes our GT4 Winter Series podium, and Enrico Furderer here to join in the celebrations with Joel as well. Prototypes on the grid. We've got the 3-minute board, which might just be enough time to head down and get some thoughts from Izzy Browning.
Yeah, just about enough time to come down to the grid, Andy. We have had the 3-minute board, but just enough time to show you these cars because it is, of course, the first time that the Prototype Winter Series joins us this season. And for us in the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series paddock, the first time that we see the new LMP3s, of course, as well. We have the number 8 that's going to be on pole position, and this is going to be started by Tobias Bill Clausen. Now, if you've seen the Winter Series before, you will know that he was in the GT4 Winter Series with us, so he is familiar to this Winter Series racing paddock, but not so familiar to the LMP3s, and this is quite a baptism of fire, isn't it? I mean, it's not the easiest car to drive in the dry, let alone in the wet, and he will be joined on the front row by the number 49 of Andrew Rackstraw and Michael Hove. Now, Michael actually did compete with us in the Sports Prototype Winter Series just a few weeks ago as well, so coming back into our Winter Series paddock, and he will be joined by reigning Porsche Carrera Cup GB champion Andrew Rackstraw. So that will be an exciting fight on the front row. And then on the second row, well, we have a family affair, the brothers of Emil Hellberg and Linus Hellberg as well. In this team, this is the first step into LMP3s for this team, and it's going to be an exciting race. We can't wait to see what happens, and we will go back to Adam for the race now.
So the Prototype Winter Series is out on the circuit. the LMP3 cars, the Generation 3 LMP3s, powered, of course, by their Toyota-derived Oracle-developed engines. A little bit of a different sound and a different flavour for this season in PTWS, and it's Tobias Bill-Clausen who will start this one from pole position in the BWT Mucker Motorsport Duquesne, the only Duquesne on the grid, and he will be joined on the front row by Michael Hove, the Dane, from second place, the high-class racing entry. And as Izzy alluded to, Andrew Rackstraw to take that car over will keep a firm eye on his progress. Row 2 of the grid is an all-alley racing affair, as Linus and Emil Hellberg take up that second row of the grid in their Ligier JSP 325s. You see there the Ride Store branding on the side of that car, or both cars as a matter of fact, and the team, of course, run by Emil and Linus. They are directors of the team. They are also a team or a pairing behind the ski parallel specialists at Ride Store. We're not quite having snow, but we're having a lot of unmelted snow, I guess, here at MotorLand Aragón this weekend. So let's see how they adapt to the rain in these Ligier JSP 325s, which are brand new to Linus and Emil Hellberg. They have done some prototype racing previously, but not in LMP3 spec machines. So the prototype Winter Series races always have almost an element of a handicap race, if you're familiar with the UK club racing nomenclature, because they have quite significant pit stop handicaps to contend with here. In the case of the Hellberg brothers, Linus and Emil, they both have only 86 seconds to serve during the pit window, which will be from minute 20 to minute 30 of the race. So a minute and 26 seconds for them. As a bronze-silver pairing, Michael Hove and Andrew Rackstraw, they will have 117 seconds, so 1 minute and 57 seconds to spend in the pit. So that's 30 seconds plus lost effectively by default. But then there's the pink machine from BWT Mucker Motorsport, Tobias Bill-Clausen and Mads Kjelder Larsen. They have 148 seconds. That is 2 minutes and 28 seconds worth of pit stop to serve in the middle of this race. So they have over a minute more time to spend in the pit lane than those two Alley Racing Ligiers at the rear of the field, and that could be very interesting because both Hellberg brothers, while they are bronze drivers, they have been known to be very quick drivers in the past as well. Emil and Linus both competed in the Italian Sports Prototypes back in 2023, and the elder brother Emil secured the race win, the championship win in the Italian Sports Prototypes in a Wolf GP08 Thunder. So championship winner in prototypes previously, and I wouldn't mind betting that at least one of those Hellberg brothers may be able to take advantage of the pit window, and they're slightly aided by the fact that the clock is already ticking. We've got 2 formation laps here, but the time is already ticking down, and of course that means less time at full racing speed for the field to expand outward in the early stages, less time for BWT Mucker Motorsport's Clausen and Larsen to overcome their penalties, or rather their handicap in the pit stop window. Tobias Bill-Clausen then, a familiar name from the GT4 Winter Series, as Izzy alluded to on the grid, continued on with BWT Mucker Motorsport in GT4 Germany last year. Prior to that, he was fresh into GT4s. His first GT4 race with us last year was also his first car race point blank, but he's continued on with Mucker in GT4 competition. He's also tested the LMP3s a good few times, and now he's here on pole position in the prototype Winter Series in the Duquesne D09, these V6 powered 3rd generation LMP3s. As for Mads Kjelder Larsen, who is out there, of course, or will be out there in the number 8 Mucker Motorsport car post pit stop window, he's done a little bit of Nordic 4, so he has raced some single seaters, but racing in LMP3 is a fairly new endeavour, an entirely new endeavour for him. So we'll keep an eye on how that one unfolds. Andy, a limited grid, yes, we'd be fools to pretend it's not. However, these races in Prototype Wind Series, as I said just before you came in, always a bit of a handicap race feel to it. The second half of the race, the deck shuffles massively. It can be very hard to read what's going to come next.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when it does happen, it tends to happen quite quickly because, as you said, the picture changes almost by 180 degrees sometimes after the pit stop window is complete, and the timing of that pit stop crucial as well. So yeah, an interesting race ahead, I think. Difficult conditions in these kind of cars as well. They're quite powerful and they can be a bit of a handful to drive, so wouldn't be surprised if we get a mistake or two in the early stages, and that of course could further complicate things later on in the race.
These LMP3 cars have always had fairly rudimentary traction control. I think the third generation cars are slightly better for that, and they need to be now that they're powered by a turbo V6 rather than naturally aspirated V8. We are going to go racing then in the Prototype Winter Series. It will be Muka Motorsport versus High Class Racing versus LA Racing on the run down to the first corner, and it's a bit of a late braking move there. I think that's from Emil Hellberg. The two brothers nearly collide at the first corner, giving Andy McEwen heart palpitations, but look at the 43 go. That's Linus Hellberg, who's having a brilliant start to the race. So it was Linus on the offensive, and Linus up to second place. Tobias Bill-Clausen leads the way then. Meanwhile, Emil Hellberg is getting squeezed out a little bit there by Michael Hove. I think Hove just wants these guys past him at this point so he can focus on his own race. But the two drivers from LA Racing, rather as anticipated, not really losing touch in the first few turns with BWT Muka Motorsport. I really do think those Hellberg brothers, while they are bronze drivers, they came into racing quite late. With that pit stop handicap to consider, I think they're going to be very hard for the BWT Muka team to overcome.
Yeah, I think you might be right. They certainly seem to have confidence in the early goings, don't they, in these conditions? I did have visions for a moment there of three cars ending up in the gravel trap at turn one, which no one would have been happy to see. Thankfully, they got through without contact, though. And yes, I think we have got an intriguing race in prospect here. Linus Hellberg looking really, really racing, but actually Emil closing in on the second place car. Looks at the two teammates for LA Racing, absolutely nose to tail, and only, a second maybe, adrift of the BWT Muka Motorsport car of Tobias Bill-Clausen ahead. Drop downhill then through the chicane at 14 and 15 and look to get a strong exit down the back straight. Is there a move to be had at the hairpin? Maybe not for the lead, but perhaps between the teammates for second.
There could well be, as they run down this straight for the first time. Of course, this V6 Toyota power plant, I think, does give them marginally more top end down these straights now. So these braking zones here into turn 16 even more critical than they have been previously. Of course, there is no carryover here from previous seasons of the Prototype Winter Series. These are all new drivers to this championship. And of course, we must say hello to Danny Sufi, our two-time champion. He's doing great things now over stateside, back closer to his home in Austin, Texas, and having a great time on the scene over there, and I'm sure he'll be tuning in with a little bit of interest. The Emil Hellberg car there running a little bit deep into turn one on the second time by, nothing too worrying. But again, Emil Hellberg and Linus Hellberg in particular, in the 43 car running second place, right there with Tobias Bill-Clausen, keeping him honest here in the early going. And given they only, I think, drove these cars for the first time in November at Paul Ricard, just before Christmas, it's quite impressive stuff.
Very much so. Linus there with a bit of a twitch as he came through turn 3, but he seems to be taking that all in his stride so far, despite the fact that the car is moving around a lot underneath him. 1.2 seconds was the gap at the start of the lap between the top two. According to the timing screen, went out by 9/10 in sector 1, but it looks to have come back down again slightly over the next couple of corners. And certainly the Hellberg siblings, the LA Racing drivers, are pretty evenly matched between themselves. That gap creeps down through the middle sector, as it did, in fairness, on the opening lap of the race as well. battle their way through the spray and the standing water. The rain, by the way, coming down a bit more heavily again just towards the end of that last podium presentation. So I suspect that's continued into the early minutes of this race. Track conditions aren't going to start improving anytime soon.
See, I didn't know it, but I did know it on your face when you came back into the commentary box that things had taken another turn out there. The Hellbergs then in tandem once again coming down the straight. Of course, they won't want to do anything too silly. My understanding is they're going to be doing Prototype Cup Europe over the course of the summer, and that season opener is only a couple of weeks away, so they don't want to do anything too silly before that. And we'll try and fly in formation as best they can. They're pretty familiar with going wheel to wheel with one another, though, it must be said. Of course, last year they were running in Euro Cup 3 of all things, making the rather lateral step, or rather interesting step, of going junior single-seater racing, even though both of them are well, let's say middle age. There's about 10 years, I think, between them. Yeah, they are really quite impressive when it comes to the prototype racing, and I think the goal eventually will be Le Mans, and that, of course, is the case for everyone on this grid. I'm sure Tobias Bill Clausen and Mads Kjelde Larsen have that firmly in their sights as well. A very Scandinavian grid, this, isn't it? We've got two Swedish brothers chasing a young, talented Dane and Tobias Bill Clausen, and then another Dane, Michael Hove, drawing up the rear at the moment, but he will be handing over to Andrew Rackstraw later in the race, and depending on where Andrew inherits the car, that could be very interesting. Of course, last year he managed to secure himself the overall title, the Pro Class title in the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain.
Yes, indeed so. Again, very different prospect here, but British-like conditions, aren't they, it must be said. And that has been, point has been made to me a few times today alone, that this feels very much like England. The difference is this feels like England on a June afternoon rather than this particular time of year. Anyway, battling through the conditions, Clausen maintaining this advantage, 2.5 seconds to Linus Hellberg, who is just getting away from Emil slightly now. One who is struggling is Michael Hove, who is 20 seconds or so behind these three, but they're close enough on pace, as you said, this leading trio, that pit stop is going to, I think, bring an extra bit of spice to this race. It could be a slow burner that becomes really quite fascinating in the final 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, for Clausen, he really needs to get the hammer down, given it's 148 second stop for he and Mads Kjelde Larsen, and 86 only for the Hellbergs. They need quite a significant cushion to work with. They've got another 10 minutes before the window opens, and they have to consider next steps and where they're going to end up in this race. And of course, we can't rule out what Andrew Rackstraw can do as well, as long as Michael Hove can keep it clean and tidy. We saw him in a radical in the sports prototypes back at Portimao on the 6-hour weekend, of course. So he's already had some familiarity, some experience in the GEDLICH Racing paddock over the last month or so. You make the point there in regards to the weather. I remember standing at Silverstone in August, clocking that the weather was exactly the same as Portimao in January last year, which was rather alarming as I looked at the temperature gauges. These two cars look a little bit closer to me. It was just over a second at the line, but I think the leading of the Hellbergs, Linus, went a little bit wide at turn 1, and that's given Emil a slight reprieve, a slight chance to maybe try and challenge. Again, I don't think they're going to want to do anything too silly, but they're here to get some racing in, some wheel-to-wheel action. If it has to be with each other, so be it.
Yes, now, it doesn't really serve them all that well to battle each other, because of course, to our point, they want to stay as close as they can to the leading car, because they will have the advantage in the pit stops, but not 100% sure that's going to be at the forefront of their mind right now. I think there'll be a little bit of pride between the two of them as to who can prove themselves to be the quickest in these conditions, and right now Emil seems to maybe look a bit more confident than Linus. A couple of mistakes creeping in for the second place driver. Again, the back of the car just squirming around as he comes out of turn 12, uphill through 13, a deceptively quick right-hander that, and then the more traditional chicane at 14 and 15, where in the dry they would be using at least a little bit of those inside curbs. In the wet, though, understandably, they are staying well clear of them. Get the power down. Took it to the slipstream if you're Emil Hellberg, and maybe try and make a move on the brakes into turn number 16, but I don't think he's going to be quite close enough.
No, I think it's a bridge too far for the time being, but we'll see how this one evolves. Of course, VW Team Muka Motorsport making their first non-GT4 appearance of the season here with the LMP3 spec Duqueine D09, and that adds a whole other layer to Stefan Muka's weekend, because yes, he's been roped in to drive the Thilo Goss Aston Martin in Mattis Krushkel's absence, but he's also got another car to manage, so he's been given more responsibilities as a team manager, and he's been asked to get behind the wheel. He's more than capable of doing it. Stefan is a prolific multitasker, at least compared to the likes of myself and you, Andy. But he is all the same having quite a stressful weekend. He'll be on the cans guiding Tobias and Mads Kjell Larsen through the weekend as it unfolds and through the race as it unfolds. Here is the high-class racing car then, the number 49 machine. Of course, we saw high-class racing in last year's Prototype Win Series as well. It looks like there's some damage there on the rear right of that car. You can see there the bodywork is slightly askew from the splitter on the rear right there. So whether that was just a legacy of some of the early closeness, or whether there was a slight moment somewhere around the circuit, I can't honestly say.
Yes, he just did his personal best lap, a 2:23.3. It just seemed to be a gradual sort of slide in pace away from the leader, so I don't think he's been off, but potentially bounced over a curve a little bit too hard, and has dislodged the rear bodywork maybe. You can always tell which of our alphalive camera ops are listening to us as well by how quickly they respond to things like that. As soon as you mentioned that damaged bodywork, our camera op at turn 1 was straight on it, and a shout out to our alphalive team who are stuck out there in abysmal conditions. It is not a good day to be a camera operator or a marshal, it must be said as well, and especially at this time of year, to get enough marshals trackside in these conditions that we are able to hold events like this is not always the easiest thing to do. So massive thank you to everyone who is working outdoors. I complain about the 10 minutes I have to spend outside after every race, but that is nothing compared to what many other members of the team here have to endure. Drivers even, although they struggle with the conditions from a handling perspective, they are at least in these cars warm and dry inside. But not everyone here at MotorLand Aragón has the same luxury, so yes, extend a heartfelt thank you to those who are braving the conditions.
Yes, and I have to come clean as well as it pertains to the alphalive crew, because I've caused a hiccup or three this weekend, one of which was being accidentally picking up Luke Austin's keys, who's the director here at alphalive and is involved in the broadcast from a technical perspective. We have the same car, we have the same black Audi A1 this weekend, but they are distinct cars. I saw the keys, I saw it was an Audi A1, I thought it was mine and I put it down. No. And they turned the van upside down to try and find the keys. Sorry.
It's a good job you're not racing for LA Racing, because you could easily get into the wrong car, couldn't you?
I actually could.
That
yeah, that's very
things.
true. It's very true. Yes, it is. If there's a way to get it wrong, I will find it.
That's why we get on so well, Adam. It really is. Yes, these are almost identically liveried cars. Commentator's worst nightmare. I haven't actually... Oh, the wing mirrors are a different colour in fairness. Blue wing mirrors on the 43 car. And we'll see if our next camera op is listening. We'll get a nice close-up of the yellow wing mirrors on the Emil Hellberg car behind. But that, I think, is the only way to truly distinguish between the two of them. And they are remarkably even in pace as well, aren't they? Because it still seems that Emil just can't quite get close enough to strike, but equally not being dropped at all by Linus. They're not massively being dropped by Tobias Bill-Clausen, though. 4 seconds the gap at the start of the lap. It's not enough, is it, Adam?
No, it really isn't, given the nature of the pit handicap system. They need really quite a towering advantage as the pit window comes in, with which we are only 3.5 minutes away, incidentally. But 148 seconds, aka 2 minutes 28 for the leading VW Team Hooker Motorsport car that they have to spend in the pit lane. That is encompassing stationary time and pit in to pit out. And, of course, in the case of Hellberg and Hellberg, it is 1 minute and 26. So that is 1 minute and 2 seconds of difference between them in terms of pit stop handicap, and there's no two ways around it. This gap is not 1 minute and 2 seconds, and it ain't likely to be before they pit.
No, despite Tobias Bill-Clausen putting in the fastest lap of the race there, a 2:16.459, was about 1.3 seconds quicker than these two are going, but that is not enough. 5.2 seconds the gap. Now, of course, the race doesn't end at the pit stops. There's another 20 minutes or so of racing after that, in which that gap could start to come back down again. That's sort of the idea, isn't it? But whether it will come down by a minute or so, or whatever it's going to end up being, is perhaps a little bit doubtful. But in these conditions, you never quite know. Some drivers will take to the conditions more quickly and more confidently than others, and you can see some pretty big swings in performance in lap time. So we shall wait and see. This is exactly what we were saying before there. These are often slow burners. It's after the pit stops when we really get a picture for how the handicap format is going to work, and it does become a bit like a handicap race, really, where it all tends to get quite close in the final few minutes.
Yeah, indeed, and of course Mads Kjelder Larsen will be the X factor in this as well. What kind of performance can he put forward for us in the race once he takes over from Tobias Bill-Clausen? Certainly he's going to have to find a fair lick of speed given the performance of the Hellbergs in this one. Some outsized driving, I would say, from the Hellbergs versus their bronze categorization in this race so far, and they're keen to kind of make a statement that, you know, they can get themselves, or they are at a level where they can race at the top levels of LMP3 with a view to then going up into perhaps LMP2, certainly Le Mans in some capacity, climb the ACO ladder, as it were, this being an ACO licensed series. And so good results, positive results, and timesheets that tell a good story will all help LA Racing on their quest up the food chain in prototype racing. Of course, Michael Hove in the high-class racing car, he's also kind of taken a hike up the food chain with this appearance in the LMP3. We saw him in the Radical in the Sports Prototype Winter Series, and prior to that he was racing in Ligier Endurance Racing, the Ligier France Cup it was, and that's in a JS2R, which is really more of a light GT car than a prototype, but he had a good time out there and got some good results in, and is now looking to make his way up the ladder as well. And it's a bit of an in vogue thing at the moment, isn't it? Prototype racing, sports car racing, the ACO ladder in particular, really going through not a renaissance but a resurgence at the moment compared to certainly at the highest levels a few years ago.
And that's the fascinating thing about sports car racing really these days, because it does seem to appeal to all drivers, either professional drivers who are wanting to make a living out of this, or AM drivers who just want to have a taste of racing at some of the biggest sports car endurance races in the world. And I think it's why we see all levels of sports car racing really looking strong at the moment. Remarkable, isn't it, how many professional single-seater drivers, for example, are now making the choice much earlier in their career than would traditionally have been the case to sidestep over into prototype racing. There is a career to be made there, and it's got so many more eyeballs on it now than it had perhaps a decade or so ago, but it's well worth making that move. So yeah, nice to see the success of the hypercar class in the World Endurance Championship and beyond having a big part to play in that. But it's nice to see the effect it's having not only amongst the pros, but then also that there are opportunities such as in LMP3 racing to go and take on some of the big racetracks in the world, regardless of your level of experience.
So then, pit window is now open, and Michael Hove has jumped into the pits at the very first opportunity. So Andrew Rackstraw will take over and should still be on the lead lap once all things work out, although the Hellbergs may just lap him when you consider the small length of the pit stop. I think just about remaining on the lead lap will be Andrew Rackstraw. Of course, if you're someone like Rackstraw, you are going to be hoping that there's some reason that there's a safety car or something like that to compact the field back in once the pit window is closed. Incidentally, if there is an incident during the window, typically you get a full course yellow as opposed to a safety car. That's written into the regulations, and that is, of course, to preserve the, I guess you could say, sanctity of the pit window system. Looks like we've got one of the Hellbergs in, but not both. No, both cars now into the pit lane, so the LA Racing team will welcome their cars into the pits very shortly. They are behind the high-class crew. In fact, no, there they are, just going past, so they are just slightly ahead of them on the garage allocation. So the two LA Racing cars make their way to their box. Meanwhile, Andrew Rackstraw will be shortly launching the LMP3 out onto the road. In fact, is now exiting to get the car out there once again. And Rackstraw's lap times I'm going to be watching with interest, because I think Prototype's a fairly new endeavour, but he's done junior single-seaters in his native South Africa. He did some Formula Ford running. I imagine you probably commentated on him in Formula Ford quite a few times, actually, Andy.
Yes, name rings a bell. I want to say he entered the Formula Ford Festival
yes.
at some point. I'm pretty sure that's where I would have come across him. And yeah, that's, well, we do say that's the perfect way to go and learn your racing and racecraft, car control, etc. They have a little bit less grip, I would suspect, than an LMP3 car. So in theory, if you can drive one of those things well, then you can jump in one of these and do just as well. Out goes the 48 car. That was the Emil Hellberg car. And then the 43 behind. So yeah, that's the order in which they came in. They had the same length pit stop, did they? Those
yes.
two? Yes, that's right. So that gap should, in theory, be more or less as it was. Of course, we know the car that is going to lose out is the number 8 BWT Booker Motorsport car when it eventually comes in to make its mandatory pit stop.
Of course, what we did see there as well was Rackstraw exiting the pit lane before the Hellbergs, which means he is still on the lead lap, which could prove to be critical if there is a safety car or something of that nature later in the race. It looks to me like the gap between the Hellbergs is extended actually just before the pit stop, so I wonder if perhaps Linus made a bit of a mistake somewhere on the couple of laps prior to the pit window that we didn't see, because certainly the gap was larger coming in and has remained about as large as they exit. Here comes Tobias Bill-Clausen in then for what will be a 148-second pit stop, and Mads Kjell Larsen will do today's Wordle before heading off to get the car back out on the circuit. Where will he be? Will he even be behind Rackstraw? I'm not quite sure it'll be that catastrophic, but he's going to have his work cut out for him, is Kjell Larsen, to try and get this win back.
Yes, this is where things start to get very interesting. There's plenty of time for a little debrief between drivers whilst they prepare the cockpit for the next stint. What are they doing in there? Is there a seat insert going in, possibly?
Yeah, there was one out.
Yes.
In Clausen's hands, quite a sizable one at that, so I think there's a bit of a build difference there, although it didn't look it to me, the eyeball test, but of course racing seats are a very fine thing. They're pretty narrow gauge, as it were, and if there is even a slight difference in terms of waist size or just body composition, you do have to have an insert. There's no real way for two people of vastly different shapes to share a seat, and of course we've saw that during the 6 hour. I think Carrie Schreiner had quite a significant seat insert, as did Tegan Poles in particular. In fact, with Daniel Drexel's height, yeah, very much so. Interesting how that one worked, actually, on reflection. The Duquesne, then, will head out shortly onto the circuit. Now, where are the Hellbergs? The answer is just coming across the line. So, just coming down to the first corner now are your top two, as it now is in the race. And I tell you what, Linus has put the hammer down. I think he gained about 3 or 4 seconds there on that lap alone. Was that the hammer going down, or was that Emil making an error? I'm not quite sure.
It was a slow middle sector for Emil. He dropped about 6 seconds in the middle sector, so there's been a drama there. I don't know whether we can pick up a replay of that if it was caught, but there has been something gone on for Emil Hellberg, because in the final sector, he was 3/10 quicker than Linus. So it was a moment. Finally, slithering out of the pit lane is the BWT car. The alley cars are where? They are approaching turn 7. Yes, turn 7. So third of a lap in front, maybe, just under. Well, just over a third, maybe. It's a sizable margin, but we'll have to wait to see just what pace is in that BWT car. Of course, that's had a driver change, whereas the Hellbergs have stayed at the wheel of their LA Racing cars, respectively, which incidentally have started to separate themselves again to the eye.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, how there's a bit of an ebb and flow there. They were pretty much in lockstep through the first minutes of the race, and then they've seemingly found their respective strengths and weaknesses around the circuit. Rackstraw comes across the line now, and I think actually that Larson will probably be around turn 6, turn 7 right now, so they're almost equidistant in 3 packs now, a bit of a Tour de France feel to it, but I'm not convinced the peloton is going to catch the breakaway at the front.
No, you might be right, especially given the pace Emil Hellberg has found on this lap. A personal best first sector and outright fastest middle sector. So this car here could be a couple of corners away from setting a new fastest lap on the race. I would say to the eye as well, it's brightened up slightly, and I don't think there's quite as much standing water now. So maybe track conditions starting to come to the drivers as well. And Emil Hellberg, I think, is about to put in a pretty impressive lap. Current best lap is a 2:16.4 set by the BWT car, of course, in the first part of the race, by Bill Clausen. That is a 15.4, so a full second quicker than that for Emil Hellberg. And the gap back to his teammate all of a sudden is back out to 6 seconds, just like that.
Yeah, the ebbs and flows of the LA Racing pairing, the brothers, Emil and Linus Hellberg. I feel like these guys must be adrenaline junkies. Anyone who runs snowboard and ski apparel companies and then decides to go motor racing, there's a common denominator there, and that's speed and the need for a helmet. So we'll see how far they go on this journey of thrill seeking. But the Hellbergs putting in a good showing right now. We'll see what the gap is now between them in just a few moments, because Mads Kjelder Larsen should be due across the line in just a few seconds. In fact, I can hear him now, yep, coming out of the final corner. And the gap is, well, 44 seconds to Linus Hellberg and 50 seconds to the lead. That is a mighty ask on the form we saw prior to the pit stops, and ask beyond reality, but it's going to depend on how the Hellbergs remain consistent. It's also going to depend on what Mads can do versus Tobias Bill-Clausen earlier on. And another point of interest is the fact that Andrew Rackstraw is just now coming out of the final corner, and he is only going to be about 30 seconds behind the BWT Muka car. Yeah, 31.6. So Rackstraw, if he really gets a mosey on, and I am asking a lot of him, but it's not impossible that we see him on the podium.
He just did a 2:15.8, which was that car's best lap of the race. That's not a huge surprise. It was about half a second slower, 4/10 actually slower than the fastest lap set by Emil Hellberg. So decent pace that for Rackstraw. He's just a long way back, as the timing tower in the top left corner of the screen tells us. But they'll have one eye firmly trained on the timing screen, I think, for the remaining 20 minutes plus one lap of this race. Because I think there's a chance that some of these gaps are now going to start creeping down. The lead gap going out again on this lap, though, quite significantly, actually. About 1.8 seconds gained already on this lap for Emil Hellberg. Of course, the advantage for the LA Racing drivers is that they already know what the conditions are like, whereas Mads and Andrew, they're spending the first few laps figuring that out, because, yes, they've done wet running this weekend, but there isn't one standard wetness, is there? You know, the track could be damp, it could be greasy, it could be absolutely soaked, and the grip levels will change quite a bit, whereas when the track's dry, and it's pretty much the same across all sessions. So it will take a few minutes for even drivers like Mads and Andrew to really wrap their head around that, and in the meantime, that gap just keeps going up.
It does, and here is Rackstraw then. What's his first couple of splits looking like? Well, he was purple by half a second through the first sector split. He'll just come across the sector 2 beam here, coming onto the long back straight, and again purple, and 1.7 seconds quicker than Linus Hellberg in that sector. I think over a second quicker than Emil as well. To your point, Andy, he's taken the first couple of laps to figure out what's going on underneath him, and now the afterburners are firmly lit.
Yes, this is going to be a really good lap. I mean, he was 3/4 of a second quicker than the leader in sector 1 alone on this lap. Now, the lead perhaps is going to be a step too far for him to get, but could he get onto the podium here in the remaining 20 minutes of racing? You can see he's pushing on, slides through the final couple of corners in a manner in which these cars aren't designed to be driven, really. A 2:14.8, so that was a second and a half quicker than the leader, but much more importantly, it was nearly 4 seconds quicker than Mads Kjelde Larsen ahead of him. So 28 seconds the gap, 4 seconds a lap quicker if you can keep that going, of course. It's going to be touch and go, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's going to be a very hard ask still, but we might well have him towards the rear of the Booker Motorsport car at the end of the race. I think for Kjelde Larsen, any chance of closing in on the Hellbergs is, if not completely gone, very rapidly departing. He was actually the slowest of the top three on that previous lap. The Hellbergs again veering into the territory of being a little bit bronze plus, if you will, given their Euro Cup 3 experience and things like that. It feels like a weird thing to have done, to go Euro Cup 3 racing and then decide we want to focus towards Le Mans, but of course, if you're up against competition at the level that you get in a junior single-seater series, particularly a pan-European one, you're going to learn, you're going to pick things up almost just by osmosis, sat there watching what's going on ahead of you and behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's all about experience, isn't it? And you don't have to be in the car to be gaining experience. Just, as you said, surrounding yourself in that environment can be hugely beneficial. But yeah, they have massively impressed me in this first prototype Winter Series race of the weekend. That much is for sure. Andrew Rackstraw continues to push on, had a big slide out of turn 10 and cost him a tiny bit of time maybe. That wasn't actually a personal best middle sector. The first sector was. In fact, it was fastest of anybody. If he can keep taking 4 seconds a lap out of Mads Kjelde Larsen, he could just get there. He would need, I reckon, 7 laps to get there. Well, they had 18 minutes plus a lap, so that's what, 20 minutes of racing to go at the time of the calculation. So that is almost going to be enough. It depends a bit on when the leader crosses the line, of course, as to when the time runs out. But he's got half a chance as long as he can keep this pace going. And, of course, he's banking on Mads not getting faster. Well, Mads is getting faster. His last lap was a 2:17.3. The lap before had been in the 18s. Another fast lap, in fact a new fastest lap there for Rackstraw, 14.6, but to my point, only 2.5 seconds quicker that time as Larsen starts to warm to the challenge.
Yeah, oh goodness me, watching Rackstraw dance this car around is immensely entertaining to watch. Of course, we do have an onboard with him as well, so maybe we can get some looks at inside at quite the battle he's having with the car at the moment. Of course, it's always the challenge with a carbon tub prototype that you simply can't really make them soft enough for these conditions. They're never going to comply in this condition, because even if the springs, the dampers, everything is set to its softest possible amount, it's still a lot less roly-poly and compliant than a GT car will be.
Don't you come at me with the technical terms, Adam. That's
roly-poly.
I've heard that in the garages, I'm sure, up and down the pit lane this weekend as they've been working on their suspension settings.
And they call them jam setups.
Oh, very good. Yes, no, fair point though. These things are always very snappy, and yeah, they are a proper handful. Look to see Rackstraw at work behind the wheel. We're enjoying seeing it from outside the car though, as the thing twitches around. Even brave enough to use the curb there through turn 12. But, really starting to ask some questions of his Ligier, which is heading towards the final part of the lap and another purple first sector, 35.5. That was nearly a second gain, and a 58.7 sector 2. That's by far the quickest anyone's been through sector 2, so still finding time.
Yes, indeed, and still trying to get to grips with it as well, and clearly is doing so on a lap-by-lap basis. I think maybe the conditions have marginally improved across the race distance as well, which is why we're seeing the times shuffle downward a little bit from all parties. Personal best final sector there from Larsen, and in fact, of course, that will mean the best in the car as well, which I think rather supports my suggestion that the conditions fractionally have improved out there. So that was a 2:16.5 last time by for Larsen, and a 2:14.0, so another 2.5 seconds taken out there by Rackstraw. It's not, I think, quite enough at this rate of gain of only 2.5 seconds, but it's pretty unilateral.
Yes, and if he can get close enough that Mads can see him in the mirrors, then that starts to apply more pressure, although seeing anything out of the mirrors is a challenge in these conditions. These reasonably high downforce cars chuck out a lot of spray from behind them in this weather, and not a lot for Mads to see from behind him. It drops down through the right-left at turns 8 and 9. He certainly can't see anyone in front or behind him at this point. He is 43 seconds adrift of Linus Hellberg. He's 12 seconds behind brother Emil, who continues to lead the race pretty healthily now. 14 laps completed, and the Alley Racing pair about to come through to make that 15 laps, and it's personal best, in fact, for Emil Hellberg. As I say that, at 2:15.354, again, further supporting the idea that the track conditions are improving. In fact, that was the fastest final sector of anyone, even quicker than anything Andrew Rackstraw's had to offer.
Yeah, that's quite an impressive feat there from Emil Hellberg. He is the brother that won the Italian Sports Prototypes a couple of years ago in a Wolf GB08 Thunder. Of course, I think markedly different circuits for the most part than MotorLand Aragón. This is their first time at this track. No, I think it was in the Euro Cup calendar, wasn't it? So I think they have a little bit of mileage here as well, which will help them some way to working out the car. But yeah, the Alley Racing team with these new machines to contend with for 2026, and right now signs pointing in all the right directions. Of course, these third generation LMP3s, while they do run a different motor, it was still possible for some of the cars, or for all of the cars, to be converted from Gen 2 to Gen 3. I think you'd probably end up with a fairly sizable box of spares if you tried to make it, but a lot of new chassis were, of course, built upon the new regulation cycle. It was possible, though, to make that switch over. And in the case of the Duqueine, of course, the first generation LMP3 was actually a Norma, and then they moved over to Duqueine branding for the second gen car. These third gen LMP3s, I think it's the biggest shift the category has seen, with that change of power plant, with the move from naturally aspirated to turbocharged. As we know, as we see when the GT3s perhaps have a similar thing, think Z4 to M6, it was the same kind of thing with the BMW GT3 cars. It's a huge ask for your customers, for the drivers as individuals, to get to grips with that quite different style of managing initial torque out of corners and things like that.
Yes, absolutely so. Of course, that particular example of a complete change in car anyway, but yes, the regs have to develop and have to move on, and that's the decision that's been taken, and hopefully it proves to be a popular one moving forward. 3 of the 4 cars, by the way, did personal best laps last time by, so again, adding further evidence to the suggestion that track conditions are the best they've been, and in fact it was another personal best that time for Emil Hellberg, who's now 17 seconds clear. That gap's doubled in about 3 laps between the 2 Alley Racing cars. Then it is Mads Kjelde Larsen, who we've been following for the last lap or so, putting in personal best sectors here and there. On the previous lap, lost 2.7 seconds to Andrew Rackstraw, who's on course for another fastest lap this time by big twitch into the hairpin, and that is going to be a costly moment for Larsen. Just snatched the rear brakes there, either caught a wet patch or maybe touched a white line. I didn't quite see what started that, but that could easily have changed the destiny of this third place battle.
Too many of those moments, and yes, absolutely it will. I think we'll be down around 13, 14 seconds, maybe even slightly less than that this time by in terms of the gap. Rackstraw comes across the line now. Some lateral movement there coming through the final corner, but had it well in his hands. 16 seconds actually, so yes, 4 seconds lost, but not quite the gain that I thought he might have in that moment. So the 49 car still a fair lick behind, but we've got 9 minutes and 24 seconds plus an additional lap. That could work out at about a dozen minutes of racing still to go. That's not out of the realms of possibility.
No, and that moment for Larsen proves that he is pushing. He's really pushing, and so he's feeling the pressure a little bit. And Andrew Rackstraw, if he can get the team can give word of that to him, that will give him a little bit of confidence. He is certainly using lots of the curbs on the exits of the corners, goes well beyond the edge of the track there through turn 7. That was a mistake rather than a choice in racing line. So both of them are sort of on the edge of disaster here, aren't they? It could come down to who makes the most costly mistake in these closing stages. Sliding down through turns 8 and 9. And has that cost Rackstraw? Well, he was, 1.6 seconds quicker than Mads in the first sector alone. So I think Larson might have had a moment somewhere as well in the last few seconds.
Okay, so the conditions maybe are, well, they're not deteriorating, because again, the laps are still getting quicker, but I think sometimes over the course of a stint in weather like this, you're more inclined to try and use the curbs. We've seen that out of Rackstraw in particular, and sometimes that can bite one in the hindquarters.
Yes, which he very nearly did on a couple of occasions on this lap for him, but he's still continuing to go quickly. 1.1 second gained in the middle sector, so that is 2.7 seconds already, and that's before the final part of the lap, where of course Larson made the mistake a lap ago, so you'd imagine Mads might be a little more circumspect in the braking zone here at turn number 16. Rackstraw tied, he doesn't go for the apex, but you never would in these conditions. Middle of the road approach, gets the power down nicely through 17 and into the final turn at 18 in the dry, flat out in the wet, not quite, although still carrying real speed through that uphill left-hander. Lap time comparison, it's a personal best in the end for Larson, 15.9. Again, 2.5 seconds or so gain. The gap is 13 seconds.
Okay, time ticking away. If Larson had a one and done. Oh dear, the yellow flag at turn 10. I don't think that'll be Larson. I think that could be one of the Hellbergs. It's the leading car. Emil Hellberg has come to a halt out of the turn number 10. And that looks rather like a Control-Alt-Delete in progress with the lights off. That car must have some sort of electrical alternator flavoured issue, one would suspect. And that hands the lead over to Linus Hellberg. And, well, potentially, will it just be a yellow flag, or will there be a compacting of the field?
Well, we'll wait and see. The yellows are still showing, so yet the car hasn't got moving. There goes Larson, so that's second place gone. And Andrew Rackstraw might be on the podium yet. It could be the second step of the podium before the race is over. There is Andrew Rackstraw through turn 10. Still very much a yellow flag zone.
We can absolutely tell that there's some work being done on the dash. You can see the driver working on it for one. The lights are off. You can also see on the timing screen, suddenly this car listed 10 laps down. He's doing a full-on Control-Alt-Delete. He just briefly turned on the emergency lights, but that's not going to help him in this situation. He's down to 4th position then as a result of that. And any chance of a race victory seems well off the agenda at this point. Linus Hellberg then assumes the race lead and will assume a race lead of about 35 seconds, I think, all told, maybe a bit less than that. And, well, not the circumstances in which he would have liked to have led. I'm sure LA Racing were hoping for a 1-2, but Linus will take it, ultimately.
Yes, absolutely. And you've got to be in it to win it, as the saying goes. Linus hasn't made a mistake. The car, touch wood, has run faultlessly. If it is a mechanical issue for the sister car, then I'm sure Linus will be hoping against hope that the same fate doesn't befall the number 43. But doesn't look as though that 48 car is going to get going, does it? It's been stationary there now for nearly a full lap. Adam, I suspect, has just spotted what I'd seen on the timing screen. Andrew Rackstraw, I think, has now been given the real hurry up because he's on the podium, and there could actually be a second place in the offing.
Yeah, exactly right. 2:12.826 last time, 10.4 seconds now the gap. It would appear that we're covering this with local yellows at the moment. So they've done a full lap since that car was abandoned. I think still working away at the I almost said desktop. I do mean dashboard. will be Emil Hellberg. But yeah, I think Rackstraw right at the end of this race could be there looming large. I think it will very much depend on how much of a lap and a bit that Linus Hellberg has to do once the clock hits 0. If the clock hits 0 at, say, turn 2, that effectively means 2 more laps of racing. It's going to depend, I think, a lot on the positioning of the remaining LA Racing car.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. If he keeps on taking sort of 3.5 seconds a lap out of Larson, then he would need 3 3 and a bit laps realistically to get there, wouldn't he? So that might be a bit of an ask. Well, I don't know, Leader is further around the lap, isn't he, than Mads, who we're following now. Leader will be going towards the end of the lap now as we go safety car.
Huh.
Safety car is scrambled, so they've obviously...
No, graphic, full course yellow.
Full course yellow, apologies, right, so full course yellow, not a safety car, but even so, the pace now slows down. This is not good news for Rackstraw. He needed every second of green flag running. There he is, look, he can see Mads Kjelde Larsen. Larsen will be able to see him now in his rearview mirror, but there's nothing for the foreseeable future that Rackstraw can do about bridging that gap.
Agonising run down this straight, I'm sure, for Rackstraw. Now looking at that car, frankly dawdling up ahead, as he is forced to as well. And the Marshal's now moving at the 48 car to position of safety. Actually quite convenient there that there is a service road to sort things out, although it may delay some of our photographers and videographers back to the back to the paddock if there's a car parked there, because really isn't room to go too wide in those service roads, I can tell you that for free. So the car already behind the barriers would suggest to me that we should be back to full speed very soon. Of course, Andrew Rackstraw will be on as we go back to green now, but he will be slightly cost here in the fact that there's now going to be slightly less time where he was actively gaining with that controlled speed.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't anticipate... Oh, it still came down by 3.5 seconds, the gap that time. So he still did pretty well out of that. And hopefully he wasn't a bit too late on the full course yellow speed limiter button, because that could lead to a penalty if that was the case. But anyway, for now, 7.5 seconds the gap, 2 minutes plus a lap to go. The leader will be somewhere around turns 8 and 9, I would imagine. So 2 more laps after this, I reckon. 2.5 laps for Rackstraw to chase. It's still going to be touch and go. I think he'll get there, and it's then a case of whether he can put enough pressure on Mads Kjelde Larsen that a mistake perhaps opens the door.
I think he'll get there at turns 14 and 15 leading onto the back straight, quite frankly, with how things are stacking up at the moment. Can Rackstraw salvage a second place here for high-class racing at the corkscrew they are at the moment, turning downhill and clattering across the curbs and well beyond them, as is the parlance, as is the style here, particularly among the Formula drivers, it must be said. But Linus Hellberg, meanwhile, at the front of the field, is just about to come across the line in the next few moments, I believe, so we'll get a feel as to quite how much it will be the penultimate lap either way as he comes across the line shortly. Does so now as we do begin the penultimate lap of the race. 2 to go for Hellberg and Larsen, and for Larsen and Rackstraw in this battle. And I think Rackstraw can at the very least get there. It's whether he can then get around that I think is the question.
Well, gained 1.3 seconds in Sector 1, another 3/4 of a second Sector 2. Needs a bit more than that, though.
Car number 43, full course yellow procedure noted. That's our race leader. That is Linus Hellberg. Well, there is going to be another hurry-up call, I think, from high-class racing. If the full course yellow procedure is being noted on the car that leads, once all things come out in the wash, potentially this could be Larsen and Rackstraw for what becomes the lead. Of course, it's early to say that, but whenever something is cut and dry as full course yellows are noted, it can point in a troubling direction.
All depends what, if any, that penalty there is that's handed out to Hellberg, because he's 50 seconds cleared here, 59.3 seconds clear at the front of the field. It would have to be a pretty hefty penalty, wouldn't it? 4.7 seconds, though, separates second and third places, and we are on the penultimate lap still, aren't we? So there is definitely time here for Andrew Rackstraw to get within striking range. The pace over the last few laps would tell us that by this point in a lap's time they should be about together, so that would give him half a lap or so to try and make the move. But of course it will be the second half of the lap, and that is what includes the best overtaking opportunity at turn 16, so this is definitely still on.
Yeah, definitely still on. I fully agree with you on that front. Linus Hellberg, I think, will be just hoping the car stays underneath him. Of course, he's watched his brother Emil's car come to a halt, and the more you ask the electronics to do, I think the more precarious it becomes. So full course yellows and going through those cycles will not help. P3s have always been a bit sketchy when it comes to their control electronics, sometimes, especially on firing up and powering down. We've seen many a pit stop not resolve, never conclude because of that. And but that may not be the case in this instance, of course, because of the weather. It could be something quite different that stopped Emil Hellberg, but all the same, the result was final, and for Linus, it's a little bit of anxiety on top of the chip on his shoulder. So let's see how much closer we're going to be this time. You see the lights being flashed, wasn't it, by Rackstraw as well? Yes, I think he knows you're there. I'm sure he's getting updates. We'll start the final lap then for these two this time by the leader already on the final lap. That gap, Andy, I think it's going to be under 4 seconds. I'd expect somewhere in the lower 3s.
Yes, first sector 7/10 gain, second sector half a second. So actually, to be fair to Mads Kjelde Larsen, he's responded here with a personal best lap, a 2:14.8, only 1.3 seconds slower than Andrew Rackstraw. So 3.3 seconds the gap, and all of a sudden, Mads Kjelde Larsen has found something when he absolutely needed to. In fact, he was about 1.4 seconds quicker than the leader last time with Mads Kjelde Larsen, so really being given the hurry up. I think the flashing of the lights from Andrew Rackstraw was perhaps had the opposite effect of what he hoped. I think it's spurred Mads on, and that might mean now that the PWT Motorsport car is just out of range.
Yeah, that one's going to be, I think, unfolding in the final corners of this lap if he can get there, Andrew Rackstraw. To your point, Mads Kjelde Larsen looks like he means business. Meanwhile, for LA Racing, it's their first time competing as a prototype team. When the Hellberg brothers did Italian sports prototypes together, it wasn't under the LA Racing banner, so it's their first prototype race, and it is going to be 3 corners more willing, a first win on their first attempt, and it's going to come from Linus Hellberg, whose pace wasn't quite as prolific as Emil's during that last phase of the race, or that second phase of the race post pit stop. Unfortunately, with Emil pulled over now behind the barriers, it is going to go to Linus Hellberg. For LA Racing, it is a successful debut in P3 racing and in the Prototype Winter Series. Linus Hellberg takes it. The question is, what about Kjelde Larsen and Rackstraw? They'll be making their way through turn 14, 15 or so onto the back straight at the moment. There they are, indeed, onto the back straight. And I think that Larsen has found that little bit of extra pace he needed over the course of the last couple of laps. He's not going to be caught by Andrew Rackstraw here. Of course, again, that procedure was noted for full course yellow on the 43, with it not being under investigation and simply noted. I suspect maybe the Hellbergs will be okay, or that Linus Hellberg will be okay once that is all decided upon and looked into. But of course, a big gap between himself and this car that will come across the line, finish second. Mads Kjelde Larsen for BWT Motorsport. He comes home in P2. And Andrew Rackstraw for High Class Racing rounds out the finishers in third overall. He and Michael Hove will visit the podium, not quite in the manner that they were hoping for. They were rather hoping to fight it out with Mooker Motorsport at the end there for that third step of the podium. But of course, Emil Hellberg's technical issue rather putting paid to that. But, meaning that all the finishers get a podium gong. 43 car rushing back to pit lane. Linus Hellberg, his first LMP3 competitive outing, has claimed the big trophy. LA Racing squad, I'm sure, will celebrate that one before they go to do it all again on Sunday here in the Prototype Winter Series. Swedish brothers, with their eyes set on a LMP3 focused season, with the long-term goal being the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I think very scarcely, if ever, have they shared a car. It'll be interesting to see if further down their journey they do start to partner up rather than race each other. But certainly the philosophy appears to be compete against one another first and foremost. And for Linus Hellberg, he has come out on top, perhaps not in the manner he would have hoped for, given the circumstances with Emil and his car pulling up with an issue. But all the same, a victory is a victory. And ultimately, once he inherited the lead, it was an easy victory. And he does look pretty happy with that one, all things told. And why wouldn't you be? Faced with a mighty challenge, these weather conditions. Not easy for even the most experienced of drivers in their cars, and really in all three cases, for Linus Hellberg, for Kjeld Larsen, for Rackstraw, all three in fairly new parameters here, dealing with new challenges in these P3s, and all of them have done a fantastic job. But it will be LA Racing and Hellberg on top. And Andrew Rackstraw, the reigning Carrera Cup GB champion, seemingly adapting his wares to prototype competition very readily indeed. It was an exciting name to see on the entry list for this weekend. And of course, he will take the start in the second race tomorrow, so he'll be looking to dash off into an overall lead and try and build an advantage for Michael Hove. Kjeld Larsen and Tobias Clausen. There's a fairly balanced pairing. It'll be Larsen hoping to perform to try and hand over to Clausen in a good position. Izzy is with Linus Hellberg down under the podium.
I am indeed with our first winner in the Prototype Winter Series this season. Linus, congratulations. I mean, tricky conditions for a first race out there, and especially given that this car is very new to the team.
Yeah, exactly. It was super difficult. It was just all about surviving and finishing the race, basically.
Yeah, and unfortunate for your brother that he wasn't able to finish the race. I'm sure both cars, well, the team obviously would have wanted both cars to finish. For you, though, being a solo driver, of course, it meant that you were in for the entire race. How did the conditions change across the course of the race? Because it seemed like in the last 20 minutes, just sort of got a bit more settled for you.
Yeah, I started to improving a bit, and also when you're alone, it helps a lot. If you're following another car, it's really difficult with the spray.
Yeah, and then obviously another race tomorrow. Do you think that we can maybe repeat this and also have both cars here at the end?
Yeah, let's try for a 1-2 for Ally. That would be nice.
Congratulations, go up to the podium and enjoy it. Our first winner in the Prototype Winter Series.
Well, there we go. Linus Hellberg happy with that one. We saw him punching the air, getting out of the car. He will have a wry smile on the podium, I'm sure. The Prototype Winter Series has opened up its book for 2026. And a fairly dramatic one, as always, here at MotorLand. The conditions had their part to play as well. Let's take a look back at the highlights then of that race. It was a fairly claustrophobic start to this among the two Ally Racing drivers. It was Linus Hellberg there, in fact Emil Hellberg, sorry, to the inside of Linus in the early stages, and then around the outside he went of the high-class racing entry. The two LA cars moving up the field in the early stages. Meanwhile, the 49 car carrying a little bit of damage, seemingly, in the first into the race with Michael Hove, but that would not hold up Andrew Rackstraw, who took the car over and immediately started setting purple sectors, or at least after a couple of laps of getting embedded in the car. would start setting purple sectors. The Hellbergs pitted in tandem, and not shortly thereafter, or not too long thereafter, the Muka Motorsport car that was leading would pit. And of course, being a silver lineup, they had a much longer stop than those two LA Racing cars. So the Hellbergs ended up 1-2 going into the second phase of the race. It was looking like a fairly easy win for Emil Hellberg throughout this second stint of the race, but with just a few minutes left on the clock, the second, or the leading of the LA Racing Ligier JSP 325s would pull up, would have an issue out there on the circuit, and that would be unfortunately the end of Emil Hellberg's prospect of winning the race. He wouldn't even see the flag. Mads Kjell Larsen made a couple of errors trying to keep Andrew Rackstraw at bay. Rackstraw was closing in quite rapidly, and this was at the moment of disaster for Emil Hellberg. The car just seemingly dying completely there. You can already see as it's rolling there, no power to speak of at all, electrical or motor. And a half spin there for Mads Kjell Larsen as well, just a couple of laps from home, but he would hold on to second place. Rackstraw would take third, and Linus Hellberg would cross the line to win the first Prototype Winter Series race of 2026, and he did so by some 44 seconds, taking advantage of the pit stop handicap to retain a nice, comfortable margin of victory in the first prototype race for LA Racing. As I alluded to, 44 seconds the margin for Linus Hellberg over Mads Kjell Larsen. A much less comfortable affair for Larsen, who only had 3 seconds over Andrew Rackstraw by the end of it all. Andrew Rackstraw putting in a mighty effort in his stint, and I'm very interested to see what he can do from the start of the race tomorrow here at MotorLand Aragón. Emil Hellberg unfortunately classified 5 laps down after the car came to a halt. He'll be hoping to prove that he can fight for the win, possibly even take that win next time in the second race of the weekend. So the podium festivities will get underway shortly. Andy McEwen is in position, and the drivers will be making their way along in short order. In fact, I understand they're ready to go now. So let's go down to Andy and hand out the trophies.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, Prototype Winter Series drivers gathered behind the podium, so let's get them out here to celebrate at the end of that entertaining first race of the weekend. Third position, we start with High Class Racing's Michael Hove and Andrew Rackstraw. Well done, guys. Third step of the podium for them. Andrew was charging towards the leaders in the closing stages. Second position goes the way of Mads Kjell Larsen and Tobias Bill Clausen. Well done. Second step for the BWT Muka Motorsport squad. They just about held on, but only by a couple of seconds at the flag. The win, though, goes to LA Racing. Only one of their cars making it to the flag, but they were still able to claim the race victory thanks to the race winner, Linus Hellberg. And the Swede heads to the top step of the podium then, celebrating with the LA team down below. He is in position. The trophies can be handed out by assorted members of the GEDLICH Racing team, and handshakes all around. We've got Robin, Stefan and Jan from GEDLICH Racing on hand to present the trophies at the end of what was a fascinating Prototype Winter Series race, and Andrew Rackstraw in particular, very pleased with that. Photos to be taken, and then I think we've got time to dive in and have a chat with a couple of our Prototype Winter Series races. We've already heard from our race winner, of course, but I might try and see what the BWT and High Class Racing pairings made of that race, because in ever-evolving conditions, it was a proper sort of handicap race, as these Prototype Winter Series races often tend to be, with gaps coming down in the closing stages, and kept us entertained throughout the 50-minute duration. Photos then, I think, are taken down below. I'm going to have a word with a few of the drivers. Do you want to pop down here, everyone? And we'll start with our third place team, then High Class Racing. Pop downstairs. Andrew, start with you. You were in for the closing stages of the race, and oh so nearly got second place. Another lap, you could have been there.
Could have, but that's racing. Well done to everyone on the podium. They all did a great job, but it's Michael's first race, so my first race with the team and in LMP3, so both of us are quite new to this all, but I think he's done a great job. Obviously, these are conditions really hard for bronze drivers, especially when every lap it's changing. So, but I've gone along with Michael well, and I look forward to a full season racing with him and high class.
And Michael, you had really the more difficult conditions at the start. It was so wet and so important to keep the car on the track so that Andrew had something to fight for later.
Yeah, that was in fact my only job, to keep it on the track, and that's what I delivered. Not fast laps, but hopefully for better conditions tomorrow, I'll be able to progress. Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations. Third place then for high class now at BWT. Mads and Tobias. Mads, we'll start with you. You obviously were really feeling the pressure there in the closing stages, and you must have been quite grateful for that full course yellow. It gave you a moment to catch your breath.
Yeah, it was pretty nice with the full course yellow to been hold behind for the last few laps.
But then obviously still had to defend in the last few laps, and so easy to make a mistake, isn't it, in those conditions? Because, as Andrew said, they were changing every lap.
Yeah, it was really, we got quicker in almost the last couple of laps, and I was quite busy looking at the rear camera.
And Tobias, you were watching on from in the garage. How nervous were you in the closing stages?
I mean, for me, yeah, it got a bit too close at the end, I think. So yeah, we were all jumping a little bit around, but yeah, we knew we had it.
Well, congratulations. Second position then for you guys, and Linus, a race victory. Again, you were in for the whole race though, and that meant it was a different story for you. You at least were able to adapt to the conditions over the full race, and after the pit stops that seemed to benefit.
Yeah, for sure. In the first stint was really difficult to follow the guys to my right, because the spray was so much. So yeah, I had to build a bit of gap, and then after the stop I was alone, and yeah, that made it a lot easier.
Well, congratulations, guys. A really great display in difficult conditions. Congratulations to our Prototype Winter Series podium finishers then at the end of what was an entertaining first race of the weekend. They will take their trophies back to the paddock to continue the celebrations. We, though, turn our attention next to our final race of the day. It is the GT Winter Series cars up next.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
Shifting focus then to the GT Winter Series. Faced with an all too familiar sight of a rather damp racetrack in the offing. They will be running in a couple of minutes' time to head out towards the grid, where they'll be met by Izzy Browning. And it's not just the race to talk about here, of course, it is the championship. The top three in the overall standings, separated by just 6 points. Your de facto points leaders, since PT Sports by Up To Race are not here, is Kenneth Heyer and Jamo Hertling. They are on 132 points. Meanwhile, tied in second place, Igor Klyer of PTT Racing, alongside Simon Orange and Marcus Clutton. They're both on 126 points, just 6 back from the de facto points lead. So some intrigue to be had there, and some intrigue to be had in terms of the entries that join us for this weekend. One of them is an additional Lamborghini from the Autosport Racing squad. It's a GT3 spec car with some slightly different brakes on it. Therefore, it's running in the GTX class, since it's not quite to the BOP's homologation. And one of the drivers in it for this weekend is someone we know very well. Milos Pavlovic is in the car. As always, we are welcomed by Milos Pavlovic in this paddock, but Milos, you're in a slightly different set of circumstances this time, with another driver you're familiar with. Alessio Ruffini's not here, so you're in a GT3 spec Lamborghini with Mikael Fischbaum. You guys have had a lot of success together. Talk us about the journey with Mikael so far.
Well, Michael is my, let's say, first gentleman driver that I've been working with since 2017, and we raced a lot in Super Trofeo. But now we have, you know, a different task, a new car to learn for him. So it's taken, you know, a bit of time, and it's going well, you know. So the journey is long ahead of us, and this is the beginning.
Yeah, and it's been really exciting to see you guys. You won a championship in Italian GT together a couple of years ago. Obviously, you've done GT Open appearances, Italian GT appearances together. But first time here in the GT Win Series. And while the car is in GTX, of course, you'll be matching up against the GT3s, I'm sure. Is it the same as normal for you, just doing the endurance race at the end?
Well, for me, yeah, I'll be always just coaching. That's the main thing I'm doing. And then, you know, I'm going to have a lot of fun in the last part of the 50-minute race, and hopefully still on a lead lap, and hopefully with a safety car close to the others, and so able to have some fun, and we'll see. But yeah, I'm here for Michael and trying to make him improve and have a good time.
And between Alessio and Michael, you've developed talents under the ASR umbrella, previously the Benaldi umbrella, quite a lot. Talk to me about the relationship with the team, because you're very common in these cockpits.
Well, yeah, we date all the way back to 2014. Yeah. They kind of saved my life because I was out of racing. And we won the Super Trofeo back then. And ever since then, you know, they helped me find people, also through the Lamborghini. I'm working for Lamborghini. And then we brought up a lot of gentleman drivers, like Michael, like Alessio, like Peter, and others. So we work together, we are a family, and we are a happy family. And whoever works with us usually comes back, so it's a great achievement.
Well, it's always a joy to see you racing one of the bulls from Bologna. We're very much looking forward to seeing how you and Mikael perform this weekend, and good luck on track.
Thank you very much, we'll do our best, we promise.
To Milos Pavlovic. We spoke to him on Friday. He'll be sharing the car this weekend with Michael Fischbaum. Fischbaum starting from 11th place on the grid in the number 18 Autosport Racing Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2, and great to see Milos here. Alessio Ruffini, his regular co-driver, is not here in his Huracan Super Trofeo for this weekend, but he will be back next week in MotorLand Aragón. We're expecting a very big grid, at Barcelona. I did say at MotorLand, didn't I? At Barcelona next week, we will have a very big grid in excess of 30 cars by the sounds of it, all going well. So that will be a great watch, and Alessio will be deep in the field, but he will be driving solo actually next week. Milos Pavlovic will be once again in that GT3 spec car for next weekend as well. So at the front of the field in this one, Antonelli Motorsport back in the GT Winter Series for the first time since, well, MotorLand Aragón last year. New driver at the helm though, Guy Albag, driving this one solo. Of course, we're familiar with him from the Formula Winter Series in years gone by. In fact, well, last year gone by. And it is going to be an interesting situation, I think, in this race as the conditions will slightly improve. You can see there's some tyres going on to SR. Of course, yes, they will all be staying on wets in this weather. It's nowhere near a dry track. And there is another car pulling up quite late, that being the GEDLICH Racing Audi, a car that, of course, we saw at Portimao earlier this year with Arunas Kachowskis. Let's go to Izzy because she's there with the front row and the rest of the grid.
Well, welcome back down to the grid for the final race of the day, the first race of the weekend for the GT Winter Series. And there's a really intriguing championship battle that is heating up between SR's Kenneth Heyer and Jomo Hetling, and of course Orange Racing's Simon Orange and Marcus Klassen. But we do have a new pole sitter, and that is going to be the number 64 of Guy Albag. Now, if you were with us last year for the Formula Winter Series, you may recognise that name because he indeed raced with us in the Formula Winter Series before, but now back on this grid in a GT3 this time. We will see what he can do. He will be alongside the number 71. Arunas was with us in Portimao for the first round, was a very, very quick car. But back again this weekend, and we will see what he can do in MotorLand. But I do kind of want to go and speak to some of our championship protagonists, shall we say, and that will be Kenneth Heyer on P4. Now, he is 3 places ahead of championship rival of Simon Orange, so it's going to be a really intriguing battle as to whether he can hold them off. I am going to try and jump in, grab someone's attention. Can I jump in and grab a word with Kenneth? No one's around, so I'm going to do it anyway. Well, Kenneth, I mean, this is getting spicy, isn't it, between you and Orange? You're 3 places ahead of your closest rival in the championship. You've been in this position before, though, in the Winter Series. How much confidence do you have right now?
Confidence is the problem. Let's see what the other guys will do on the start, so want to survive the first lap without any incident, and yeah, have a straight fight with him, but not over-effing it. So we will see. It will be a good race. The conditions are now constant, so the conditions are constant, and we know what happens. So I'm confident.
Do you play it a bit safer then, given the situation, and try and stay out of trouble? Because the guys around you, they aren't fighting for the championship, so they can take a bit more risk.
Yeah, for sure they can go more risk, but yeah, at the end we also want to be on the podium or win the race, so I will give my best, but with a little bit of synthesis in how to act in the fights, and yeah, I do that so often, so I will not go any big risks.
Absolutely, best of luck, have fun out there. I will close the door for them. Thank you very much, guys. Right, we will continue back. I did want to try and get down to Orange Racing and get their thoughts as well. How much time do I have? I've got 3 minutes to do so. We're gonna walk swiftly. We're gonna walk as quickly as we possibly can and hope that we get there in time, because here is the number 67, and I can see Marcus just opening the door now. I'm gonna grab a word and jump in. Well, we've just spoken to Kenneth, who obviously is your nearest rival in the championship. He's saying he needs to play it a little bit safe. What's the mindset for you guys?
Well, yeah, you've got to be a little bit safe when it's this wet, but no, we have got to advance, and we've got to try and beat Kenneth. So that's the goal. Try and keep it on the track and try and get ahead.
How tricky were the conditions on the way to the grid? Is it still looking pretty wet out there?
Yeah, it's very wet and very slippy, so yeah, first job, keep it on the track. Second job, try and make some progress.
Best of luck, have fun out there. Right, I will get out of the way of the door. We will continue back though, because that is the last of our GT3s as we continue back to the Cup classes. And we don't always get a chance to show you these Cup classes, but I wanted to come back anyway to show you the number 7 of Eagle Clier. Now, they came into this weekend on tied points with Orange Racing, but of course the way the points system works, fewer cars in this class, meaning that of course Orange Racing and the SR team are going to have the chance to score more points, and that will make this fight intriguing. Let's see what happens.
So then, the first race of the weekend in the GT Winter Series is not far away in the slightest. Antonelli Motorsports' Guy Albag will be taking the lead on the formation lap here, and he'll be looking to do so once they're 2x2 as well. Arūnas Kachowskis lining up on the front row alongside him for Utah Racing in the Audi R8 SGT3 Evo 2. Severin Mazur, third position for Sender Racing Team. It's their first time running the Evo 2 spec Lamborghini Huracan GT3. They've had it in the truck all along, but now they've wheeled it out for its first time racing. Kenneth Heyer, fourth position on the grid. He'll be looking to get some points on the board, of course, looking to retain and or extend that overall point advantage in the championship. Finn Zulauf, he will be one to watch. Keep an eye on the Liquid Moly Team Engstler Lamborghini from P5. He is joined by Przemysław Bienkowski on row 3 of the grid in the PTT Racing Team Mercedes. Simon Orange, we heard from him down there on the grid, 7th on the grid for this one. He will have his eyes locked forward on the green and black Mercedes. That is his target. Peter Matic for the Autosport Racing Team. He's 8th on the grid. The Cup 4 Lamborghini, of course, rather prodigious in a straight line. And there's 1.2 kilometers of straight to contend with. Ditto, Ronaldo Giacomo in the Rosso Corsa car, although I believe that name should be inversed. Giacomo Ronaldo, I believe it's supposed to be. Igor Klyer in 10th position. And then row 6 of the grid, it will be Michael Fischbaum in the GTX entered Autosport Racing Lamborghini. And then KC King at the rear of the pack for Nascent Racing, or Nascent Racing, I should say. Nascent Racing car, the number 4 machine, Porsche 992 Cup, one of 2 cars, of course, running in Cup 2. Igor Klyer will be keen to have a sweep of the victories, at the very least, in the Cup 2 class, to try and keep himself in that overall championship consideration as well.
Indeed so. A fascinating championship situation that we have there. The championship actually led overall by Alexei Kikareshko, but he is not here this weekend, so he will lose that championship lead, in theory, over the course of this weekend's 3 races. Second in the championship, Kenneth Heyer and Gemma Herling for SR Motorsport. They are 6 points clear of Igor Klyer, who races in the PTT Racing Team machine, and then Igor tied on points with Simon Orange and Marcus Clutton. So if you take Kikareshko out of the equation, which we sort of have to, he's not going to score any points this weekend, obviously. It is 6 points covering 3 teams with 6 races to go. So it really is nip and tuck here. A reminder, if you're new to GT Winter Series, you score points based upon your individual class finishing position. It differs slightly from GT4, where I believe there are both class and an overall championship table, whereas here it is all based upon your class finishing position. There are more points up for grabs if there are more cars in your class, so that slightly comes into play. There generally are more GT3 cars than anything else out there. So for SR Motorsport and Orange Racing by JMH, they are both in the GT3 class. They've got more competition, but they've got more points that they potentially could take home with them. With 6 points, that is next to nothing when you throw in unpredictable conditions like these. 6 races to settle it. It could go any one of 3 ways.
Yes, it could, and certainly for Simon Orange, he will be very keen to do well here at this circuit because of... and that's Przemysław Bienkowski having a moment. So Bienkowski proving just how treacherous it is out there on these big, wide-tyred GT cars. Plenty of room to aquaplane or lose traction. But to the point on Simon Orange, he'll be keen to do well here because of one fun little statistic, and that is that he's the GT3 lap record holder here at MotorLand Aragón, a result of running in a very nice dry race 2 here last year. And to his credit, he was faster than I think the likes of Moritz Viskirchen in that race as well. He did a very good job on that day. And the net result of it, of course, is that, well, now there's expectations on his shoulders. Show us what you can do in the wet, Mr. Orange.
And I have seen Simon go pretty well in the wet in British GT races in the past. So, yeah, don't count him out. Starting a little out of position, aren't they? 7th on the grid, further back than you would expect that McLaren to be. But I'm sure Simon will be... eyeing up some moves forward in the early stages. It is that kind of track, isn't it? We've seen it in all of the races so far today, particularly on the opening lap of the race. You really can make good progress. If you put yourself on the inside and everyone else sort of skates out wide into a corner, you can easily pick up 3 or 4 positions in one go, and that's something that Simon Orange will definitely be hoping to do. So the title contenders then, the green and black Mercedes, that is the essentially championship leading car in the hands of Kenneth Hire, starting 4th on the grid, I should say. Blue and orange Mercedes of Simon Orange, of course, we've already documented, and then the white and red Porsche, the number 7 car, starting 10th on the grid, Igor Klyer. It's all about where they all end up within their class positions, particularly the more heavily populated GT3s. A fascinating racing prospect here, I think, and it's crunch time in the championship. If you want to win, you've got to try and get your elbows out and make a result happen.
Yes, indeed. It's 2 by 2 then. Clock already ticking. It'll be around 26.5 minutes of action for these big GT cars in the GT Winter Series. Guy Albag on pole position. Arūnas Kachowskis alongside him. For Albag, this isn't entirely new territory. He's won in GT races before. Can he do it here in the GT Winter Series? He's certainly got himself a good launch. We're underway, we are racing, and it is the Mercedes from Antonelli Motorsport in the lead. The Yuta Racing Audi side by side there with Severin Mazur going through turn 1. I think Kachowskis could have it. Yes, he does. Remains in second place. Already under threat is Kenneth Hire. Here comes Finn Zulauf. Zulauf is a very handy driver. He's a driver that we've seen, of course, in GT3 Lamborghinis before. In fact, with the GT Masters campaign last year. Przemysław Bienkowski under pressure Simon Orange into a spin with Przemysław Bienkowski. 2 into 1 did not go, and Simon has a lot more work to do now.
Oh, I'd love to get another look at that. I couldn't quite tell, really, who was to blame. Oh, Bienkowski nearly gets the car beached in the gravel as well. Look at this for the race lead, though. Kachowskis looking to the inside of Guy Albag, down the hill through 8 and 9. Guy Albag cannot get away yet in that Mercedes, and the Yuta Racing Audi is all over him as they head towards the turns 12 and 13 section. In fact, wide goes Albag. He slides over the curb, and this is Kachowskis' opportunity, side by side. Thinking halfway around the opening lap. It is Audi versus Mercedes, and it's Audi to the front of the field, or is it? They're both a bit scrappy, and this could well bring Severin Mazur into play as well. Indeed, it has done.
Yeah, I think Albag there was trying to do the cut back there and try and get himself around the outside at turn 13, but it wasn't to be. Very deep into turn 14. That will make his angle of attack worse for turn 15 and maybe slightly compromise his run onto the long back straight. Indeed, look at Kachowskis, has maybe 3-4 car lengths already. We ride on board with Guy Albag there. I think there was a little bit of an adjustment as he ran down towards turn 16, but where is the Lamborghini in relation? It's tucked right behind him. Severin Mazur with the Evo 2 Lamborghini, very late on the brakes. Is it too late on the brakes? Yes, it is. He goes straight on, and Guy Albag continues on into second place. Mazur will continue in third. Kenneth Hire still working hard to keep Finn Zulauf at bay for 4th position.
Yes, but Hire 4th, that's 4th in class. Of course, Simon Orange will be 7th and last in class. So from a championship perspective, that is an absolute disaster. Igor Klyer, of course, does have some Cup 2 competition in the same shape of the KC King, but should be good for a class win there. Hire wide at 1, and that opens the door for Finn Zulauf. Is the Lamborghini through? It is, and just ahead of them, Guy Albag was sideways again over the exit curve at 2. A lot of them really flirting with disaster in these conditions as they try and find out exactly how much grip they've got to play with. It is Arūnas Kachowskis, though, that leads at the end of the opening lap. 1.7 seconds the margin. Back to Guy Albag, then Mazur, then Zulauf now, of course, into 4th, and then Kenneth Hire in 5th position. So in fairness, not a huge amount of damage being done as it stands in the championship after that spin for Simon Orange. The question now is whether he can get back on terms with the GT3 cars by the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a tall order. And, well, Zulauf into P4. I don't think he's done yet by any stretch of the imagination. Quite the combination that Liqui Moly Team Exeter have in that car this weekend. Felix Hirziger, the reigning Matteo Pirelli champion in Ferrari Challenge Europe as well. He is going to be in that car for race number 2. I think we're in for a little bit of a treat watching that progress unfold. You see there the leading Cup cars making their way through shot. There is Igor Klyer and there is Simon Orange. Of course, those two are tied on points. where they are relative to each other doesn't matter in the overall standing, since the points are set by class, but all the same, it may actually help Igor Klyer if he can keep Simon Orange behind him for a while, because he can't then take points away by moving up past the GT3 field. I don't think Igor is going to think in terms quite so unsporting, and sure enough, allows the recovering McLaren GT3 through into what is 8th overall. He's got a couple of more Cup cars to go, and then he will be continuing on and hopefully getting into this kind of thing, but he's got a long way to go to close up on this podium battle.
Yes, which is really starting to ignite now. The second of the Lamborghinis is definitely the quicker of the two. Zulauf is on the tail now of Severin Mazur. That was an outright fastest final sector as well. There goes Simon Orange, who is, as you said, ahead of Igor Klyer. Klyer, though, really in the best position of any of the title contenders, because he's leading his class. Okay, he'll score fewer points because it's a class of 2 as opposed to a class of 7 in GT3, but he is at least winning in his class, something that neither Kenneth Hire or Simon Orange can say they're doing. Only one car, as we've documented, that being Ronaldo Giacomo's Rosso Corsa Ferrari. And as these two Lamborghinis battle, of course... Oh, well, I was about to mention the Cup 4 car. Sorry, no, it's not Cup 4. I beg your pardon, that's the 18, isn't it, that's gone around. That's the GTX Autosport car of Michael Fishbaum pointing the wrong way. Hard to tell exactly where that is.
That is approaching the final corner, I think. Yellow flags at turn 17,
yes.
So that would track. And now just going to get the car back around. 3-point turn, maybe. It's difficult to find reverse on a GT3 car, but he'll do his darndest to get the car cleared and get it underway. The good sign for us, of course, is that we saw that the car still has power. Kachowskis, meanwhile, has a lot of power, clearly, because he's 3.8 seconds clear at the line, probably over 4 seconds clear now of Guy Albag. Let's not forget, Kachowskis is a driver. He's a bronze-rated driver, but he's been coached and developed brilliantly by the team at Utah Racing. Jonas Gelsen is chief among those working to make him a better driver. And, well, proof is in the pudding as he strides away in the lead now. Albag second, Mazur third, and Finn Zulauf challenging for fourth. Certainly not a bad measuring stick for Severin Mazur, especially now that they're on identically spec cars.
Michael Fishbaum, by the way, did get going again, which is good news, so there's no need for yellow flags or worse, a safety car period for that car to be recovered. Severin Mazur, again, adventurous under braking, and then sort of moved back over to the racing line, forcing Zulauf onto the outside curve on the entrance to the corner, but actually he nearly converted that into an overtake in the end. Down through the final corner they head, and still they stay in the same order. Kachowskis then 6.2 seconds clear, 2:12.697 was his lap time. No one else really getting anywhere near that, to mid 2:14, mid to high 14s, and the next best lap times. Here's the pair of Lamborghinis on your screen who are setting those times. Again, Guy Albag runs wide over the curb. Turn 2, and Mazur is off now. Mazur with a wobble as he turned into 3. What was that all about? That almost looked as though he had a tyre going down, but no, all of the Pirelli rubber seems to be inflated, but that loses him third position. Zulauf goes through, and that was really important because I think Zulauf was quicker than Mazur, but maybe not quick enough to make an easy overtake. In the end, it was made easy for him with the mistake for the black Lamborghini, and the Sendon Racing Team driver loses a position. There went the leader. It's a long wait, isn't it, for Albag and Zulauf to arrive. Dropping ever further behind now, Mazur. Kenneth Hire sort of lonely in 5th. Petar Matic 6th is the only Cup 4 runner. Giacomo got one solo entry in 7th position ahead of Simon Orange. Simon Orange's pace 2:15, so doubly frustrating really. It's comparable to cars running inside the top 5, but he is running the best part of half a minute behind them.
Yeah, that's going to be rather frustrating, but of course made his own bed, or at least it looked like he made his own bed. It was kind of hard to tell whether it was really on he or Premislav, but certainly they met in the middle there as they went side by side through turn 4. The net result was all the same, trying to win it on the first lap to an extent, and there's always a risk of contact. Finn Zulauf in the slipstream then on Guy Albag, having already dispatched Severin Mazur. He's trying to make it two over the course of a lap. He was a bit later on the brakes initially, but then I think lifted out of the brakes a little bit, and now is through. I thought that the traction would be better there for Guy Albag on the outside. I dare suggest he thought so as well, but no. Finn Zulauf up into second place, and goodness me, that was getting a little bit leery underneath him at turn 18.
I don't think Guy Albag's got an abundance of traction anywhere right now. The rear end of that Mercedes AMG really fishtailing around. He's got Severin Mazur to the inside, and he just couldn't commit to the corner there. Albag runs very wide in the Antonelli Motorsport Mercedes, bounces over the curb, and somehow through all of that is still ahead of Severin Mazur. But every time he tries to do anything really, brake, steer, accelerate, the back of the Mercedes seems to try and swap ends on him, and that cannot be a comfortable or enjoyable experience.
So then the gap between Kachowskis and Finn Zulauf is only 8.6 seconds. That is a fairly significant gap, so maybe only is not the word, but Finn Zulauf is a very quick driver, and I'm going to keep an eye on those sector splits to see what he can do. In fact, in the first sector, Kachowskis was actually faster, but we'll see how that unfolds as we continue on. Severin Mazur is looking really feisty here up against Guy Albag. I get the impression that Albag's car isn't doing all the things he wants it to do.
He's doing a lot of things he doesn't want it to do, I would say. Case in point, again, just can't keep the rear end in check, and Severin Mazur now sees a good opportunity to get to the inside into turn number 12, and I think he will go through. Well, maybe not. Guy Albag is desperately late on the brakes. They bang doors on corner exit, and that's damaged the Mercedes. I think that might have blown a tyre. Oh, no, it's broken suspension, I think, on the left rear corner. The wheel is loose, and that is, unfortunately, the end of the road for Guy Albag. If he was struggling with rear grip before, he certainly will be now. But that was just a really unfortunate bit of side-to-side contact. These GT3 cars, Adam, are so bulletproof these days. They can withstand generally a fair amount of contact, but wheel to wheel like that, and that's when things can break.
And my hope is that once the field has gone past him, he moves forward to where there is quite a significant amount of tarmac that he can drive well out of the way behind the barriers even, and then we don't need a safety car there, because it does look like the car can at least move forward. So let's hope that Guy Albag cleans up his own hazard, as it were. We'll keep an eye on that one. Fastest final sector of all, last time by, belonging to Finn Zulauf. However, across the lap, Kachowskis was still quicker.
Yeah, but Finn is getting to grips with that car. He's not been in clean air very much in this race. In fact, yes, I think that was his first lap, wasn't it, in fully clean air. He might yet be able to go even quicker than that before the race is run. There is the Rosso Corsa Ferrari, the 296 Challenge car that leads in Cup 1. Ronaldo Giacomo at the wheel. No competition in that category, unfortunately, but he's running a very solid 6th place overall. Next car behind him, though, is Simon Orange, who is lapping about a second a lap quicker than him. Of course, Simon now into 5th position in class with the demise of Albag and the spin for Biankowski earlier on. That's 5th position now for Orange. Only 1 position in class behind Kenneth Heyer. So as far as damage limitation goes, that is pretty decent.
Full course yellow out on the circuit, and that is because of Guy Albag's car. So evidently not able to move it to a position of safety on his own, but only a full course yellow. I tell you who won't be pleased about that. Simon Orange. He'd like a safety car, wouldn't he?
Yes, although we did have a full course yellow in a race earlier on that became a safety car, didn't we?
That is a point, and it's the same situation where the field was just about to approach the stricken car. So if we do get a safety car, that really is quids in for Simon.
Yes, he's got 2 cars between himself and Kenneth Heyer that he will have to overtake, but he should be able to do that. And as far as their relative lap times are concerned, Kenneth's best lap of 14.7, Simon of 14.9, so very comparable. If he could get to Kenneth Heyer, then he could give him a bit of a race, I think.
I reckon he could find a few tenths if he needs to once he sees the Merc's rear end. We'll keep an eye on that then, see whether we do end up going from full course yellow to safety car, whether it just remains an FCY. We're looking a bit wide there, riding on board with Severin Mazur, clattering over the curb on the exit of turn 15. Was talking earlier on to Kevin Morocca, who to call him just the driver coach down there at Sendham Racing Team would be wildly understating it. He's in charge of just about everything. He's the team manager, he's the driver coach. He's got a very capable but quite small team there with him. And as he said, starting from zero all over again. Coming into this event because they switched from the Evo 1 over to the Evo 2 spec Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Safety car has now been declared, so we are going to bunch the field together. We are going to bring Simon Orange back into proceedings, and that is going to be a very compelling race moving forward, as will the race at the front, because Finn Zulauf will be brought in right within range of the race leader, although there is lap traffic between the two, I will note. Michael Fischbaum is between Kachowskis and Zulauf.
Yes, but it will still be less than a 7.5 second gap, won't it? So that's still a net win for Zulauf, who, by the way, just before the full course yellow was called, went 8/10 quicker than Kachowskis in the first sector on the previous lap, and that was not full course yellow effective. That came out when they were in sector 2, so there's definitely pace in that Liquid Moly Team Exler Lamborghini, and I think that Finn Zulauf, as long as he hasn't taken too much out of the tyres, we did see him running well offline down the back straight a moment or two ago to find the wet stuff, try and cool his wet Pirelli tyres down, but he is going to be on a mission when we go racing again. Just the one car, as you said, between himself and the race leader, and potentially a pace advantage lying with the Lamborghini.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be an interesting one. Of course, there shouldn't be too much between them in a straight line. BOP does what it does, and sometimes that takes power away or adds weight or things of that nature. But they are the same or very similar 5.2 litre V10 engines in the top two cars in this race, top three cars in this race, as a matter of fact. Of course, Kenneth Heyer will be hoping that he doesn't come under too much threat from Petar Matic and Ronaldo Giacomo just behind, coming down towards the first corner, because again, we know how quick those cars are in a straight line. It is quite a small straight down to the first corner, but still, if Kachowskis stalls us on the way to the safety car restart, that could be a lively threat for Kenneth Heyer.
Yes, exactly, and that could well play into the hands of Simon Orange behind him. So Simon, with those two cars to get past, will certainly be keen to see the SR Motorsport Mercedes get delayed in something. We'll see how that all pans out. Hopefully it won't be too much longer before the safety car can be brought in. Maybe one more lap after this one. We'll see in a moment whether the Mercedes has been recovered or not. It was stopped just out of shot to the left-hand side of screen, so as we pan round we'll see what the situation's like. Recovery vehicle on the exit of turn 13, the teams are being told, but is it still on the exit of turn 13? Yes, it is. So one more lap behind the safety car. Away trudges Guy Albag. Nearly slipped on the top of the Armco barrier, but yeah, that's a shame really. He was clearly struggling with the handling of that car, but was still on course potentially for a podium finish, and really unfortunate bit of contact that perhaps 7 out of 10 times wouldn't have done any damage. On this occasion his luck ran out a little.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. It's all about the angle of impact, isn't it? And on that occasion it was a fairly hefty hit to the Mercedes, and testament to the Lamborghini that Severin Mazur remained uninhibited by that one. So 3 Lamborghinis in a row there, but the car that's second in the queue is Michael Fischbaum in the Autosport Racing entry. The German racer has run with Milos Pavlovic, we heard from earlier on, for quite a few years. Actually, in previous times in the Italian GT Championship, they have won accolades together. The 2022 Italian GT Cup Pro-Am title went to them in 2022, and they've since paired in Italian GT and GT Open in this GT3 car. But still very much new to him, the GT3, and it's a process of learning. And again, slightly different brakes from that Lamborghini homologated the car with. That is why it's in GTX, but I think from all other aspects it is running the right restrictors and the like, so it should be of roughly the same level of performance. I'm sure once Milos is in the car we'll know if they aren't running the restrictor for the endurance race, because we know how quick Milos Pavlovic can be, of course. He was saying, of course, earlier on in that interview that he's somewhat hoping that there's a safety car in the latter half of the pit stop race so he can scythe up to the field and do some damage in the overall order. The safety car is in this lap, so Arūnas Kachowskis will be taking the control, taking the reins of the field once again in about 3/4 of a lap's time. The Utah Racing team, that number 71 Audi R8 LLS GT3 Evo 2 will be leading the way, and I suspect, certainly if I was Arūnas Kachowskis, I would be pulling the pin as soon as possible to try and get what could well end up being 2, 3, maybe more seconds over Finn Zulauf with that car between them.
I think that's absolutely the right call, isn't it? Go early, go maybe before turn 16 even, and just use those final 3 corners to gap the car behind, because Zulauf cannot overtake it before the line.
And I should say, while we're under safety car, a big thank you to PTT Racing, as well as I think some of the hands down at both Michelin and Pirelli, who of course are both here supplying the prototype series and then the GTs, the GT4s, and the formulas in the case of Pirelli, because the safety car arrived to the circuit. It was driven by one Stefan Lerner, if you're interested, the championship coordinator for a lot of these series, but it arrived with quite a damaged tyre, we believe owing to a pothole, and so the combined forces of PTT, Michelin and Pirelli working together to make sure that the safety car had all 4 wheels on its wagon without any present threat of a tyre lamination on the safety car, which would be a new thing in motorsport, but not necessarily something we wanted to see. But thank you in all seriousness to everyone who pitched in to make that happen. I understand that the Michelin guys specifically ordered a tyre to a local shop so we could get it on the car ready for today's racing action. Go on.
No. I was just going to say that's proper teamwork, and it's very much what this paddock is about, isn't it? It is a very friendly paddock, and especially when it comes to something that's for the benefit of the championship on the whole, people generally are quite happy to get involved, aren't they? So good story. Maybe a lesson to be learned about choice of safety car driver on future journeys. Pothole is a story. I'm sure that's an excuse I've come out with in the past, and I'm sure I'm not the only one.
Myself and Mark Hilgenberg think it was more drifting. So then, Arūnas Kachowskis is going to take this race back to green flag conditions. I think he'll have 3 more laps to do once he crosses the start-finish line. He's yet to go, coming to turn 16, but I think coming out of the corner, once he's got the thing straight and narrow, he will punch the throttle. He does so now. Yes, he does. Fischbaum has indeed been caught slightly out there, and for Finn Zulauf, this is now going to be agonising because he's stuck there behind, and of course Severin Mazur could take advantage here. They peel 3 wide, and I think before the line there, Mazur got through. Yes, by a few hundredths of a second, Mazur had passed Zulauf before the line, but now Zulauf worked his way back around the outside, and I think that Mazur should get away with that now that the Liqui Team X, the car is back ahead. Kenneth Heyer is a factor in this as well. Petar Matic having to avoid Fischbaum there. That was a bit hand-in-mouth for the 2 Autosport Racing teammates, and somewhere in amongst all of it as well should be a charging Simon Orange, and Severin Mazur charging past the apex there. Of course, he meant to in the wet conditions, but perhaps in a bit of a less Larry fashion than that. Yeah, just snatched the rear brakes ever so slightly, didn't he? Simon Orange is up to 6th place, by the way. Got ahead of the Cup 1 Ferrari of Ronaldo Giacomo, so there is Simon Orange. And of course, just to reiterate, did not gain him any more points, but that was significant to get him 1 step closer to Kenneth Heyer. It looks like he's now trying to buy in to the 2nd place battle. Zulauf and Mazur delaying each other, and Kenneth Heyer has had a bit of a second wind here. He is right on the tail of the second of those Lamborghinis, and Severin Mazur perhaps fighting a bit of a handling imbalance on this restart. Could there be a chance yet for Kenneth to get into a podium place in the GT3 class? Well, we'll find out over the coming minutes. They've all just spaced out a little bit more equidistantly through the middle part of the lap. Kenneth
tyre looking a lot more threatening in this part of the race than he was before the safety car.
Yeah, absolutely right. Kenneth, maybe the conditions starting to come to him as the track slowly starts to, well, not dry, but at least get drier out there on the circuit. But it's gone just about as Kachowskis would have wanted coming into that safety car restart. Took full advantage of the buffer between himself and Finn Zulauf. Oh, and look at that under braking there. The car slamming into the ground as Finn Zulauf hit the brakes, and he went very wide, as did Severin Mazur, and it's contact between Mazur and Kenneth Heyer, and Severin now on that dirt. He's going to have a hard time finding any traction, and he needs to not beach that car digging up the dirt. He's going to have to be very gentile indeed, or just let the gravity work his way backwards maybe, but he's really struggling to get that car going. I think maybe just trying to slot it into reverse and very gently move it back might be the solution now the field has gotten past him, but let's keep our fingers crossed that he can do so. Penultimate lap of the race, Simon Orange is just behind Petar Matic at the moment. Of course, he's now 4th in class, Heyer is 3rd in class. That would extend the points to 8 between Heyer and Orange. Orange wants it to go the other way, but he's going to be hard to press to do so from here.
Indeed so, but as I said, damage limitation at least. He's not lost a huge amount. That is good news. Severin Mazur did do as you said he should and sort of let the car roll back. But earth around here is sort of very clay kind of consistency. And well, he's leaving a lot of that all over the racing, or the traditional racing line anyway, at the final corner. But very difficult to find any grip on that dirt, especially when it's wet. And yeah, he's done a good job there, has Severin Mazur, to get the car back underway. So that means green flags will be back out at turn 16 by the time the leading cars next get to that part of the track. Simon Orange then, 5th position, chasing after Petar Matic. He's not going to have time, I don't think, to improve on that position anymore. But it does mean at least that he is scoring a decent chunk of points, and bear in mind Igor Klyer is still leading in his category. That is significant because actually it means that Simon Orange is possibly still going to be scoring about the same number of points as Igor, despite the fact that he is not leading the class. Safety car restart under investigation. That, I suspect, was that temporary change of second place before the line.
Of course, and now we watch here, because there's so much dirt down, I'm sure that the pit crews will have been telling the drivers, just be careful and stay wide. You were doing so already, but stay wider if you possibly can. But there is something to be said as well for that Heyer and Mazur collision. Mazur was very much coming across Kenneth, in my view, but that will most likely at least be looked at, and well, that could be a factor looming as well.
Yes, indeed so. I mean, it was, for me, the definition of a racing incident. It was just the two different lines merging. Whoops, that's Biankowski off again. And that is...
Turn 17.
Turn 17, so it's again, same part of the circuit as we saw Fishman have the spin earlier on. Gets going, possibly got caught out by the dirt that's been laid on the circuit around that part of the track. Second spin for Biankowski, and he nearly had one on the green flag lap, so he's maybe not been feeling at home in the conditions. One man who is, though, is Finn Zulauf, who on the previous lap was 1.9 seconds quicker than Arūnas Kachowskis. It was a new fastest lap of the race, a 2:11.0, and he began this, the final lap, 1.9 seconds behind Arūnas Kachowskis. Can he get there? Can he make a move? It's going to be another nail-biting finish.
Well, there's about 5 apexes there. He can make all of the difference from here until that long back straight. And it's a big ask. It's a seismic ask, quite frankly, for Finn Zulauf. I do wonder if Kachowskis was just being extra careful through turn 16 because of that dirt that was laid down, but Zulauf is certainly a little bit closer than 1.9 seconds now as they come through this section. It was half a second gain in the first sector split alone. They'll come out to the final corner for the final time. Arūnas Kachowskis in strong position here for the race victory. He should have it signed, sealed and delivered from there, but we saw Biankowski, of course, have a spin a little bit earlier on, or the previous lap, because what we think was the dirt at the very least. So both parties would be advised to be a little bit careful here as they come towards the final corners for the final time in this race. Utah Racing, who've claimed podiums already this year at their previous GT Win Series appearance in Portimao, are just moments away from claiming their first win of the 2026 campaign in any competition. Round the final corner comes Arūnas Kachowskis. It's a win for Utah Racing, the Lithuanian driver and team taking the German car to victory. Finn Zulauf with the charging Bologna Bull takes second position ahead of Kenneth Heyer, who slightly extends that points advantage over Simon Orange by the end of the race, but good damage limitation by Simon Orange to get the points for fourth position. Severin Mazur has had a moment on the final lap as well. Now, did he fall? Was he pushed? Was it an accident? Was it an incident? I'm not quite sure, but the 79 car in a spin there right at the end. In fact, that was further around the circuit, as a matter of fact. I think that was down at turn 5 and 6, so he was quite a way behind. Of course, it took him a long time to get the car back onto the tarmac. You see, he was almost a lap down, as a matter of fact, but Severin Mazur with a tricky conclusion to this race. He will be disappointed, but they'll come back rallying, of course, perhaps not literally rallying, the dirt coming out of or coming into Sunday's racing. Have received confirmation from the camera crew down there at turns 5 and 6 that it was a self-inflicted spin. Meanwhile, there has been an investigation announced for overtaking before the line at the safety car restart for Severin Mazur, but given he'll be classified second last, but the last of the cars on the lead lap, that won't be of terribly much significance to the order, even if he does receive a penalty. Arūnas Kachowskis, a race winner then in the GT Winter Series. He did some great driving as a bronze competitor up against some of those silver-rated drivers at Portimao, even gold-rated drivers in a couple of cases at Portimao. But he's developed into a very, very handy driver. Of course, came third overall at the 24 Hours of Barcelona in a Utah Racing Audi last year, so has plenty of seat time at this point in the Audi, having done the full European Prevent It campaign in one of these cars. But interesting to see him plying his trade in these sprint races now as well. Taking to it very promisingly. 3 manufacturers in the top 3, 4 manufacturers in the top 4 among the GT3 cars. That, as Andy alluded to, very clayish mud that was dragged onto the circuit. Certainly quite the hazard, and I think quite fortunate really that the conditions weren't at a point where the apex was in active use for the drivers. Everyone's straying wide at that hairpin anyway, so the dirt pulled onto the road by Severin Mazur, not a consideration particularly ultimately down at turn 16. One more lap, Finn Zulauf will be thinking, and I could have had that P1 spot, but he'll be happy enough with second place. We'll see what Felix Hirsiger can do on Sunday morning. I'm very excited for race 2 on Sunday morning. I do quite strongly advise you don't miss it. It will be going to green flag just before 12:30. Well, 12:30 exactly will be the green flag for race 2 in the GT Winter Series, as Arūnas Kachowskis gets out of the car. But the reason I'm excited for that is because we're going to have some of the real heavy hitters, Jamo Hertling, Marcus Clutton, Felix Hirsiger, all on the circuit at the same time, and in the GT3 class, and I think that is going to be a lot of fun to watch come Sunday lunchtime. Certainly that is a race that I'm very much looking forward to. But for now, certainly, Arūnas Kachowskis can be very pleased with his performance in that race. Effectively a runaway leader by the time the safety car came out. Once the safety car did come out, he managed it to perfection. And even though Finn Zulauf was charging towards the end of the race, Finn didn't quite have the time he needed to make an indent on the battle for the race lead, or really create, I should say, a battle for the race lead. For Arūnas Kachowskis then, it will be the top step for the first time in the GT Winter Series. Not unfamiliar with winning in that car. He got a class win at the 12 Hours of Misano in the GT3 AM class last year in Creventic competition. But in terms of solo driving in a GT3, that might well be one of his first ever overall victories. And yeah, he will be thrilled with that, I'm quite sure. And the Utah Racing team getting ready for the trip back up, I think, briefly to base in Lithuania before they move up to the summer season. And we'll now hear from our latest winner in the winter season. Arūnas Kachowskis is with Izzy.
I do indeed have him alongside me. Arūnas, congratulations, a first win in the GT Winter Series. Pretty good way to start the weekend.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's not the first. In Portimao we got second, no? The third place, so that's the P1, that's the first time. Yeah, it's a nice time. Very changing conditions, so that's really challenging, like to pick up the proper tires and the pressure in the tires. That's vital, really, like.
And it looked pretty comfortable before the safety car. At the end there, being chased down a little bit by the Lamborghini.
Exactly, he just pushed an Eros in a bit at the higher limit. So I could just thank for him not to wait me and do nothing. So I needed to push. I made some mistakes as well, but I seen like his lights on the back. So, but it was fun.
And what can you expect for tomorrow now? I mean, we got some quick drivers on that grid lining up tomorrow. So what can you do?
Our team manager has got a special app for the weather forecast, and we've been checking the weather every 20 minutes. But basically, really hard to predict. So cannot expect nothing. You can expect everything, basically. Yes.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Enjoy this. Arūnas, the first win for him in the GT Winter Series.
Yeah, great performance from Arūnas Kachowskis, and it does indeed look like a bit of a roulette table of weather for Sunday here at MotorLand Aragón. But what a way to conclude Saturday with the GT Winter Series. Another great race to wrap up our broadcast of racing. Let's take a look at the highlights from that one, and it was pole sitter Guy Albag leading into the first corner. He would lead the early stages, but it became clear quite quickly that he didn't have that much grip, or at least that much of a comfortable car underneath him. Finn Zulauf was quite happy to immediately go on the offensive. He was trying to get past Kenneth Heyer. Simon Orange was trying to get past Przemysław Bienkowski. Tell you what, on second viewing, I'm not sure that was all Simon's fault. Certainly, it was a little bit of a fold in there from Przemysław. Either way, both parties continued on in the race. Meanwhile, the number 19 car moving by the number 11, Kenneth Heyer losing out to Finn Zulauf as Simon Orange was climbing back through the field. And it was then Lamborghini warfare as the number 79 car, Severin Mazur, having a scrap with Finn Zulauf. Side by side going into the braking zone, the turn 16 braking zone, all important, and having already lost the lead to Arūnas Kachowskis, Guy Albag fell to second, and shortly thereafter was demoted from the podium places entirely, only briefly though. He and Severin Mazur would scrap on for a couple of more corners here, but unfortunately it wasn't to end in the best of circumstances. A collision as Albag strayed back onto the circuit, and it was his car that got the worst of it. Suspension damage, full course yellow to recover the car would then become a safety car, which Kachowskis used very well indeed with some lap traffic between himself and the rest of the field. He made himself a nice big gap to play with and continued on his way in the race lead. Finn Zulauf would navigate his way to second position. Meanwhile, Kenneth Heyer and Severin Mazur collided. Definition of a racing incident, said Andy McEwen, and I'm fairly inclined to agree with him. A lot of dirt left on the ground by Severin Mazur's recovering car, and Przemysław Bienkowski was caught out by that. The top two across the line, Kachowskis was being closed in by Finn Zulauf, but Zulauf couldn't quite get there in time. Kenneth Heyer rounding out the podium and extending the points lead to 8 in the overall championship. Still very close between himself and Simon Orange, but slight advantage to Kenneth Heyer and to Jamo Hertling in the championship. We saw Severin Mazur off track right at the end, but for Arūnas Kachowskis, a first win in the GT Winter Series for he and GEDLICH Racing. Excellent race then in the GT Winter Series. The 71 car at the top of the tree. Finn Zulauf with 1 lap more could have done it, but that was not quite enough time. Kenneth Heyer in 3rd place, Simon Orange in 4th, Petar Matic in 5th place, winning the Cup 4 class where he's the only entry, and Ronaldo Giacomo in 6th position, rounding out the, winning the Cup 1 class where he is also the only entrant today. Przemysław Biankowski in 7th, Igor Klaya in 8th, Casey King in 9th position, and Severin Mazur rounding out the top 10. Almost lapped down, of course, after that moment, down at turn 16. Michael Fischbaum in 11th place. Guy Albag, hopefully back out there tomorrow in the Antonelli Mercedes. Certainly not the way we'd want to see his weekend end with that damage. So then the GT Winter Series teams will be converging now underneath the podium to cheer on their drivers for the last presentation of the day, which of course will be brought to us by Andy McEwen and the GEDLICH Racing team, who work very hard to coordinate that. We've got quite a small team here at GEDLICH Racing. Everything is maximum effort from everybody, and indeed trying to harangue a group of racing drivers, especially with so many podiums in these multi-class races, it's no small effort. So a lot of work that goes into it. The photographers, the videographers, they all get involved in making sure we can get it done in as timely of a fashion as possible as well. A true team effort, and great to see such a great start to the weekend here at MotorLand Aragón. Of course, the weather has been a bit of an ongoing curse this season. A lot of rain down here in Portugal and Spain. The Iberian Peninsula seeing some of the most significant rainfall that it's seen in a good couple of decades, we understand. And that's an unfortunate consequence of the winter sometimes. But hopefully in 2027, we'll see some more of the lovely weather that we've had at times in the Winter Series seasons past. And rain or shine, our fabulous teams put on a brilliant show for fans and spectators here on the live stream and on the track. Andy puts on a good show as well. He's got one more to do. Let's go to it now.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, the GT Winter Series then putting on a show at the end of the day. And we are now ready to get our drivers onto the podium, starting with our GTX class winner, Michael Fischbaum. Congratulations, top step of the podium for the Autosport racing driver who survived that little spin in the middle of the race and managed to come home and get a trophy, which is handed over by the wonderful Patrick from Pirelli. And he is very happy with that, is Michael. And just to stay on the top step for a second, we're going to take some pictures. This is, of course, Michael's first time with us on the Winter Series podium, and he is going to pop down. I'll just ask him a quick question or two. Careful. You had a couple of slip-ups in the race as well, Michael. Difficult conditions out there.
Difficult, and you know, I haven't been racing for half a year. It feels like it. So it's the first time out there again. It was great. A great team, great organization. Thank you very much. Come back next year.
That's what we like to hear. Thank you. Congratulations, Michael Fischbaum gets the win in the GTX category. And we move on now to Cup 4, where once again there was just the one car entered. So a class win goes the way, not for the first time this year, of Petar Matic. Well done. Onto the podium he comes. Trophy to be presented once again. And Petar Matic, who's got a few of these Winter Series trophies now in his collection. Again, no competition in the class, but he will be very happy indeed with a strong result. Photos to be taken by our wonderful Laurie, part of the GEDLICH Winter Series photography team, and it is a team. Let's have a chat with Petar. Congratulations, another trophy for the collection.
Thank you.
How was that one?
Amazing race. I really enjoyed that drive and the race. It was nice conditions. Yeah, very nice race.
Do you enjoy it when it's a bit damp and a bit slippery? Do you like those conditions?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, it's good. You know, for get some better feeling about the car and to feel the car better. Yeah, it's good. I really enjoyed.
Excellent. Congratulations, Petar Matic, our winner in Cup 4. And the Autosport Racing team celebrate another class win. Cup 2 up next, an important one in the context of the championship, of course. It is second position in Cup 2 for Casey King. Well done. The American heads to the second step of the podium to be joined on the top step by one of our championship contenders, and another class win will really help him in his quest for the championship. It's a win in Cup 2 for PTT Racing Team's Igor Klyer. As I said, he is staying in that championship conversation, and yes, not as many points on offer for winning in Cup 2 as there is in GT3 perhaps, but he is winning with some real consistency in that class. And Igor Klyer once again picking up some good points here at MotorLand Aragón, and another race winners trophy as well. Going to be interesting to see whether he can keep that going. A hat-trick of wins this weekend would really help him in his championship quest. He's just debriefing with KC on the podium and discussing what happened in their respective races. Igor Klyer, of course, finding himself mixing it with some of the recovering GT3 drivers as well. At one point, shakes the hand of Casey King. Igor, if we can have a quick chat, congratulations. An important win there. You need all of the points you can get, and that went to plan.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, the track was the most slippery right now, so it was a lot of funny things on the track, but I enjoyed it a lot, and I'm happy to be here, so I love it.
And the Porsche, I believe, is not the easiest car to drive when it's really greasy like that.
No, not at all. So it's a bit challenging, but the car was prepared amazingly. So thanks to the team, and I really enjoy it, and looking forward for tomorrow.
Well done. Igor Klyer, the winner in Cup 2, and he will now vacate the podium to be replaced on the podium by our Cup 1 winner. Again, just the one car entered into Cup 1 this weekend. Our Cup 1 race victory then goes to Giacomo Rinaldo. Onto the podium goes Giacomo, the Rosso Corsa Ferrari driver, and again has the trophy to be presented, and shakes the hand of Patrick from Pirelli and smiles atop the podium. The Ferrari 296 Challenge cars, only the one out this weekend, which is always a shame. They're a great addition to the grid, but a solid midfield finish nonetheless. And again, we'll have a chat with Giacomo. Do you want to jump down, Giacomo? Only one car in your class, so difficult maybe to gauge exactly how well that race went. Were you happy with your performance?
Yeah, definitely. This is my first ever race in a car, so that was very fun, good experience. Not the best conditions, but it's always good to practice in the rain. It's very fun.
You will probably learn more in these conditions, I guess, but that is a real challenge. So inexperienced. How were the conditions for you?
Challenging, but you know, the team was always there supporting, and it's not too difficult, so it was a good fun again.
Excellent. Congratulations then. Giacomo Rinaldo gets the win in Cup 1. And first ever car race. We've had a few people on that beginning their racing journey with GEDLICH Racing over the course of the last couple of months. Right, one more podium then, the GT3 category. And we have 3 drivers to welcome on to the MotorLand Aragón podium, starting with our championship leader. It's a 3rd place finish for Kenneth Heyer. Well done, Kenneth. Onto the podium. SR Motorsport, very vocal down in the pit lane below. 2nd place. What an impressive debut this was for Finn Zulauf. And with one more lap, perhaps he could have been the race winner, but it's a solid debut in the championship for Finn. The win, though, goes to Utah Racing. They led from start to finish in the end. It's race victory for Arūnas Kachowskis, who was very keen to get onto the top step of the podium. Handshakes with Finn and Kenneth, and trophies once again will be handed out. Arūnas Kachowskis with a dominant performance there. The safety car threatened to give him a little bit of work to be done in the closing stages, but he was able in the end to hold on and get himself the race win. Joins Kenneth and Finn on the top step of the podium. And we've already heard, of course, from our race winner, so I might actually try and have a quick chat with Kenneth, if that's okay. Do you want to jump down, Kenneth? Tricky race, that, wasn't it? Especially at this point in the championship. The championship standings are very tight. I know you keep an eye on that, don't you? But in those conditions, you're not only relying on yourself to not make a mistake, but everyone around you.
Yeah, it was a good start. And then I feel directly very comfortable. The car was wonderful. The front was so good. Every steering into the corners was priceless, so I enjoyed it. I had made a lot of pressure in the beginning, but then we had some incidents, everybody, so a lot of fighting, and the Audi was gone already. Yeah.
So the restart then was a bit tricky because then there was one overlapped car in between, so we had to wait until the start line to overtake him. But yeah, at the end, P3 is super, good points, making some good points on the championship. So car was good, team made a super job, everything good.
Everything good, that's what we like to hear. Congratulations, Kenneth, then third place in GT3. The win, though, to Jutta Racing and Arūnas Kachowskis. And that concludes our racing here for part one of our MotorLand Aragón weekend. Izzy Browning downstairs to give us her final thoughts.
Oh, thank you, Andy. It does indeed conclude the day here at MotorLand Aragón. And I think it's fair to say that it has been a very interesting day across all four of our categories. And the best part is, of course, there is plenty more racing coming up tomorrow. Make sure you join us again from 9:25 local time. We'll see you then.
We are racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 3 seconds to go. It does get a mighty run outside of the final corner.